Leilut sincerely greets, noting his talent and skill, and also adds a few words about himself. The story suddenly breaks off. Today, Leilut is celebrating his 15th birthday. During a walk, he notices that it is already late on the clock. The boy thought he would finish his affairs much faster. Suddenly, the boy is pierced by fear. Suddenly, something heavy hits him in the back. It is as if something fell on him from above with such force that he barely stays on his feet and almost falls. Suddenly, a girl approached the boy from behind and gently hugged him. It was Sylphie, a girl with a charming smile and beautiful, smooth, and long hair, which further emphasized her beauty. Leilut makes a funny grimace, and the girl immediately wonders at his unexpected prank. She is overwhelmed with excitement, begins to tremble, and quickly covers her face with her hands, wishing to become invisible. Although she bends lower and tries to disappear from his sight, Leilut does not give up and continues to catch her gaze. The girl suddenly laughed loudly, joking that every time she sees his face, she cannot hold back laughter. She addressed him as Milo and laughed so sincerely that she held her stomach with her hands. Mieluch looks with a slight smile as the girl laughs cheerfully. In his thoughts, he notes that today she looks especially joyful and happy. Suddenly the girl calmed down, her cheeks flushed with a warm blush. She confessed that the reason for her excitement was the boy's words, who always reminds her to find joy in life. Now her smile became calm and especially sincere. The boy gently extends his hand, tenderly strokes her head, and says that she is very obedient. A smile appears on her face. She presses even closer to him, seeking even more of his care. Despite all his quirky habits and actions, she felt her affection for him growing every day. The girl's name is Sylphina. She is an orphan. She has neither parents nor any relatives. A year ago, her father brought her here and left her alone, never returning. Now the girl lives in the church together with her father, who cares for her very much. Only her name remains from her past. All other memories have disappeared. She often asks her father if he has finished his affairs and what they will do when it is time for their games together. He laughed, and then a sly smile flashed on his face. Then he said that today is exactly his 15th birthday. Sylvie does not hide her surprise and already wants to say something, but the boy manages to speak first. With an important look, he announces that he will finally obtain the blessing. His face shines with a self-satisfied smile. It is clear that he is very proud of himself. She asked with interest whether he really received the skill from the Mother Earth goddess, as it seemed incredible to her. Hearing her words, the boy thinks, what is an adult person? He understands that it depends on many things, because everyone defines adulthood in their own way. However, he agrees with her opinion and continues to ponder this. The girl asks confusedly what else needs to be done to truly become an adult. The young man only smiles mysteriously and dives into his thoughts. A bold, somewhat awkward image flashed in his imagination, and he noticeably blushed. Softener again persistently asks, what does that mean? The young man wearily lowers his eyes, and his cheeks blush even more from shame. She cannot understand why he behaves this way. Barely choosing his words, the boy begins to speak unclearly that he still has a bunch of different things to do. Suddenly, Mel hears an unexpected shout. Someone asks if it is true. A man named Ro appears before him, carrying a large bundle of firewood. Ro addresses Mel and asks if he is still here. Ro says that his father is already waiting for him. He runs his hand over his back, which hurts after many hours of chopping wood. Leilut apologizes for his mistakes. Before leaving, he addresses Sylphie, and she sincerely wishes him good luck. Leilut thought about what unique ability he could obtain. It became painful for him to remember the past. Life had not been kind to him. He lost his mother in childhood due to a severe illness, and his father died, becoming a victim of alcohol addiction. Since then, loneliness has not left Malai and has always been near. He will say goodbye to this town only when he acquires the necessary skills, finds the job of his dreams, and can feel that the dreamed wealth has become a reality. In his thoughts, he even jokes with himself that he does not yet call himself a future millionaire. Enthralled by his dreams, the boy quickly runs through the corridors of the church. To feel confident and stay as far away as possible from this terrible place, he needs a unique skill. By this cursed place, he means both the village and the church. At this moment, he learns that his main talent is the ability to evaluate. The father anxiously asks if he is okay, if it did not affect him too much. He awkwardly asked if he really received such an evaluation. In response, he heard confirmation. Yes, everything is correct. Moreover, he was explained one more thing. Abilities are divided into classes from S to E, and the main character's skill belongs to the lowest category. Leilut was sure that he had simply received a grade E. Inside, everything tightened with bitterness and shame because of such an awkward situation. The father encourages his son, saying that he himself has the ability to evaluate, so there is nothing wrong with it. Leilut listens to him and agrees. Evaluation is a unique and very necessary ability. It allows one to immediately notice everything that has at least some value. Whether a thing is genuine or fake, whether the intention is good or a lie, no trait of human nature can hide from his attentive eye. Right now his rank is only E, so he cannot properly assess the situation. But once he raises his level, the doors to the royal palace itself will open before him. The son sincerely thanks his father, but the latter gently places his hand on his shoulder and says that it is not his merit. The true gift was sent by the goddess Mother Earth, and all abilities are the result of innate talent. Embarrassed, the boy admits that he lacks confidence because this is the first time he has faced such a matter. However, despite his doubts, the boy promises to do everything in his power to raise his rank and achieve his goal. The father simply smiled and said, "Try if you have already decided." But he warned that raising status could become a real trouble for the boy. His words proved prophetic. In the very next moment, steel flashed in someone's hand and a knife pierced Mel's chest. Everything around suddenly changed, turning his world upside down. Melilut is confused and frightened by what happened. Panic overtakes him. He trembles as he rises to his feet. The father remains calm and explains to his son. After receiving rank E, when he reaches rank B, he will gain a special ability, the skill to evaluate other people. Mal-Lailuth tries to draw his sword but suddenly starts coughing. His father laughs and says that it is only a warning. Then the boy suddenly writhes in severe pain. Malilut falls to the ground, breathing heavily and choking on blood. At that moment, the man he considered his father reveals a terrible truth. In reality, he was only pretending to be a relative to find other people with the unique gift of recognizing true value in things. Barely breathing, he lifts his head and sees before him the familiar face of his father. His name is Gagel Otzi, a well-known swindler and adventurer in these parts, a true master of tricks. Melee Lut immediately understands that this is about his father and is very surprised when he sees the inscription, "Outstanding Thief and Swindler." At that very moment, he realizes why his dad so diligently hid this truth from him. Hegel thought that he was still lucky. Although he had rank E, he had the rare skill of identifying objects. If this boy had not been assigned to his class, he could easily have become an outstanding appraiser and had a good, peaceful life. But now, at this moment, the young man was forced to prepare to say goodbye to the world. The father looks intently at the boy who is pressing his palm hard against the wound on his chest. With cold indifference, he says, "The body must be gotten rid of. What a nuisance." After that, he turns away and calmly places his hand on his thigh. Mal-Lilis pulls a dagger from his body, looks at the shining blade and realizes the decisive moment has come. He does not yet know what to do next, but faith in his own strength does not leave him. Lilis suddenly notices the back of the stranger's head, the very one whose name, Hygel Oz, sounds in his mind like a verdict: thief. The man suddenly announces that he will no longer do hard work and transfers all duties to another. At that moment, the boy opens his eyes wide, trying to catch every detail in the man's behavior, just as Ro loudly calls. The man kept shouting and begging for help, but at that moment, the young man suddenly pulled out a dagger and rushed at him. Mercilessly and swiftly, he drove the dagger blade straight into the man's back. Suddenly, the man starts coughing violently from surprise and falls to the ground. Without losing composure, he tries hard to get out and swings his hand, hoping to hit the boy, but Melee Lut deftly dodges and strikes first from the right side. At that moment, the father felt the gentle embrace of the goddess, and all his wounds instantly healed. Overwhelmed with emotions and panic, he hurried on without looking back. Maliwat suddenly realizes nothing has changed, all conditions remain as they were. The goddesses, capable of granting temporary power, can do so only once, so he will not be able to receive healing again. Despair overwhelms him, but he still throws himself forward and attacks with the dagger with all his might. He is dying, coughing for the last time, his body convulses, and his gaze lingers on a deep wound. He tries to understand why he has not died yet, but this thought slips from his mind. But suddenly he was struck by a revelation. Bloodied hands appeared before his eyes, and his gaze fell on the motionless body. Deep inside, a painful truth awoke. Everything that happened occurred because of him. When the hero tested the evaluation on himself, he realized he possessed a special ability to see information about others. His skill allows him to learn the characteristics of each person and also gain new knowledge and abilities from what he has read. Although his thoughts are still not entirely right, his body has already fully recovered thanks to the goddess's embrace. For the first time he hears about the evaluation level X. Isn't this the highest possible rank? That's exactly what he thought about rank X. Recalling everything he had learned and could use, the hero suddenly realizes, when he studied his father's status, it was then that he acquired the necessary skill that allowed him to heal him. Thanks to the goddess's embrace, his wound quickly healed, so he was able to move on easily. Agility and lightness of movement helped him. In the boy's hands appeared again an unusual dagger, the very one that had special power. All these things became gifts from the man who recently attacked him. Sylphie suddenly runs into the room, hearing Rue call for Dad. A terrible scene unfolds before her. The father lies in blood, and next to him sits Mal with a dagger in his hand. The whole body begins to tremble wildly, and the mind tries to understand why the father lies motionless, and Mal stands nearby. Unexpectedly, Mal Leilud rushes forward with a dagger in his hands. Suddenly he grabs Sylphie and pulls her to himself, while Ro pushes aside. Ro instantly realizes he did something wrong and immediately steps back, feeling guilty. Molilut steps into the corridor with a knife at the ready. Ro admits he is mortally afraid. He shouts that the boy has already killed his father and is ready to kill him too. Despite all his fear, Ro raises his hands, showing he does not intend to resist. He claims that the man is very dangerous, and Sylphie is currently his hostage. Melilut looks at the girl, tries to explain his behavior, and convinces those present that circumstances turned out this way and everything has its explanation. Ro confidently says he can take someone's life if there is a reason. He sharply orders the boy to be silent. A cunning, intense smile appears on his face, directed straight at the boy. Melee Lut carefully examines Ro, the assistant of a famous thief. He knows not only about Melee's special abilities, but also understands that he can predict his actions, intercept blows, and also hold Sylphie as a hostage. However, Lut also notices that severe back pain prevents Melee from fully revealing his powers. He shouts loudly and convinces everyone that things are not as they seem. It is not he who is captive to Sylphie, but on the contrary, he controls her, and she obediently follows all his commands. Angry, he demands to know how this boy knows about Sir Hedgel and who told him this secret information. His anger only intensifies, and it seems he is ready to teach the insolent one a lesson. It seems Mowgli Lut understands. His main strength is unusual abilities in taijutsu and considerable physical power. He decides to use them to the fullest, not allowing himself any pause. The young man gathers his thoughts, looks at the enemy attentively and penetratingly, fully concentrating on the upcoming duel. Ro rushes forward and tries to punch, but the opponent quickly dodges and responds with an upward strike. Ro cannot stay on his feet and falls to his knees, twisted in pain. Melilut takes advantage of the moment and accurately strikes him in the stomach with a foot. The pain becomes unbearable, and Ro writhes on the ground. He is overwhelmed with outrage because he is forced again and again to aim precisely at the spine. But in the end, it is Melaliot who puts an end to this battle. Sylphie is gripped by fear. She watches carefully everything happening around until Melaliot returns to her. The girl firmly grabs his sleeve and nods decisively. This is how she makes it clear that the boy better stay silent. Mal Laylut feels it in his heart, as if hearing her thoughts. She asks not to leave her and to take her along. Her gaze speaks of sadness, and at the same time hope, mixed in the silent conversation of two hearts. A slight smile blooms on his face, shyness is visible in his gaze, and without hesitation, the boy extends his dirty hand to her and invites her to go with him. The girl is filled with surprise, as if he guessed her secret thoughts. She hesitantly takes his hand and agrees. Some time passes, and the young man together with the girl pack their things, boxes, bags, and parcels, onto the cart. The boy takes the heaviest burden for himself, leaving the lighter bundles to the girl. When everything is ready, they set off on the road together, finally saying goodbye to their native village. On the way, Malalut shares his worries with Sylphie. He feels the horse is completely exhausted, so he suggests stopping to rest. Sylphie gladly agrees. Carefully inspecting the cart, Lut suddenly remembers. This cart is a former monk's chariot that he took for himself. In his thoughts, he harshly blames himself, calling himself a thief and a murderer. He effortlessly gets down from the cart, then calmly extends his hand so Sylphie can get down. Meanwhile, restless thoughts swirl in the boy's mind. How many years will he wait in prison if he is caught after all? During the journey, the boy openly shared with Sylphie all the details of his quarrel with his father. He hid nothing, and she listened attentively, not interrupting even once. Her face remained serious the whole time while the boy told his story. Stopping by the campfire, the travelers sat down and enjoyed some dried meat. Having taken a life, even of the one who wanted to kill him, he still crossed the line. However, in reality, no murder occurred. The enemy was simply put in danger. If he had truly completed the act and killed in self-defense, it would have looked like ordinary self-defense. But was his choice right? Maybe it was possible to act differently, but there was no time for other decisions, and this worried the boy, giving him no peace. He constantly returned to thoughts about how everything could have been different. What if he had not inherited this rare ability to evaluate people and situations? And how would things have turned out if Hedgel had not chosen the criminal path? Perhaps then he would not have had to hide in the tangled alleys of the city. He firmly holds the food in his hand, tasting bitterness. Something is clearly wrong. Thoughts arise in his mind. Who is to blame for all this? After all, he once consciously decided to live only for himself. Did he not then understand that everything must be paid for and every choice has consequences? Sylphie quietly places her palm on his hand, trying to calm the boy and let him understand that he is not to blame for anything. Confidence and determination shine in her eyes. Malay Lut initially looks at Sylphie in surprise, then his face blooms with a warm smile. She falls silent for a moment, then asks him what his plans are next. He, in response, asks if she would ever want to return home. The girl thinks for a moment and says she has no memories of her native place. Then she sincerely admits that she would gladly return home if she had the chance. He smiles broadly and with a light smile suggests setting off right now. The girl sighs and admits that she has no idea where she really comes from. The boy also frankly says that he knows almost nothing about it, which greatly surprises the girl. Then Malaylot decides to use his ability and evaluates Sylphie. He discovers that she is not an ordinary girl, but a true princess of the Elven Kingdom. Her name is Sylphina Estfalania, and she is the eldest princess of the Kingdom of Falania. A little elf named Sulfina Estfalinis lost her memories due to a strange artifact. Earlier, she ended up in the hands of a thief who wanted to sell her for a large sum of money. Now Sulfina is filled with surprise as she sincerely asks, "Who is this princess?" Malay Lut admits that he does not know all the details, but if he is not mistaken, in the Eastern Elven Kingdom, there is a family with the same name as hers. The girl replies that it seems she is the first princess of this kingdom. Sylphie decided to rely on Mel since he insisted so persistently. She nodded and said she understood everything. However, deep inside, the girl kept a profound seriousness. Malay Lut cannot understand why she trusts him so easily, and he himself finds it strange. She shyly looks at him, not knowing what to say in response. Malay Lut only smiles warmly, as if comforting her. He paused for a moment, then sincerely smiled at the girl and told her that after the blessing he gained a new skill. Now he can evaluate everything around him. Hearing this, the girl sincerely rejoiced, greeted him with a joyful smile, and her face seemed to shine with admiration. Malalay Lut awkwardly thanks her, then asks her to stay. He asks if she should behave differently since she is the first princess. Shouldn't she act like a true princess? Sighing, he begins to explain. Thanks to the E3 skill, he can evaluate other people. This helped him find out the truth. She quietly, barely audibly, says that the X rank is a true miracle. Malalut advised the princess to show that she understood everything. The princess pondered her words and lightly touched her chin with her finger. The girl smiles and asks if this is not too much. The boy replies that Sylphie is the first princess, so everything is fair. The young man sharply turns to the girl, and surprise and confusion appear on his face. She, closing her eyes, gently says, "It does not matter to her who she is. The most important thing is that Mill will always remain the dearest to her." She gently smiles, leans her head on his knees, tenderly embraces him with her arms, and quietly whispers how dear he is to her. Suddenly hearing such warm words, he blushes confusedly and makes a funny face again. The boy looks at the girl in confusion. Sylphie was initially scared and closed her eyes, but a moment later a gentle smile lit up her face, and she laughed quietly. The boy is embarrassed, so his cheeks turn red, but he still smiles shyly. Then he starts making even more faces, which delights Sylphie greatly, and she cannot hold back her laughter watching the funny grimaces the boy invents. The girl laughed and said that her stomach hurt from laughing. Mel Layla's softly smiled back at her and looked with calm, kind eyes. Getting up, the boy suddenly tells Sylvie that he wants to introduce her to his family. Sylvie looks up in surprise and tries to understand what he is saying. Mele Lyot confidently adds that from now on this is their new goal. The boy says that after the secret of their companion became known, their path now lies straight to the Elven Kingdom in the east. He asks what she thinks about it, and from his voice it became clear. The new goal has already filled their entire journey with meaning. She smiles and nods in agreement. The boy honestly admits that now he lives outside the law and is being hunted, so she could get into trouble because of him. But the girl just shrugs indifferently. For her, the main thing is that he is nearby. Meanwhile, someone in the background is sitting in a wheelchair and happily crunching on something tasty. Malaylot informed everyone that it was time to rest. As it dawned, they would set off eastward. But suddenly, the silence was broken by a sound, as if someone was still finishing their food and had just swallowed the last piece. Both return to the carriage and hear a strange crunching, as if someone inside is chewing something. Malalut asks Sophie to stay here and cautiously approaches the source of the incomprehensible noise himself. One of the passengers notices the meat, instantly grabs the basket, and exclaims with delight that he simply adores this dish. He happily promises to buy this treat for everyone and also The stranger suddenly sees Mel, and at that moment her gaze fills with fear. As soon as the boy looks inside the carriage, she instantly jumps out, moving lightly and gracefully like a cat. Behind her flicker a tail and ears, just like a real kitty. Judging by the slender figure and clothing, it is already clear a girl stands before Mel. Little Lut understands. Although the alien moves very fast, he himself is even more agile. He instantly grabs the alien by the leg and sharply throws him to the ground. Sylphie mentally notes that such a blow must be quite painful. At this moment, Mel is absolutely certain. If he manages to analyze the enemy's status, he will be able to predict all his actions. Looking directly at the stranger, Mel firmly orders him to surrender, leaving no hope of escape. Now the thief has no chance to save himself. Determination is felt in his voice and behavior, and there is no doubt about the boy's seriousness. The young man suddenly stumbles upon something soft and does not immediately understand what it is. Nearby on the ground lies a stranger, groaning with a pained expression and asking what happened, glancing at the scattered box of meat. The girl warns the boy, if he has already decided to eat her, he should know she is not tasty at all. At the same time, she asks him to let her go. Staring intently, the boy suddenly recognizes these familiar features. It is Claire Koo, a 13-year-old half-tigress who became an orphan in childhood. Melee Lut immediately stepped back from the girl, quickly beginning to apologize for his behavior. But the girl responded indignantly that she was the first to find the meat. Does he really think she could have stolen it? The boy cannot hold back and starts shouting, insisting that it is their thing, and the girl is a real thief. In response, the girl sharply replies that if something was left unattended, then by the laws of nature anyone can take it, and a lively quarrel ignites between them. He quickly pulls the box of meat towards himself and confidently says he will definitely return it no matter what. Suddenly, a wolf's howl echoes in the night silence, a signal for the pack. The wolves have also appeared here. They want the prey too. The girl responds by gripping the box of meat even tighter with her paws, unwilling to give it up. A sudden loud growl alerted Mali Luda. Could it really be wolves? Without thinking long, he calls out to Sylphie. The girl immediately runs up to him. He firmly advises her to hide in the carriage and promises that he will handle any danger. Trusting him, she asks him to be careful, then quickly runs to the carriage without looking back. Melee Lut anxiously notes that only 11 of them remain. His ability to notice details and assess the situation immediately gives no advantage. He can judge only one person. He sees only their intentions, and they all desire one thing, death specifically for him. He thinks that if he evaluates the opponents one by one, a simultaneous attack will inevitably expose his tricks. But suddenly, his gaze falls on an unusual wolf, majestically sitting on the edge of a stone farther from the others, and the hero immediately understands that this is most likely their leader. Maclale Lut, having no doubts, understands. Before him is exactly the leader of the pack. His attentive gaze lingers on the wolf, and everything else around immediately ceases to matter to him. Suddenly, the young man lets out a true wolf howl, which sounds extremely loud and breaks the silence around. The pack leader stops, shocked, and Claire, barely holding back her emotions, quietly tries to recover. Her cheeks flush with a light blush. She looks very embarrassed. The other wolves just exchange glances, clearly not understanding what exactly is happening. The young man quickly moves among the wolves, striving to reach the leader. Finally, he sneaks up to the leader and grabs him firmly by the neck. With a decisive voice, the boy says that from now on this wolf must obey him. During the trial, the wolf shows unusual abilities. The leader casts an attentive look and, in the language of his pack, makes it clear that he listens to every word. The peculiarity of this wolf is that he understands human speech. Mel, you were right, he really can communicate with him. The boy is distracted from his thoughts, and the wolf raises his head, looks straight at him, and calmly says that they are not hostile. The wolf asked the boy why he pushed Clara to the floor and said such offensive words to her. At that moment, Clara herself was holding a basket of meat tightly and carefully watching everything happening around. At that moment, Sylphie appeared from behind the bushes. The boy blushed and honestly told that he offended her only because he wanted to take the food that the girl wanted to steal. The wolf looked at him in surprise, and the boy became very embarrassed. The wolf understands. The laws of the forest are simple. If something is taken from him, he will do everything to get it back. This is how it is in this harsh world. Mel Ligut immediately noticed that the beast's aggression disappeared. Now the leader behaved calmly, and the boy stood boldly next to him. The wolf addresses Mel and asks him to forgive the girl because he considers her his own daughter. He himself taught her to trust only her instincts, and now he cannot understand what kind of person she has become. At that moment, the girl opens the basket and wonders whether to take another piece of meat. The wolf explains that they are not relatives, there are no blood ties between them. When the carriage carrying people for sale was attacked by criminals, the girl, out of fear, clung tightly to the wolves. It was then that they came to her aid and saved her from trouble. Having said that the pack became a real family for him, he declared the girl his daughter. The boy was sincerely surprised by such words. Malai explained that although he considers her his daughter, by status she remained an orphan. The boy pondered, trying to understand this complicated situation. At that moment, the wolf called Clara to him. The father sees how his daughter, with a mouth full of meat, asks what kind of dish it is. Lilet impatiently asks her to stop eating, but the girl, all flushed, happily chews the juicy piece. Sitting on a stone under the twinkling stars, the wolf thoughtfully said, 6 months have passed since this girl became his daughter. During this time, she gave up the habit of eating raw meat and learned to carry her tail proudly raised. He thought that traits of both human and beast were closely intertwined in her. If he had to choose who she really was, he would more likely call her human, because he believed that this part should determine her actions. Such thoughts had come to his mind more than once during these 6 months of observation. However, the girl still seemed to understand nothing. The wolf tells her that it is time to leave the pack and stop living only by the call of instincts. Now, she needs to find out together with this young man what it really means to be human. Lila does not understand why everything has to happen exactly like this. Apologizing for his excessive persistence, he still cannot understand what is being discussed. Suddenly, the true essence of the wolf's thoughts opens before his eyes. If he had not called her his daughter, the pack would not have been able to explain all this. Because of her own selfishness, she only adds to his worries. He wants to give it to the boy. Clara smiles, showing that she fully supports her father's decision. Lut tries to intervene and advises the girl to think everything over carefully, but determination is already visible in her eyes. Clara gently hugs the wolf leader, who calmly offers to show her father how much she has changed and grown up. At that moment, Lut freezes in surprise. He feels he can no longer endure the scene. He quickened his pace and almost reached the carriage, forcing himself not to hesitate. Although he wanted to let the horse rest, he had to keep going faster. Suddenly, Clara appeared cheerfully nearby, wagging her tail happily, and exclaimed that they were moving on. Maulelu cannot understand why she ended up in this place at all. A forced smile appears on her face, but drops of cold sweat are already rolling down her temples. When he finally stops and helps her get out, he promises to explain everything. He admits that they are being chased because they are considered criminals. The girl is stunned. Could it be that Sylphie and Mal really did something bad? The young man resolutely rejects all accusations, assuring that a mistake has occurred. After that, he tells the girl in detail about his situation, explaining every little thing. That night seemed extraordinarily long for both of them. In the morning, everything around was flooded with bright sunshine. The horse, which had been pulling the cart all night, was now calmly dozing, resting after hard work. Clara gladly greets everyone with the beginning of a new day. Mel and Lute and Sylphie are still sleeping, but suddenly they are unexpectedly awakened by a loud noise. They look around confusedly and do not understand what is happening. It becomes clear, yesterday's explanations did not help. Even the wolves decided to help and brought him money. Their leader explained that there was no need to worry. They usually find food by searching for discarded products, and this money was saved for a special occasion. But now they understood. The special moment has come when they do not need these savings. Sophie smiles easily, neatly makes the bed, and tells everyone that she will prepare breakfast now. She is sincerely thanked for this, but what will happen when he finally realizes that the wolf father will not return? Clara asked what they would eat for breakfast. In response, the boy said they had bread left from yesterday, and he also planned to cook a meat soup with vegetables. Clara happily enjoys the aroma of freshly baked bread and steaming soup. While she eats, Mel Leluf watches the girls and thoughtfully sinks into his thoughts. Soon the table is set, and everyone is ready to sit down to eat. Clara saw a bowl of delicious soup in front of her and immediately beamed with joy. Her eyes sparkled even brighter, and saliva almost dripped from her lips. The dish looked so appetizing that she could not hide her delight. After tasting the soup, the girl exclaims with surprise that the dish is not just tasty but amazingly delicious. She had never tasted anything like it before. Smiling joyfully, the girl thanks. The young man and his companion seem to her extraordinarily kind people. Melee Luth says he intends to head east and asks the girl if she minds going with him. The girl respectfully salutes and agrees, addressing him as her lord. An awkward silence fell among everyone when the girl addressed Malay Luda that way. Clara began to explain that the boy is her master because he takes care of her, so for Malay Luda he should also be the master. However, the boy immediately emotionally denied these words. A satisfied smile flashed across Mao's face. Like Luth, he jokingly insists, let her call him only when he becomes rich and has his own maid. The young man tries to look completely happy, as if everything is fine with him. Sylphie asks in surprise if he really wants to hire a maid, but he quickly explains that he meant something completely different. An awkward smile appears on his face, as if he thought every man dreams of such a thing, even if it sounds simple. In response, Sylphie confidently says that she will make this dream come true. She looks firmly ahead, clenches her fists, and is determined to win. Meleluth pondered what the girl said, and in his imagination appeared Sylphie in a maid's outfit. She gently meets him at the door, kindly greets him, and calls him master. All this seems very touching and sweet to him. Melia loudly declares that, as it seems to her, this does not suit her, since she has become almost like family to him, almost like a family member. Melelut thinks that he also remained without a family. Sylphie lost all her memories and ended up far from home. Now they decided to travel and live together. Clara also lost her parents and was left alone. During the conversation, he assures Claire that from now on she also belongs to their family. The girl looks at everyone in surprise and feels her cheeks begin to blush. Sylphie and Molai support her with warm smiles, meeting her gaze. A sincere smile appears on her face, and joyfully, with hope in her voice, she asks if the boy will allow her to call him brother. Melelut thinks a little but eventually agrees, because he considers it much better than being called master. The girl simply glows with happiness, her joy visible to the naked eye. Clara asks how she should now call Sylphie, maybe sister. In response, Sylphie cheerfully emphasizes that in fact, she is most likely younger than Clara. Clara grabbed the girl by the hands, looking her in the eyes, and enthusiastically said, "Just call me Sylphie, I am counting on you." In response, the girl smiled warmly and agreed to this proposal. Melelut looks with delight as the girls communicate with each other. This tender scene warms her soul. Sylphie's eyes shine so brightly that words are not even needed. She is truly happy. Suddenly, Clara cheerfully meowed and gently licked Mao on the cheek. She smiled and told him that a drop of soup remained on his cheek. Such an unexpected action from the girl greatly surprised the boy. Silence fell in the room. Sylphie opened her eyes in surprise, and a bright blush appeared on Mel's cheeks. But suddenly Sylphie's face changed. She became displeased. He used his skill to peek into her thoughts and understood. The girl thinks she got into a difficult situation. At that moment, Sylphie pouted and blushed even more. Clara leaned towards Sylphie and suddenly licked her on the cheek, jokingly saying that there was still a drop of soup there. Sylphie's cheeks are covered with a blush. She laughs because she is ticklish. Clara cannot hold back and hugs the girl tightly, although Sylphie asks her to let go. Smiling, Clara whispers instead of an apology, "You are so cute, I want to eat you." Melelut cannot hold back laughter, watching his cheerful friends. Sylphie turns to him for help, but this only makes the boy laugh even more. At that moment, Clara tells Sylphie that she has very tender skin and also adds that her own tongue feels surprisingly pleasant. Sylphie says she can share her bread with Clara, but Clara firmly refuses, saying it is not her share and she cannot take someone else's. Melelut watches them and smiles gently. When he looks at the girls lying nearby on the ground, it reminds him of family coziness. In his thoughts, a childhood memory comes alive. He happily runs to his mother, and his father watches them warmly, but this moment suddenly stirs a feeling of unease in him. Suddenly, soldiers burst into the church along with knights. A man, rubbing his hands and smiling happily, announces that he will now be the new mayor of this city. He respectfully addresses the mysterious rider, who has just hurried down from her horse, and says that it is a great honor for him to meet the legendary Marion. He offers the girl his hand to help her get down from the horse, but she firmly refuses. She confidently says that the priest's killer is a very dangerous criminal. The investigation must start immediately, otherwise disaster threatens everyone. The live wire brings Mariana and the soldiers incredible news. When Maolai Louis first discovered a new power within himself, he was filled with deep dissatisfaction. Perhaps it was this despair that drove him to commit the terrible act of killing his own father. Mariana looks at him suspiciously, while an elderly man leans over and quietly whispers something in his ear. Then Mariana states that she will now ask the final question. Was he aware that the murdered father used the shelter for human trafficking among those present? Rose noticeably became confused, began to worry and speak abruptly. The question caught him by surprise. He hurriedly denies, insisting that it is impossible. But suddenly, the soldier roughly grabs Rose by the head and forcefully presses his face to the table. Miriam approaches a warrior named Gazif and asks him to watch over Ro. The soldier silently agrees and takes on the task. Without looking back, Miriam continues on her way. At this moment, Ro feels true fear. He is petrified with horror, unable to move or try to escape. Together with another older man, she approaches her father's body. They carefully examine the deceased. After the inspection, the old man seriously says that he has finished the check and confirms. This is indeed the body of the notorious thief Hegla Oisa. Marian raised her hand to her chin, and with a sly smile, said that only a simpleton like Hegel could think that the thief was really hiding within these church walls. He said that if this guy is really guilty of the murder, he must be very dangerous. But the new mayor, who recently became the head of the city, confidently insists otherwise. In his opinion, the young man does not at all resemble a person capable of such an act. Mariana asked who he was. The man introduced himself as Mel, an orphan who grew up outside the city and worked on nearby farms. Mel was kind and straightforward. He would not have hit a thief unless he had a serious reason. Mariana said that everything was clear to her. At that moment, Gazef arrived and immediately apologized. Mariana asked if he had managed to find out anything new. Gazef nodded and confirmed. Everything was as they thought. This very man was helping the priest sell people. Mary Ann noted that this indicated the boy had already handled the situation. Gazef added that they did not know all the details, but it seemed this young man had uncovered everything. Mary Ann immediately agreed with him. She admitted that she did not consider him a simpleton at all, because he managed to defeat such a strong opponent surprisingly easily. Gazef confessed that this was only his guess, but he suspected. Yesterday he had achieved incredible mastery. After some thought, Mariana agreed that it was quite possible. She smiled and admitted she was truly interested as the boy had caught her attention. Her eyes radiated confidence. Gazir calmly reminded that now was not the time for jokes. He emphasized that they needed to focus on the problem of illegal trade. An uncertain smile appeared on Mariana's face, and she gently asked him not to look so intently. Since there was also an elf nearby, it turned out that they would have to save someone and investigate the case together. The girl asked the leader, a friendly man, if he knew where her companion had gone. The leader thought for a moment, then said he had heard that the carriage had hurriedly left for the east. Looking intently, Gazef said that on the eastern border there was a city of fallen heroes. It was in that city that 6 months ago they had captured one of the illegal goods traders. Mariana pointed out that the group attacked by wolves was perfectly suited for their purposes. They only needed to interrogate the illegal goods traders to obtain important information. Gazef doubted and noted that if this man was really going to that city, it was not very good news. Mariana, in turn, reassured him, saying there was no reason for alarm. She approaches the statue of Mother Earth, folds her hands, and with a sincere prayer asks for protection and help. The leader is surprised by this act, while her friends watch calmly. For them, this ritual has long become customary. The newspaper suddenly notices that a cat has appeared in Miyazi. The animal unexpectedly runs up to Marie Anne and gently rubs against her leg. The men look at each other confusedly, not understanding where this cat came from, and quickly try to drive it away. Gazov throws a piece of meat, luring the cat with a treat. The beast joyfully pounces after it, and Mary Ann suddenly opens her eyes wide. Exclaiming that she is starting an investigation, she abruptly jumps up and runs away. Fear grips her, sweat covers her face. The other girls are shocked by this sudden disappearance and immediately rush after her, begging her to stop. Clara eats dish after dish, unable to stop. Everything tastes so good to her. A happy smile is visible on her face, as each dish is a true delight for her. Worried Sylphie looks into the provision bag and tells Mao that there is no food left. Hearing this, Mao Liuyui sharply turns to Claire and begins accusing her of being too generous, causing Claire to immediately become frightened and shudder. The girl is overcome with fear and hurriedly begins to apologize. Melee Lut, who noticeably turned pale and sweated, also hastens to ask for forgiveness, confessing that he himself ate a lot. The cart moves slowly along the road, and Malaluf shares sad news. The next town is still very far away, so the journey will take a long time. There is no point in turning back now, so they need to find food as soon as possible. Clarice Miles smiles and promises to find as much food as she ate herself. He really likes this offer, so he suggests exploring the surroundings together and looking for something edible. The girl just laughs cheerfully in response. Some time passes, and Sylphie begins to wonder what Clara has planned. Unexpectedly, the girl jumps out of the water and skillfully catches a lot of fish at once. The boy watches her skill with admiration and asks where she put her clothes. Clara quickly jumps out of the water, looking like a cheerful little frog, and throws the freshly caught fish right at Mel's feet. When the boy asks her about it, the girl admits that getting to the shore and swimming closer was very difficult for her. Molly Lute tells her that a man standing nearby thinks she is too frank for her age. The man himself becomes embarrassed and shy, lowering his eyes. She does not understand exactly what the boy is saying, but insists, after all, they are family. However, the boy cannot stand it and shouts, even the closest people cannot behave like that. She dresses lightning fast, her eyes shine like stars, and an uncontrollable desire bursts from her claws. The girl unexpectedly jumps into the bushes with amazing agility and screams loudly. Sylphie and Mal watch her antics with attentive curiosity, but still do not understand what really happened. Mal suddenly appears from behind the bushes, holding a recently caught rabbit in his teeth. He boldly throws his prey right at the feet of Mal and Sylphie. Sylphie is very frightened. The sight of the poor rabbit fills her with genuine horror. Mel remembered how the girl showed her hunter skills, which had already reached rank A. He couldn't believe it. After all, she was only 13 years old, and she was already so skillful and experienced. Meanwhile, the girl smiled cheerfully and said that this rabbit had a lot of meat. Once Malailut heard stories about people born with amazing abilities, but he could never have imagined that Clara could be one of them. Beside him, Sylphie, gripped by anxiety, held the boy's hands tightly. The girl could not understand why the boy was looking at her so attentively. Clara asked if he really had a special ability. The young man replied that it seemed to be true. Clara raises her eyebrows in surprise and asks how the boy managed to replicate her skills, since even she does not fully understand them. Meanwhile, Sylphie trembles slightly, and the boy tries to say something but cannot find the words. Malailut, watching the scene, admits he only guessed and is still unsure if Clara can be trusted with the hunt, to which Clara confidently states she will handle the task with ease. Malailut addresses Sylphie, and it makes her flinch from surprise. The girl did not expect Mal to call on her specifically. While the boy watches the rabbit, he suggests to the girl that they go together to look for plants. After some time, they stroll leisurely through the forest, carefully examining everything edible. Sylvie finds a mushroom and asks with curiosity if it is edible. The boy confidently says that this mushroom is good and absolutely safe. Malailut carefully studies the properties of the mushroom and notices that it makes a person laugh nonstop in any situation. Smiling, he jokingly tells Sylphie that if she tries this mushroom, she won't be able to stop laughing. Sylphie says she understands everything, but cannot help noting how delicious this mushroom looks. Malailuta notes that if cooked well, it can become a real delicacy. Then Sylphie hands him another find and asks with interest what he thinks about it. Malailut says without hesitation, "This is definitely not a mushroom." The girl was so surprised that she opened her eyes wide. The boy looked carefully at the plant and realized that it was not poisonous, so it could be eaten, although its taste was bitter and unpleasant. The girl ate some of this strange plant, after which her hands and legs began to tremble, but despite this, she handed the stem to the boy. She understands that there is hardly a chance to taste something tastier. Malailut reassures her, saying that these plants are very nutritious, so they need to stock up on them as much as they can. Sylphie sighs with annoyance, openly showing her irritation. When it began to get dark, everyone together decided to prepare soup. Malal, who was usually reclusive, could not resist and tasted the dish. To her surprise, the soup turned out to be not bitter at all. At this moment, Sylphie barely holds back tears and warns, "If you try this, it will taste bitter." Her voice trembles with anxiety and fresh tears shine in her eyes. She always avoids anything bitter, but Lara simply eats her dish calmly, paying no attention to it. Malailut noted that these plants are probably beneficial for the skin. The girl asked him in surprise if they really could have a positive effect on her skin. He smiled and softly said that she was already very beautiful now, but he would like her to continue enjoying these treats. At the same time, an ironic thought occurred to him. Had he really started behaving like her father? The girl blushed, smiled awkwardly, and timidly replied that if the boy said so, she would give these vegetables a chance. She carefully took the plate and, hesitating, began to choose which piece to try first. The girl, starving, pounced on the food in front of her. The vegetables were bitter, her tongue felt like it was burning, and inside everything tightened from the unpleasant taste. Yet she did not stop and kept eating, as if something important depended on it. Clara asks if they will set off east again tomorrow. The hero nods in confirmation. She gladly tastes the meat and fish, prepared in a new way, small pieces skewered on wooden sticks. Little Lut just shrugs. They clearly have too little equipment for the camp. They lack a cauldron, dishes, a knife, and also clothing and a blanket for Sylpha and Clara. Sylphie asks in surprise if he is going to the city for shopping. Mouse smiles in response and explains that very soon they will come across the city on the way anyway. Clara bites a piece of chicken leg and says there is a big city on the eastern border. She asks if that suits everyone. Malailut asks if Clara really knows where it is located. The girl says she lived among the ruins on the city outskirts, and it was there that smugglers captured her. Malailut notes with surprise that if she knows the city so well, she might be able to lead them to that place. She admitted that she had never been on the main street and always walked only through dark alleys. Malailut thoughtfully held his chin with his hand, and Sylphie anxiously asked if something had happened. He sadly says that if Clara knows these places well, maybe it is really time for them to say goodbye here. Suddenly Clara blushed with shame and began to vehemently deny it. She absolutely does not want to go. The idea frightens her greatly because she so wants to stay close to her new family. At that moment, Clara nervously clenches her fists from excitement. Finally, she calms down and quietly says that she has almost no pleasant memories of this place. Sadness appears in her eyes. After all, she was bullied here simply because she is a raider. In fact, the city became a refuge for her simply because she had no other home. Mel and Sylvie look at the girl with sadness in their eyes. She shyly admits that she also really likes all of this. Her cheeks immediately flush with a blush. She looks at the fire's heat and sincerely notes that she loves traveling in a van, group hunting, and cooking the most when everyone gathers around the campfire and warms up together. She smiles gently and admits that she really enjoys being together with her brother and Sylvie in one family. Now she feels true happiness. Hearing what the girl said, Malay Lut raises his eyebrows in surprise, then smiles and quietly admits to himself, "This is really true, now they have become a real family." In fact, the young man had no intention of telling anyone about his ability to evaluate, except Sylvie. However, after careful consideration, he decided to share this secret with Clara as well, so he began telling the girl about his special gift and everything that happened after he received it. The boy told why his ability to evaluate X rank should be kept secret and asked the girl not to disclose this secret. Clara, a little nervous, firmly promised to keep silent and said that it was her Rajar's promise. Some time passed and Clara peacefully fell asleep, hiding under the blanket. Her light, calm snoring quietly echoed in the night silence. Nearby, Mal carefully added firewood to the fire to keep the warmth for a long time. Suddenly, Sylvie, who was sitting next to him, broke the silence and addressed Mal. When he was asked what he planned to do upon arriving in her homeland, he paused for a moment and fell silent. Around them, dry branches quietly crackled in the air, already caught by the fire. He admits that he had never thought about it before, then sincerely smiles at Sophie and says that if she does not get tired of him, he can stay to live in his hometown. The boy's words greatly surprise the girl. The girl's cheeks are covered with a light blush, and she shyly asks if everything will really turn out well, since he will have to leave his home. The boy warmly smiles in response and confidently says that everything will be fine. He admits that he always dreamed of leaving this place, but even if he had to return, he would hardly be able to live here as before. His eyes, lit by the flame, shone with a smile. He remembered how many happy moments are connected with this place. Everything precious that happened next to Sylvie remained in his heart forever. In fact, for him it no longer matters where they are. The main thing is that she is nearby. The young man admits his greatest desire is to become a family with Sylvie. Hearing this, the girl literally freezes from surprise. Regaining composure, she quietly approaches him closer and asks, is it true that he intends to confess to her? Mel's cheeks instantly flush with a bright blush, and a frightened exclamation escapes his lips. He did not mean to say that at all. It is still too early for such thoughts. The boy nervously waves his hands, trying to prove his innocence, and explain that he just expressed himself incorrectly. The young man notices that the girl is actually a princess, so her parents may not approve of their relationship. Meanwhile, Clara sleeps sweetly, not even suspecting these worries. Sylvie nods in agreement, and her cheeks light up with a blush. She carefully lowers her head and touches the boy's shoulder, confessing that she also does not dare yet. Shame envelops her, and she feels excitement down to the very tips of her fingers. But suddenly the girl opens her eyes and admits, when Mel first confessed that he wanted to become family for them, her heart was filled with true happiness. She admits that she also wants to become a real family for Mal Lilith if he desires it. It seems to him that this was the most important thing he could hear at this moment. He has nothing more to add. He has long been without parents. But he is sure Sylvie has someone for whom she continues to live. He gently runs his hand through her hair and assures her that her memory will definitely return. Feeling calm, the girl gradually falls asleep, resting her head on his shoulder. As Mao recounts, the girl silently agrees, and her eyes slowly close from fatigue. Carefully, Mao covers Leilu with a blanket, taking care of her peace. A fresh thought came to his mind. If he learns to truly skillfully evaluate, maybe he can help her remember the past. A smile appeared on his face. Now he has a new goal. Now the boy has only fragmented facts about the first queen, so he decides to hone his analytical skills to the limit. While silence reigns around, informational windows appear before his eyes one after another. The young man carefully reviews all available information, not wasting a second in search of the truth. The next day, Mel, Layla, Clara, and Sylvie finally reached the big city, which was bustling with life. They entered a lively shopping street where people were bustling around. Malai pulls on his cloak so that no one recognizes him and assures that there is no need to worry about the carriage. He will arrange everything. Then he suggests everyone go together to buy what is necessary. Clara is happy with this idea, and Sylphie also wraps herself in her cloak, wishing to remain unnoticed among the people. He calms Sylphie, saying that everything will be fine with Clara, but he warns they might be searched for, so he asks her to keep the hood on her head. The girl pulls the hood even tighter and quietly says she understands everything. Some time passed and they approached the butcher's shop. Suddenly Clara excitedly points to a pile of meat and exclaims how much there is here. Mel Leilu calms her, saying that dried meat will be brought a little later. The girl immediately blossoms with happiness, and her little tail begins to wag joyfully. He gently leads her aside and reminds her why they came here. They need to buy clothes, dishes, and the most necessary things. After that, he offers her to enter first. Suddenly she notices another interesting thing. Her eyes widen. Right in front of them towers a fountain. Clara, intrigued, asks what it is. Pure water continuously gushes from the device. Mavli Lut explains. This is a fountain, the water for which comes from the river flowing very nearby. The girl exclaims with delight that she has come to this place for the first time and cannot believe her eyes. Everything around seems extraordinarily beautiful to her. She joyfully admits that she had long dreamed of playing near this fountain. Suddenly something interesting catches her attention, and she turns to the boy, asking him a question. What is this? Continuing on their path, they came across a sword standing near an old monument. Maolai Liu crouched down and carefully read the inscription on the stone. It turned out that this place was called the City of the Hero. It was here that the victory over the fierce dragon took place. Here he calmly accepted his fate, completing his mission and giving the world long-awaited peace. But before dying, the hero gathered the last of his strength and stuck the sword into the stone, saying, "This sword holds a spell, and only the future chosen one can lift it." Sylphie watches this with surprise. Melalai Lut discovers that everything around is full of legends and mysteries, and only the hero's sword stands out among them. The boy raises his eyes and plunges into thought. Could it be that no one noticed this feature before him? Perhaps some mysterious force protects it, since no one else succeeded, but he did. Finally, the boy managed to clearly see the inscription. His gaze carefully travels over the characteristics of the sword he just obtained. Undoubtedly, this is the legendary hero's blade. Its value is simply incredible. 500 million units. All indicators reach the maximum, except one magical attack lags behind. This discovery causes him genuine surprise. This sword was once used by a famous hero from Trigo. Its special power lies in its ability to absorb magical energy from defeated enemies and convert it into its source of strength. The young man is very surprised by this, and Carla does not understand at all what is inside the stone before them. This sword has unique properties. It cannot be broken, and its owner becomes invulnerable for 15 seconds. The blade hides its true qualities from everyone except the owner and allows him to change its characteristics at will. Malai Lut claims that this item can even change the status of its owner, so it is very useful. But as long as it remains sealed, it cannot be used to break other seals. For that, a status not lower than that of a hero is required. Mel Leiluite says that this is unlikely, but suddenly Carla interrupts him and shows that there is also some kind of mark here. The young man approached a small plaque and read the inscription, which said, if he can, he may take it for himself and not worry about it. This content surprised the boy because he could not understand why it was written and why in this way. Clara cannot contain her joy. She quickly reaches out her hand to take this gift. The boy is a little embarrassed and notes that talking to her is a pleasure. His gaze shifts to Sophie, and he begins to wonder what happened to her and whether she really feels pain. Suddenly tears appear in Sylvie's eyes. The girl herself does not understand why she started crying and is genuinely surprised that the boy spoke to her. Clara approaches confused and asks if everything is okay with Sylvie, while Mal silently observes this strange situation. The boy tries to start a conversation with the girl and asks her to give him a word, but she replies that something probably got into her eye. Clara asks if her eye hurts, but Sylvie says she doesn't feel any pain. The boy notices that Sylvie's status says emotional excitement, so her health is fine. It seems even Sylvie herself doesn't understand why she has tears in her eyes. The young man gently asks her not to scare them like that anymore. If the boy had thought more carefully, perhaps he would have understood what was happening. At least now he knew for sure. Her health was fine. He sighed with relief. The girl smiles, apologizes for making everyone worry, and then enthusiastically suggests going shopping together. Clara enthusiastically raises her hands up, joyfully agreeing. Her sincere joy makes Sylphie and the mayor smile. Melee Lut saw Sylphie and could not contain his delight. She seemed very cute to him. The girl coquettishly asked if he really thought so, especially when she was wearing that dress. Melee smiled, mentally noting that a true beauty looks good in any clothes. Killer looks at her carefully and notices that she is very sweet. Still, he cannot help but be surprised. With such a short haircut, she somehow resembles a boy. Mel glanced sideways at his mother, holding a saw in his hands. He smiled awkwardly, a bit embarrassed, and joked that he probably should have taken a larger jacket. Carla immediately agreed with his words and supported this idea. Finally, all the shopping is done. Clara is carrying a whole bunch of new things. Mal looks at this with interest and offers to help to make it easier for her, but the girl seems to not understand at all what exactly he means. The girl confidently says that she is fine and does not need help, even emphasizing that she is stronger than her brother, so there is no reason to worry. Later, the friends taste dishes at the stall and enthusiastically note that the meat turned out surprisingly tender and delicious. Mel gladly eats his dish and thinks about how lucky he is to have the skill to evaluate products. Thanks to this, he easily chooses the best meat and no longer worries about buying something low quality at a high price. Only now does he truly understand how useful his ability is. A young guy chews enthusiastically, his cheeks full of food, but suddenly becomes alert. Somewhere nearby, unfamiliar voices ask if this tigress is not Clara. Turning toward the sound, he meets the gaze of two men who are closely examining him. Clara irritably points at them with her finger and indignantly accuses them of having sold her to some illegal trader. In response, one of them shouts that this is complete nonsense and convinces everyone that Clara has simply lost her mind. Malo Alalas anxiously notices that more and more people are gathering around him. If this continues, soon everyone will know that he is being sought. The situation becomes increasingly tense, and Malo realizes, if a commotion starts, they can all be easily caught and arrested. Assessing the situation, he decides to act and approaches the mechanic brothers with a direct question. Where did you put the golden statue of the Mother Earth Goddess that was stolen from the Reganson house? The young man cannot hide his outrage and immediately accuses them of several crimes. One of the brothers cries out in despair that he finally understands everything. The other nervously replies that it was supposed to remain a secret. Both are blood brothers. One is named Mato, the other Rato. Their titles are almost the same, as is their tendency to act deceitfully. They hold second and third places among the brothers in the Otto Tranagi family. People began to call them the trio of rascals, the hooligan brothers. Only the eldest of them was not visible in the crowd. Someone said that everyone immediately guessed who was behind it, and as soon as they heard the news, these guys were the first to come to mind. The crowd recalled various stories about petty thieves, and genuine anxiety appeared on people's faces. With each passing minute, more and more people gathered at the scene to see what had happened. Both run away and Malalet runs after them, thinking that they should also find shelter in this chaos. However, he cannot shake the thought, those who cause Clarisso to suffer must not go unpunished. The brothers rushed away so quickly that they pushed people aside and shouted for them to make way. Everyone hurriedly stepped aside to avoid getting caught, but suddenly a tall man stopped them by unexpectedly standing in their path, and one of the brothers, unable to break in time, crashed into someone in the crowd. The crowd asks discontentedly what he wants, and some begin to maliciously demand that he give way. Rude words and insults are heard directed at the stranger, but he only smiles slyly and thoughtfully strokes his chin. Maulelu froze and began to watch their every move carefully. The stranger carelessly apologized and added that he was just doing his duty. A self-satisfied smile appeared on his face, and the bold look with which he scanned the men from head to toe immediately revealed confidence and arrogance in him. Suddenly, an unknown man firmly grabs them by the heads and forcefully pushes them to the ground. A calm smile still remains on his face. The boy sees with surprise the incredible strength this stranger has. He easily subdued them both. Lut froze in place, pondering what he had unexpectedly said. He silently asks for forgiveness for his weakness, smiles uncertainly, and a drop of sweat slowly rolls down his cheek. The young man gives Clara a promise. If she tries hard, she will be able to treat herself to a piece of meat. The girl's eyes shine with happiness, and her fists clench with determination. She feels deep gratitude toward the boy, and soon he hands her another hot, fragrant piece of meat in a perfect square shape. The stranger effortlessly catches the criminals as if they were mere toy figures. They vainly try to break free from his grip. The criminals scream in pain, begging to be released, as if their heads are about to be crushed. Right now, everyone notices. This man is not only incredibly strong, but also astonishingly tall. The owner of the horns on his forehead strictly demands that everyone listen to him and insists on an answer, whether they really stole the golden statue of the Mother Earth Goddess from the Regan house. Suddenly, one of those present begins to groan in severe pain, but the mysterious horned stranger continues to smile and watches each of them closely. They already admit their guilt themselves and scream, begging for mercy. Tears flow down their cheeks. The pain from the man's strong grip becomes unbearable. The stranger squeezes even tighter and persistently asks where this statue is now located. Hearing that the stash is under the floor in the shelter, the stranger simply nods, showing he understands everything. Mel watches him anxiously, catching every movement. Suddenly, the man sharply knocks two heads together and repeats that everything is clear. At this moment, Molly Lute tries to understand who the mysterious man is. His name is Musashi Kaido, and his position impresses Molly. Musashi possesses a rare skill. He can confidently use two swords simultaneously. He possesses extraordinary strength and easily demonstrates his power, and his anti-magic ability weakens enemy spells. One of the hero's rare skills is the Gambus Shell, a special shell that quickly strengthens the body and provides reliable protection in the most dangerous moments. Besides everything else, he can use the agility of a mountain deer. When this ability is activated, his next move becomes 3 times faster. He clearly understands that he possesses 3 unique skills that harmoniously complement even those abilities that have limitations. In front of him stood a master swordsman of the highest level, who perfectly mastered the martial art without using magic. On his body was a recognizable bounty hunter tattoo. It seemed that this person had not yet managed to uncover the hero, but as soon as that happens, big trouble will arise. The swordsman wondered how Malaludu immediately understood that these two were criminals, and whether he would have to share the reward. But now the main thing was to disappear from this place as quickly as possible. Musashi was glad that they were lucky to find the criminals so quickly. Kaido immediately suggested splitting the reward equally, reminding that he was the one who noticed them, and asked if Musashi agreed with these rules. Malalut shyly lowers his eyes and says that it is not necessary to share with him. Kaido agrees with a smile. This situation is indeed a bit strange, although he himself cannot understand why he feels that way. But he decides not to worry. What difference does it make? So, without hesitation, he agrees, just not to change his mind. The man confidently says that he will immediately hand over the thieves to the guards and return the stolen goods to the owners. Malalut somewhat confusedly clarifies the details. In response, he smiles crookedly, and sweat appears on his forehead. Suddenly, Malalut is gripped by anxiety. Something here does not add up. Suddenly, he apologizes and asks Kido to give him the sword for a moment. He quickly takes the weapon, turns around, and at the last moment deflects the attack that was already flying straight at him. The arrow was shot by the eldest of the Otto brothers, a cunning and agile leader, known for being good at hiding. His treachery is complemented by concealment skill level D. Using his incredible speed, the boy rushed forward and knocked the crossbow out of the enemy's hands. Such an unexpected action caught the villain by surprise. He was stunned with amazement. The boy's sword easily cuts the crossbow in half. Without hesitation, he swiftly lunges forward and pins the enemy to the ground with his legs. The young man swings the sword with great force, but the man hastily asks him to stop. Sweat rolls down his face. The tension is palpable. He realizes the boy could really kill him. Suddenly, the boy quickly strikes the man on the head with the handle of his katana, and the man immediately loses consciousness. Kido watches all this attentively. Suddenly, applause rang out around, and Mal was confused. He did not expect such a reaction and tensed internally, preparing for something bad. But the initiator turned out to be Kido. With a smile on his face, he sincerely admired Mal, noting how incredible his speed was and how unexpected his movements were. Kido honestly admitted he was pleasantly surprised by what he saw. Approaching the boy, he notices that he just used a technique similar to his own ichnia. Moreover, this technique almost resembles the skill of the mountain deer, which he also tried to master. The young lad listened carefully to his words and agreed that the idea was really successful. Smiling, he says to the boy, "Do you know that for a samurai his sword is like an extension of his own body? You could say the weapon is like a part of himself, so taking it without permission is not the best idea." Malalut fearfully held the sword out in front of him, feverishly apologizing because he realized he was wrong. The samurai only smiled in response and said he was lucky. He does not consider such things important. The sword in Mali's hands is ordinary. It doesn't even have a name. But if the weapon really broke, he would have to compensate for the damage. Despite all difficulties, the sword in his hands slid confidently and skillfully. The observer could not resist and asked from whom the boy learned to wield the blade so masterfully. The direct question made the young man confused, he thought, not knowing what to answer, because in fact he just imitated others' movements. For a moment he hesitated, searching for the right words. The samurai thoughtfully touches his chin with his hand, contemplates something, and then concludes the boy is clearly hiding some secret. Unexpectedly, the man says that the katana can remain with the youth. Mel is surprised by what he hears, holds his breath for a moment, and tries to comprehend these words. The merchant says he still has a few katanas left and asks if the buyer really needs this one. He adds that he is already at a profit, so if the client refuses, he will easily find another buyer. Meanwhile, Melee Lut carefully examines the sword and realizes he is holding a true treasure. The samurai bids farewell with a light gesture, indicating that everything will be fine, and confidently walks to his friends. In response, Mao Lilut bows deeply, thanking for the gifted katana. Some time passed and Mao, together with Li Lut and Sylphie, was heading to the carriage. But as they approached, Mariana and Gosif appeared in their way. A considerable crowd had already gathered near the carriage, and Mao immediately noticed it. At that moment, the girl turned to her friends with an important question. Are they really sure about their choice? The old man convinces Marianne that this cart definitely belongs to the same church. Melee Lut suspects whether the hooded old man is the one oppressing Brink. Meanwhile, the boy stands behind the wall, watching everyone closely, never taking his eyes off them. Gosa, folding his arms on his chest, confidently said that now he definitely knows. The boy named Mellut is currently in the city. Meanwhile, Mellut looks around confusedly, not understanding what to do next. Meanwhile, Clara is happily playing with a little frog. The boy thinks if people do not appreciate his talent, maybe he should just tell them the truth and explain everything in detail. But then he hesitates. Even if they believe him, everything could go wrong. After all, with such an extraordinary skill, in the worst case, he could be immediately caught and turned into a test subject. Realizing the threat, he understands that he cannot allow this to happen because he promised to return Sylphie home. The samurai whistled a cheerful tune carefully while carefully tying up the brothers. Suddenly, a girl appeared nearby. She addressed him. "Uncle, what are you doing here in such a good mood?" she asked with curiosity. At first he calls her annoying, then, addressing her by name, Lisa, asks her to stop calling him uncle because he is not even 30 yet. The girl immediately objects, saying that even so, he is 10 years older than her, so how can she not call him uncle? Interested, the girl asks him who the Eli people are, meaning the Otto brothers. He briefly replies, they are criminals who kidnapped the golden statue of the Earth Mother Goddess. The girl does not hide her surprise. Has he really already caught those he was only assigned to find? The samurai smiled and said that it was not his merit at all. The heroic deed was done by a young boy, a simple person, not himself. The samurai decided to give the entire reward to the one who truly deserved it and refused his share. She only shook her head slightly and added that there are still very strange people in the world. In his soul, the samurai felt, this guy was unfathomable, like a true mystery. He noticed that he held the katana confidently, even with skill. Although there was no time to show all his abilities, every move reminded him of the signature two-sword fighting style, like O'Neill's. Mel pondered the battle and could not understand how a simple human child mastered the sword strike known only to those born among the Oni people. Thinking deeply, he could not get rid of the thought, could Mel have the same heavenly eyes? Such suspicion filled him with wonder, as it was a very rare ability. According to legends, only the legendary hero Astrago could boast of it. One glance was enough for him to understand the essence of any art, whether fencing or some mysterious crafts. What others worked on for decades, he mastered in a few days, and even the most complex techniques became simple for him. If this boy really has heavenly sight, the man realizes he has greatly miscalculated. He begins to be tormented by regret. He did not even have a chance to test his own strength against him. Lisa notices how suddenly his mood has changed and anxiously asks what happened to him. Calming down, the samurai notices that the young man with extraordinary abilities managed to complete the entire journey without carrying any weapons. In this boy, the samurai sees a true mystery, as if a mystical being stands before him. Lisa again calls him uncle and asks why he is grumbling. The man just waves his hand and says not to pay attention. Then he asks how long Lisa will continue to follow him. The girl explains. She already said she would stay with him until she finds the right person. Lisa insists that traveling requires a lot of money, so she advises him to find a job. When everything works out, she receives her share as a reward for help. The samurai notes that bounty hunters always attract the hatred of many scoundrels. He advises the girl not to stay with him, as it could be dangerous, but the girl replies that she feels safest right beside him. So for her, it is not a problem at all. The girl asks again. He himself said he was not traveling to recruit anyone, right? But the man admits that in fact, that is exactly what he is doing. With curiosity, she asks if he really intends to challenge the Heavenly Eye, the only one in this kingdom. He just smiles and calmly says that it is true. The Heavenly Eye is called a sign of a true genius, but the man achieved everything through hard work, and now he dreams of challenging the genius himself, to surpass him only by his own persistence and efforts. Lisa quietly laughs and says she has incredible news. With a sly smile, she tells about the priest's murder, as well as about kidnapping and robbery. He is shocked by such a confession. After all, these are very serious crimes. The girl nods affirmatively, confirming that it is indeed true, and adds, "The one who is guilty is still hiding somewhere in the city." But the samurai decides not to intervene this time. Right now, he has enough earned money and peace. Lisa, with a light smile and a joking tone, tells about the unexpected news. A squad of knights who hunt the same criminal has arrived in the city. She mysteriously asks what he thinks, who he believes these knights belong to, and who among them appeared in the city. At first he only guesses, but in a moment surprise appears on his face. His thoughts immediately turn to Mariana Verdimian, deputy captain of the Order of the Red Phoenix. Lisa smiles and lets him understand that he understood everything correctly. A true brilliant swordswoman with a heavenly eye stands before him. The samurai thoughtfully scratches his chin and wonders if they ended up in this city because they were fleeing from the priest's killer. Lisa smiles and encourages. If he catches the criminal first, she might accept the challenge to a duel as a reward. The samurai replies that even if he is unlucky, he will kneel and humbly ask her for it. If she refuses now, everyone will think she was afraid to fight him. Her pride, like most sword masters, does not allow her to disgrace herself in such a way, but he would not hesitate to lose his dignity and kneel if necessary. The samurai smiles and says that it is indeed a good idea. He immediately suggests starting to look for the criminal. Lisa also smiles in response and admits that she is glad he agreed to help her. Lisa says that the criminal, to her knowledge, kidnapped an elf girl. It seems this is the very girl she is looking for. The samurai ponders these words and recalls how he once saw Sylphie alongside Clara and Mel. The man asks if there are any new details about the criminal. The woman replies that the police are searching for a 15-year-old boy named Mel Layla. She says that, as far as she knows, Mel is an ordinary teenager without any special features. The samurai constantly thinks about this 15-year-old boy who, at first glance, is no different from other teenagers. He finds it hard to believe that such a person could have somehow killed a priest, which seems incredibly strange. In his thoughts, he notes that this behavior is not at all like ordinary childishness. The boy looks about 15 years old, and next to him stands an elf. Thoughts are still swirling in his head when suddenly he remembers Mel. It seems this is the very guy he recently dealt with. Lisa is confused and stunned. She finds it hard to understand what this man really means. Around the corner next to the cart, Mal, Sulphie, and Clara are closely watching the crowd. Mal catches himself wondering how much longer they have to wait. Will someone leave, and will there be fewer people? Then maybe there will be a chance to get closer to the cart and make their way forward. Gazif suggests everyone split into two groups. Mariana approves this idea, but suddenly Clara decisively steps forward and asks her brother what these people want from their carriage. Mal Lila is confused, and Mariana is even more surprised. Looking back, the girl sees a boy standing near Sylphie, and a little further around the corner, Clara appears. Miriam is pierced by fear when she notices cat ears. At this time, Gozef asks her if this young man is Malalut. The boy steps back a step and catches Kosov's gaze. He suddenly says he wants to ask something. Feeling the atmosphere tense, Lut Melee shouts that he is too scared here, then sharply turns and runs away. He asks to wait a little longer, but Mariana is already very nervous and declares that she will go after them herself. It is rumored that a werebeast was with them, so leaving the investigation solely to them would be too risky. Her hands still tremble, but she confidently claims that among all, she is the fastest and most agile. She strictly tells him not to move from the spot and orders the old man to immediately inform everyone else, who is currently inspecting the city and taverns. The old man obediently bows and promises to carry out her instruction. Memories of Clara give her strength. The heir of the heroes will confidently says she will not retreat under any circumstances, yet even with such determination and confidence, barely noticeable drops of sweat appear on her forehead. Sylvie appeals to Mala to stop and wait with what he is doing, but he doesn't even listen, quickly picks her up, apologizes, and says every minute counts. However, the girl tries to explain. She meant something completely different. Her cheeks blush with shame when she suddenly notices that the boy is holding her in his arms and smiling. She awkwardly asks if it is hard for him to carry her, but he calmly replies that everything is fine because he has already learned the red, Clara's Uvania, so holding her is not difficult at all. Diving into his own thoughts, he recalled that the Red Knight, Mariana Verdamian, the famous swordmaster, was watching him. Her appearance and behavior immediately made it clear. Mariana seemed truly a person of honor. Her special power is heavenly eyes, just like hero R. Drago. Thanks to these eyes, she can immediately understand how any technology works, gain all the necessary knowledge and experience, and easily choose the best way to learn something new. This ability allows instant analysis of information and prediction of the enemy's actions. It is a unique skill with 3 special effects and is very rare. To the young man, it seems too similar to his own X evaluation skill, so sweat appears on his forehead. Jace joins the chase, and everything threatens to turn into a real disaster. Without stopping for a moment, he flies forward with only one thought in his head: he must hurry. Meanwhile, Clara cheerfully hops behind, trying to catch up with them. Mary Ann quickly runs up and loudly calls them, demanding they stop. Mel Leluda feels anxiety. Could their rival already be so close? Could even Clara's powerful burst not help them break ahead? I fix my gaze on the fountain in the middle of the square. I just need to cover this distance, then turn onto the adjacent street, and then the city will be left behind. I must leave my cart here. Mary Ann rushes after them again, desperately begging them to stop. Gathering all her determination, she sharply jumps forward. Mary Ann flies over the companions and lands right in front of them. The ground cracks beneath her feet, and she sternly asks, to whom exactly did she give the order to stop? Lyat and Sylphie are trembling with fear. Summoning his courage, he steps back and shouts that she is a real monster. The girl slowly stands up, puffs her cheeks, and a bit embarrassed, says that saying that is very rude. Lut looks at Mary Ann confusedly and immediately begins to apologize when he sees how she angrily pouts. He does not understand her reaction at all, but Mary Ann just sighs and quietly asks him to listen because she wants to talk about something. Mary Ann Verdinian, who was the deputy captain of the Red Phoenix Knights, stepped forward and called for calm. She assured that she did not plan to arrest anyone. Lut pondered, even if she seems sincere and kind to him, will she be able to believe everything he said when she sees his abilities for herself? Maybe after that, she will look at him completely differently. Lut sincerely apologizes. Suddenly Clara approaches them, with a mischievous sparkle in her eyes, and jokingly asks if they have already finished their games. Suddenly Marianne cried and rushed to Mel and hugged her. Everyone around was confused, and their faces turned red. Only Clara looked around a bit bewildered, not understanding what was happening and why everyone was reacting that way. Mel is confused and does not understand what is happening. He is surprised by the girl's actions. He tries to calm her down, assuring that everything is fine, but suddenly Marion turns pale sharply, and her body is chilled and covered with goosebumps. Sylphie is already starting to get angry. Her lips are pressed, her cheeks tense. She is barely holding back. Nearby, Clara stands calmly, as if all this fuss around her does not concern her at all. Malai carefully examines the information about Marion and learns that she is 17 years old and is very afraid of cats, trying to avoid them. Suddenly, Marion looks at Malai and asks him for help. Marion apologizes, admitting that she probably could not handle her emotions. Lut reassures her once again that everything is fine, although in his mind he compares Clara not at all to a house cat. To him, she is more like a tiger, or even a tiger in human form. But why does she seem so scary? Lut thinks that this is probably her weak spot. He delicately asks if she wants to talk about what happened in the church. The girl quietly nods, agreeing to share the story. He said that day he visited the church to take part in the blessing ceremony. Explaining what happened, he avoided telling the truth about his abilities and did not reveal who Sylphie really was. Marion smiles gently and admits that now everything is clear to her, everything has fallen into place. She sees before her a man who has gone through a difficult path. Compassionately, she asks if he was afraid, because even the bravest sometimes feel fear. But now everything is behind, and finally peace comes. Lut thinks to himself, this girl is truly a good person. Only one who deserves it can become a heroine. In his thoughts, he calls her Agatis. In response, the girl smiles at him sincerely and warmly, and Melilai feels that he is already dreaming, lost in her smile. Marion thinks a little, realizing that she will still have to write a report and organize an official hearing. But for now, she advises him to return to the hotel. Lut reflects that such a development of events was expected. He sadly thinks that the revelation of his unusual ability may lead to serious problems. The girl is impressed by what she heard and does not hide her surprise. She turns around and asks what is going on. At that moment, a stranger approaches them and loudly says that he has finally found them. Looking straight into their eyes, he suddenly throws out an unexpected phrase. Who would have thought that it was he who killed the priest? Mal and Mary Ann simultaneously turn around and see a bounty hunter named Musashi Kaido. He smiles, and there is a mysterious tone in his voice, as if appearance is often deceptive. With a heavy heart, he says he must arrest him. No one warned that resistance is forbidden, so the hero decides to fight to the end. He draws both his swords and prepares for battle. Suddenly, Mary Ann appears. She stands between Mel and the others, asking everyone to stop. Mary Ann cannot understand where Mel learned these details, but firmly believes that he is the victim. She carefully takes Mel with her. Kino asked if she really wanted to hinder him. His words were cold. He did not care who she was, but if she decided to side with the criminal, then by that she herself became an accomplice. Lut begins to read the hero's thoughts as if an open book. He understands that the hero is indifferent to the fate of the priest. In fact, he is only concerned with the long-awaited battle with the heavenly eyes. Malai wonders if perhaps the hero's true desire is precisely this Mariana. Mariana breaks into a scream, trying to explain that it was just a mistake, but her voice drowns in the chaos around. The attacker doesn't give her a chance to say a single word. The scuffle begins instantly. At that moment, melee loot vendor hesitates confusedly. Maybe now is the time to run away. Musashi seems to want to fight Mariana. Now she realized everything. He was not fleeing justice, and they were not going to make him a criminal. The whole matter was about ordinary fear. He was scared of Musashi's attack and decided to run away. This was the real reason for what happened. Mariana immediately recognizes the familiar combat technique and asks if this is the wandering bounty hunter himself, the legendary master of two swords named Kaido. The stranger smiles mysteriously and replies that she can address him however she likes. Tension fills the air as their swords clash, and both hold their breath, preparing for the next move. A smile suddenly appears on his lips, and he lunges forward lightning fast, but he immediately admits he does not like it at all. At that moment, Mariana realizes that something is wrong here. Before her is not a real criminal, but just a suspect, and her intuition tells her that now she must stand up for this boy. She feels that the time has come to end this battle, but you move quickly and elusive, like a deer in the mountains. Mariana notices this and understands. Your skill with two swords is perfect for powerful attacks. She tenses, preparing to block your next strike. A sinister smile appeared on Kido's face as he launched into the attack. He sternly warned that underestimating the masters of two swords was dangerous and that there would be a price to pay. The girl was gripped by fear, not only stunned by his words, but also by the madness reflected in his gaze. Drawing the second sword, he confidently says he will now show her the true mastery of the Kido style, the art of wielding two swords. Without wasting time, he swiftly and precisely throws the blade straight at her, and the girl is gripped by fear, realizing she may not react in time to deflect this unexpected attack. Marianne quickly noticed another sword rushing straight at her. She sharply leaned back and avoided the strike. In her thoughts flashed confidence. She could dodge one attack, she could parry the second. Her gaze stops on Kido's sheaths, and she notices another hidden sword. It dawns on her. Kido already has two blades in her hands, and a third is skillfully hidden near her chest. The situation becomes even more tense. Everyone feels this tension with their whole body. Suddenly Mal appears before them, a young man radiating confidence and determination. He easily restrains Kido's sword, thus defending himself with the very weapon he once received from him. Mariana is so impressed and moved that her cheeks flush with a blush. When Mal noticed that Lut was challenging Kido to a fight, he immediately called him. Mal suggested to Lut, if he so desires a duel, he should rather try his strength against him. This time Mal is determined and acts very seriously. The samurai retreats, leaving Mariana in complete confusion. A slight blush flickers on her cheeks. The girl does not understand what happened and why Mel took her side. Malai Lut claims that the boy understands everything, but in reality, he only wants to test himself in battle with the owner of the heavenly eyes. The youth is so enraged that anger immediately shows on his face. The man carefully observes everything around, thoughtfully strokes his chin, dives into his own thoughts, and finally says, Maulelu just used the mountain under your step technique. Browsing the pages, he did not even think to stop to learn anything, because he clearly understood the true intentions. He smiles and says that he finally understood everything. It turns out that the heavenly star belongs to Melee Lut himself. It turns out the guy just figured out who is in front of him. Marian gradually realizes that the boy's power is a heavenly star. However, she has doubts and cannot believe that such a thing is even possible. Melee Lut decisively turns and says that this battle is his business alone, so he asks Miriam not to interfere. The girl, although she promised to stay aside, still wants to talk to him for a moment, but the samurai stops her. The samurai feels a surge of confidence. He sincerely believes he can master the two-sword style, even if he only has one saber with him. But doubts flashed through his mind. Maybe that one actually came out to duel alone, without support. Or is he just too reckless? Kido rushes forward rapidly, shouting questions about how his opponent will behave now. However, as Musashi had warned, Melee Lut carefully studied the two-sword fighting technique. Thanks to this, he anticipates every move of Kido and easily breaks his attack before it can cause harm. Having made several attacks, Melee Lut carefully assesses his sword and confirms everything is fine, and the distance is enough to reach the weapon that Mariana barely managed to lose while dodging the blow. He rushes to the sword lying on the ground and tries to grab it first. Suddenly the sword, which lay without an owner, flashes with bright sparks of electricity. Lut wonders in surprise whether this weapon has some magical gift or special power. He watches the sword closely and sees it spin wildly in place, then suddenly rush off in an unknown direction. The sword rises by itself and flies to its owner. The samurai calmly stops the weapon, pressing the blade under the sole of his shoe. Lut asks if he has a partner. Kaido says she did not ask for help. It is her personal decision, because he himself also sought an honest one-on-one fight. With interest he asks if he really feels slight anger. Meanwhile, Lisa, holding her breath, hid in the bushes and is already holding a pistol at the ready. SMRI smiles again and admits. It has already happened, and this cannot be changed. Apparently, he decides to stop the fight when he sees his comrade rushing to help. The man suddenly realizes that the boy has just used the mountain deer step technique, which surprises him greatly because he knows this technique can be used no more often than once every 15 minutes. Lut rises into the air, shouting loudly, "It is still not finished." The samurai is amazed at the boy's persistence. He tirelessly repeats the move he just demonstrated, using the mountain deer gate a second time, as if he doesn't need time to think. He notices that Mel always boldly rushes forward, even before the consequences become known. This is where his true fascination lies. At this moment Lut pondered. Standing against this man with only a sword would be difficult, just as in a fight with Miriam. The young warrior before him was full of firm determination. Lut glanced briefly at the girls standing behind, Miriam, Sylphie, and Clara. Understanding that another sword awaits ahead, the hero decides not to retreat. If the fight is inevitable, he is ready to face this trial himself. He combines the techniques Step of the Mountain Deer and Shell of Jembu, and in an instant he swiftly lunges forward at the samurai, swinging his fist through the air. Tension and determination are visible on his face. This strike will be powerful, and the entire attack requires extraordinary strength. The stunned man barely has time to recover when Mala's fist appears like lightning right in front of his face. Kaido barely manages to raise his sword, but it cannot withstand the pressure. A strong blow shatters the blade, and the weapon breaks in half. Mel does not stop for a moment. He strikes blow after blow, not giving his opponent a chance to catch his breath. The man defends himself as best he can, covering his face with his hands and trying to fend off the attack. At that moment, a troubling thought flashed through his mind. The Genbu armor can only be used twice in a row per day, no more. Although the skill lasts only 10 seconds, the boy has been hitting Kaido in the face non-stop for much longer. Those 10 seconds ended long ago. Kaido swiftly delivers several quick consecutive strikes. Lut immediately realizes this is the second time Kaido has used this technique, and Musashi will no longer be able to use it this time. Without any pause, Kaido moves on to a new wave of attacks. Gathering all the power of the Mountain Deer's gates and the protection of Genbu's shell, he decisively lunges at Musashi, becoming even stronger than before. It turned out that you only need to recognize and replicate the enemy's technique, and you can use it as much as you want, without any extra restrictions. His opponent falls to the ground, completely defeated. The hero thinks. He copies these abilities again and again and does not stop the attacks, but maybe it's worth taking a pause and resting for at least a minute. Realizing that he no longer has anything to protect him, he delivers the final, strong punch and confidently says, "It's over." The hero delivers a powerful blow to the enemy, dealing devastating damage. Musashi, covered in sweat and completely exhausted, falls to the ground. At that moment, Ludu's head begins to split. It seems he copied too much too quickly, and his body couldn't handle the strain. When everything around fell silent, Marion suddenly felt. The power of Luda was so impressive that she could not get rid of the thought, who is he really? Lut listens intently to Kaido's sensations. His body trembles with pain, and only now does he realize. His arm is broken. Every movement sends sharp pain. Gathering strength and enduring, he cautiously begins to crawl, hoping to find a chance to get out of here. Lut vendors will not let him go so easily if he really decided to leave everything now, especially when someone stands before him who attacks others just for their own whims. Suddenly Mariana sees danger and without hesitation shouts to Mel to be careful. She sharply pushes him aside, saving him from the threat now looming over herself. Mel understands this well, so he decides to use a technique characteristic of the mountain deer. Genbu creates a shield and once again rushes to cover Marion with his body, protecting her from danger. The heroes, changed and barely recognizable, face something terrible. The girl screams loudly in despair and holds tightly to her protector. Sylphie and Clara looked closely and froze in amazement. However, after a moment, Sylphie could not hold back and began to speak irritably. A wave of pleasant sensations covers the girl. Marion slowly opened her eyes and was surprised. Everything around was so cozy and gentle. But why is that? Upon waking, they notice with surprise that they are lying next to each other, and their faces are very close. Everyone sharply recoiled from the unexpected turn of events. Sylphie blushed and shouted indignantly, while Clara froze behind, watching the situation confusedly. Little Layla looks around confusedly at what happened. The situation seems simply incredible to him. He accidentally fell on Marion, and their lips accidentally met. The girl froze in place, blushing awkwardly, puzzled by the unexpected moment. The girl wanted to say something, but the boy was confused and unexpectedly asked what she wanted to find out. Marion gathered her courage, closed her eyes, and quietly said, "Could you please get off me already?" Exhausted, he raises his hands up, apologizes, and admits that he probably caused a lot of trouble. Suddenly, Clara appears, shouts, "Brother," and this shocks not only the boy but also Mel himself. She asked if it was really him shamelessly licking that younger sister. At that moment, a special gleam appeared in Clara's eyes, and small, sharp fangs coquettishly peeked from under her lips. Mel instantly became nervous. He was completely stunned by the situation. Embarrassed, he tried to explain that there was some misunderstanding, and everything looked completely different from what she thought. Clara enthusiastically notes that this little sister has an extraordinarily pleasant scent, not inferior to Sylphie. She also wants to taste it. She playfully sticks out her tongue and is almost touching the girl, but suddenly her gaze stops on Marion. Suddenly, Clara realizes that something is wrong here. Before Malilut's eyes flashed a warning, "Do not approach cats and do not touch them with bare hands." Clara hastily informed her that Sister Mariana had fainted. At that moment, the girl was pierced by true horror. Her whole body trembled with fear. To Malilud it finally dawns. She was kissed by a cat, and it was not pleasant at all. However, she quickly notices another strange thing happening nearby. The hero orders Clary to stay aside, and both sharply retreat together, jumping back a considerable distance. Clara tries to understand what just happened. While she is lost in thought, Mariana almost imperceptibly and very quietly gets up. Mal immediately feels that something is wrong, and all events begin to unfold completely differently than they had hoped. Mariana quickly jumps up, and an unusual, almost predatory spark appears in her eyes. The boy immediately notices the changes. The girl's combat skills have instantly increased, but along with this, she has lost balance in her thoughts. Using her rank E skill causes a part of her common sense to disappear, and this is becoming a serious problem. As soon as this skill activates, it can no longer be stopped at will, and this is one of its drawbacks. Mariana suddenly let out a loud, wild scream that sounded more like the roar of a fierce beast than a human voice. Clara and Melee were so frightened that they froze in place, and the boy realized with surprise, this scream did not resemble a female voice at all. At that moment, Clara pressed her ears to her head and screamed in fear. Marion completely lost control of herself. She grabs the sword and rushes at Mel, but the boy manages to dodge, and Marion misses. Her sword cuts through the stone floor with a noise, leaving a deep scratch in it. Mel loudly calls Clara, urging her to run away immediately because the situation is becoming dangerous and she might get hurt. He looks intently at the angry girl and realizes with horror, something strange is happening to Mariana. It seems she has lost her mind. A troubling thought flashes through his head. Could just one kiss really affect a person so much? While the boy ponders this, the girl regains consciousness and understands that her attack has failed. At that moment, Clara suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Malilutta saw in Mary Ann's thoughts a bad intention. She wants to get rid of the cat. Realizing how dangerous everything had become, he shouted sharply and ordered Clara to run as far as possible. But the girl, trembling with fear, barely found the strength to admit that she was incredibly scared. Mal-Laylat picks up a small stone and throws it directly at Mariana. The girl sharply looks back with irritation, hearing Mal-Laylat shout and thus announce himself. At this moment, Clara, unable to hold back tears, runs away from the scene, overwhelmed by emotions. When Mary's true intentions were revealed to her, she understood. Mary seeks to destroy the shooter and remove everything in her way. Mel thinks that at least he helped Clara get out of this place, but now a new question stands before him: what to do with Mariana, since no conversation with her brings any result. If Musashi tries to repeat the girl's technique, the forces will be equal, but it may cost him his mind. Nervous, he shouts to Sylphie, warning that it is very dangerous here, and advises her to hide. Inside, doubts gnaw at him. Does he have enough skill to resist? Suddenly, at the decisive moment, a stranger approaches them and addresses Sylphie as Lady. Mel-Laylat immediately looks at her data. The girl's name is Lissarat Kivel. She is a guardian of the kingdom of Philionese and travels together with Musashi Kaido. Although Lissarat constantly cries, a smile remains on her face and her cheeks are flushed with a blush. Sylphie, a little uncertainly, asks Lisa if they have met before. At that very moment, Lisa's face contorts with horror. She again addresses Sylphie, calling her mistress, and sincerely wonders why the girl does not recognize her. Mel does not hold back emotions and begins to shout, insisting that Sophie immediately go with her. Ta already wants to say something in response, but Lisa does not let him utter a word. She confidently takes Sylphie's side and points her weapon directly at the boy. Lisa is convinced that he is involved in the death of the priest and Musashi's defeat. Meanwhile, Melee loudly declares that he is fine and asks Sylphie to leave this place together with Miss Lyserot. Sylphie agrees as he decided so. Lisa cautiously thinks, is this man really an enemy and how does he know her name? Melly notices the pistol in Lisa's hands and immediately guesses that she was the one who shot earlier. Marion suddenly explodes with anger and begins to shout. Melee Ludus Tornin immediately realizes that things are becoming truly dangerous. Mariana rushes swiftly at Lisa with a sword at the ready. Lisa is just holding Mel at gunpoint, but suddenly turns her head at the noise. She is surprised, not understanding why Mariana is approaching her so quickly. We aim the pistol at Mariana and ask who she is. The girl suddenly pales with fear, but anger appears in her eyes. Lisa intervenes, trying to calm everyone and understand what exactly Mariana wants. However, at that moment, Mariana is seized by fierce determination. She is ready to rush into battle and deal with every enemy before her. Mal Leilut carefully watches the fight and suddenly realizes that Marianne is reacting specifically to the magic pistol. Frightened, he shouts to Lisa not to open fire, but to quickly throw away the weapon and run away from there. Lucy does not hear his words and immediately opens fire, warning everyone not to come closer. Mariana skillfully dodges the bullets, and Lisa looks confused. She cannot hit, although she does not understand why this is happening. Malaludo understands that thanks to her heavenly sight she can predict where the projectile will fly. At the same time, Lisa realizes, all this is in vain, all their efforts are meaningless. Suddenly turning around, she tightly embraces Sylphie, hoping at least to save Lady Sylphina. With a tremor in her voice, she asks her forgiveness, while Sylphie herself stands stunned by the unexpected act. Mel boldly steps forward. The young man spreads his arms wide, shielding the girls with his body to protect them from danger. At that moment, he realizes he can take the blow from Jinbu instead of them. Lisa turns around and looks at him in surprise, not understanding why he acted that way. Suddenly, Mary Ann began to tremble noticeably right in front of Mal Lalat, which greatly surprised the boy. In her eyes reflected a scene where he defends Lisa and Sylphie, and it seemed the girl was frozen in place, unable to move, while the young man strained to understand what had really happened. Mel Leilut watches what is happening with emotion, while at the same time Lisa and Sylphie look at each other confusedly, not understanding what is going on. Diving into the whirlpool of her thoughts, Marion suddenly realizes with anxiety that she does not want to wish death upon anyone. Realizing this, she firmly decides to hide the sword, feeling as if darkness is descending in her head and her mind is covered with fog, but Marion forces herself to gather strength and not let emotions win. Mel Leilut shouted to Lisa, ordering her to quickly grab Sylphie and run away. Ta firmly stands her ground and forbids being told what to do. She carefully covers Sylphie with her hands, then uses her ability, Cloak of Wind Spirits. Marion suddenly bursts out in rage. She sharply turns to Sylphie and Lisa, then swiftly rushes after them in pursuit. Mal just shrugs, confident that Marion ran in a completely different direction. Lisa frantically looks around, trying to find something useful, a pipe or sheaths, but in vain. Time is short, everything is happening too fast. And suddenly she stops, surprised by what she sees right in front of her. Mel crossed his arms on his chest and at that moment used Lisa's skill, quickly fired like a bullet. Mary Ann suddenly noticed a bullet fragment, shuddered, and quickly looked around. Lisa wondered if he could create the same magic bullet as she did, and without holding a weapon. At that moment, Sylphie does not hide her surprise. Mal-Lai-Liat addresses Mary Ann and warns her that he is her most dangerous enemy. Lisa cannot understand who this mysterious man is. Meanwhile, Marion, furious to the extreme, rushes at him with a scream. Malai-Liad shudders all over, trying not to reveal the pain in his hand. Although he managed to strengthen his defense with Genbu's armor, the sharp pain still does not let go. After the shot, deep, burning scratches remained on his forearm. Kaido ironically asks Mal if he is a fool sometimes. He says they need to run, there is no chance against her, and it is impossible to defeat the owner of the Heavenly Eyes in such a frantic state. Mal angrily asks what Kaido is even saying, but then seriously adds, actually, he would be glad to run away but cannot leave Marion in trouble. The young man showed true persistence and was very confident. Kaido noticed this and said that maybe the girl would come to her senses if he kissed her again. After all, in the famous fairy tale, it was the prince's kiss that awakened the beauty. After these words, the boy was a little confused and timidly asked if he could really do that. Sparks lit up in the boy's eyes as he thought about how to bring that unfortunate girl back from her angry state. Although he already knows her character well, the young man looks at her carefully, trying to understand her true essence even more. The young man looks carefully at the girl, overwhelmed by wild rage. Thanks to his special ability, he understands that only Mel Lute's kiss can stop her madness and restore her sanity. Mel Lute is confused and does not understand why her name was suddenly mentioned, but notices something important and no longer hesitates. Mariana attacks again. She boldly swung her sword and rushed forward. The boy holding the wounded samurai is torn between the desire to act quickly and the feeling of fear. The boy sharply throws Kido aside, and the man, seeing this, begins to shout, reproaching him for harsh treatment. At that moment, Marion suddenly attacks the place where the boy and Kido are. Kido falls headfirst, hits the ground, and writhes in pain, reproaching Mel for not being a little more careful. But the boy pays no attention to him. He is completely focused on his task. Malalay Lut carefully watches Marion and immediately notices that she is about to attack from an unexpected side. He miraculously manages to dodge the attack. The power of her gaze and wild rage make Marion extremely dangerous. Looking at the broken ground around, Malalay realizes, in a fit of anger, the girl really becomes invulnerable, and it is the desire to defeat evil that gives her strength. Looking at the girl, he sees that it is hard for her to stay calm, but she persistently controls her strength so as not to harm the people around her. Perhaps her power is as great as the power of the hero himself. A moment more and it seems Emirian is about to shout something after him, but suddenly Malai Lut turns to her, sincerely apologizing. Genuine disappointment and pangs of conscience are visible on his face. The young man catches Mariana's gaze, her eyes blaze with fury. Running his hand over his face, he decides to use his powers to learn everything about her, down to the smallest details. Detailed information about the girl appeared next to the boy. Having read this, he breathes out with relief and understands. Now his power equals Mariana's might. Finally, he has reached the level befitting a true hero. Mel Laylet runs with all his might to the place where the girl plunged the sword into the ground. Grasping the sword's hilt, he suddenly realizes it was Marion who should have been the first to take this weapon. The boy tries to pull out the sword, but no matter how much he tugs, the blade does not move at all. Some mysterious force holds the weapon so firmly that it only surprises him more. The boy still cannot believe what is happening. It seems to him that simply copying skills is not enough to get the sword. Despite his doubts, he still tries to gather all his strength and pull out the blade. At this time, Mariana is already preparing to attack somewhere nearby, and Mel understands this very clearly. Hatred burns in her eyes, and because of this Mel feels not just fear, but true terror. Mal Lelet remembered how the girl looked at him angrily and reproached him for rudeness, then said with pity that it was probably not easy for him. Now, holding the sword with firm resolve, he felt. It was time to act to help her come to her senses, but suddenly everything became much more serious than he expected. Taking a deep breath, the man finally calmed down, closed his eyes, and focused on the sword. The moment had come to carefully examine this weapon. The hero must deeply understand the essence of the sword, feel its character, and learn about its ancient past. Suddenly, an unfamiliar man appeared before him. Far ahead rose a mountain of monsters, and a mysterious figure in a long cloak firmly held a huge, shining sword at the ready. The young man looks around uncertainly, trying to figure out where he is and what this strange place is. Suddenly, the young boy sees the stranger and immediately recognizes the sword brightly shining in his hand. Various fragments of memories belonging to the sword itself quickly flash before his eyes. The main hero has gone through countless battles and great clashes on his path. Finally, he understands. His sword has always helped him defeat enemies and save many people. However, despite all these feats, the sword never became his true friend. Before his eyes appears Strago himself. Now it is clear, the only thing that accompanied him on this journey was the sword. It seemed to him that this man carried deep loneliness within himself. Ars Drago is an ordinary 24-year-old boy who earned the honorable title of hero. The road to battle was strewn with whole hordes of enemies, and behind him, a real mountain of defeated bodies had already grown. Cutting a path through thousands of demons, the young man did not stop for a moment and was ready to break even more enemies who stood before him. His mind and skill in sword fighting made the boy invincible. Finally, the brave one faced the dragon, a huge creature the size of a mountain that terrified with its very appearance. This monster seemed so gigantic that its shadow could hide entire cities, and its height was many times greater than that of the desperate young man himself. For 3 days and 3 nights the fierce battle lasted. The hero's courage did not yield to the furious strength of the dragon, but only when he called upon the gods for help did he manage to win. His sword fearlessly pierced the monster's skull and stopped the brutal fight. Even when the hero destroyed the monster's body, it did not help him break the enemy's soul. Only by gathering all his strength was he able to place a seal on it, but this victory brought him only new sufferings. Chaos dragged him into its depths and condemned him to eternal torment. The hero endured such torments that were impossible to overcome. When Arstragodel said this, it seemed as if he was giving away a part of his own soul. All the experiences and trials of the struggle left a deep mark on Mala's soul, although he felt them as if they had happened to him personally. The boy felt restrained anxiety, but a true hero stood before him. This is not a fiction at all. The dragon was actually defeated by the very man who now stands before the boy. If after death the soul really leaves the body, eternal suffering awaits a person from which it is impossible to escape. Strago asked if he realizes that the one who becomes the owner of this sword is doomed to a hard fate. The young man stands confidently, showing Mala the sword and making it clear how serious everything is. He asks if he can bear such responsibility, and if he feels he cannot cope, it is better to step aside right now. The man and the boy met eyes, each burned with determination, unwilling to yield to the other. The boy carefully touched the sword, as if seeking support in it, and confidently said that if fate is kind to him, he will live his life with dignity. Not knowing all the secrets of this world, he confidently pointed the sword at his opponent and directly asked, "So what will your answer be?" Malai Lut looks at the shining blade of his sword and confidently says that he can no longer retreat. Strago, without hesitation, says that such determination deserves respect and advises the boy to heed this advice and leave here. But Malalut immediately objects. He cannot do that. Strago is surprised and asks what makes the boy stay here. The young man says that he must get the sword and save Mariana. He is full of determination and does not hesitate in his actions. He frankly admits that he came here for his own reasons. Mellaylut anxiously asks if everything is really that bad, but then he smiles and assures that there is nothing terrible here. With closed eyes, he admits to himself, saving the world was only a pretext, because the real desire is the fascination with battle. Will he ever be able to deny this obvious truth? The man opens his eyes and admits that he is truly surprised. The guy can be honest with himself. Melee Lut looks at Strago with interest. After a moment of silence, Melee Lut is a little shy but still cautiously asks if he can ask him one question. Without losing a single moment, he asks if Ars Drago regrets anything. The man intently looks at his reflection in the polished steel of the sword. Someone asked if he had anything he regretted in his life. Ars Drago watched attentively, waiting for an answer. The young man thought briefly and frankly said that he indeed had things that troubled him, thus confirming his doubts. When asked if he can say he lived a full life, our fighter admits he wouldn't call it completely happy, but overall he is satisfied with what he experienced. Then Melee Lut clarifies, even if the road was hard. To this the hero answers, yes, because it was precisely his weaknesses that once allowed the young heroes to defeat and seal the fierce dragon. Maolai Lui cannot believe that such a famous hero turned out to be so weak. Looking more closely at his stats, he notices that almost all the S ratings have a minus sign, meaning this hero's strength barely reaches the level of other well-known characters. Suddenly, a table with various characteristics appears before his eyes. Melai Lute emphasizes that Drago's special power from R, known as Heavenly Eyes, is rated only as rank C. Mariana stands at a higher level, but even from her characteristics, it is clear that she is not so influential. Astrago turns to the boy and asks if he has visited Reddit. The young man does not hide the truth. He openly admits that he was learning about Astrago's features. He emphasizes that just reading is not enough. It will not help to defeat the dragon, for that one must also learn to cast a seal. Moreover, the very moment of meeting the dragon resembles death. The young man asks what then his trial means. Melee Lut considers such an assessment too harsh. Strago smiled mysteriously and advised the young man to first familiarize himself with it, and only then try to steal something. If he succeeded, it would be a true confirmation of his strength. Strago wanted this idea to become a real motivation for the boy, for he believed that one day the young man would be able to achieve even those feats that once belonged to the heroes of the past. Ars Drago says that the boy needs to read this book at least once, and even steal it to experience the curse himself. Melee Lut asks in surprise what exactly Ars means. He thinks it is about a dragon, then reminds. Didn't Ars himself say that the curse is really dangerous? Strago calms him down strictly, telling him to trust himself and his strength. Once Strago himself barely survived a fight with this terrible creature, it seemed impossible to win. Even the famous hero at that time felt the same. But think, what if there had been not one hero, but two? The melee conqueror asks in surprise, hearing Straga suggest that there might be two heroes here at once. He is amazed, hearing the question about the meaning of the spoken words. Strag says thoughtfully and seriously that from now on their paths will diverge, so they should say goodbye with the word shavant. Finally, Mele Ludu hears an important piece of advice from him, to especially beware of fairies. The boy does not understand what the strategos is talking about and asks if the same sword was made by the fairies. The man replies that these creatures do not help them, but neither do they feud with humans, so the boy can safely use their power. Finally, it is time to say goodbye. Ars Drago says it is time to go, but before that he wants to say a few more words to the boy. He hands him the sword and seriously asks, "Are you really ready to take this sword?" The young man confidently takes the sword from Strago's hands. His gaze is full of determination. He promises that he will definitely be able to draw this blade. Strago explains that his mind works faster, but that does not mean one can relax when he draws the sword. The young warrior realizes with surprise that he is already holding the weapon, hears the mentor's words, and silently nods in agreement. The hero adds, whether the youth wishes it or not, very soon fate will fall upon him, which he will not be able to change. His attempts to fight the inevitable will be a hard trial, and this burden will be almost unbearable. A difficult and harsh test awaits the future chosen one. He must become so strong as to break free from the captivity of harsh fate himself. Strago speaks very seriously, trying to convey all the important details to the boy. Mele Ludu does not yet know what awaits ahead, but he has decided to deal with problems as they arise, because he fears pain the most. Mal grips the sword in his hands and listens carefully to every word of Strago. Strago quietly smiles to himself, thinking about how truly cheerful and carefree Mele Lud is. He sincerely admits that he envies the boy a little for his brave and cloudless outlook on the world. A light, relieved smile appears on Strago's lips, as if a heavy burden has just disappeared. But suddenly everything changes. Mal unexpectedly rises into the air, and his eyes fill with pure horror. Ars Drage gives the command to move forward, claiming that he now has divine eyes, even stronger than the stars of the heavens. Addressing Melaluda, he calls the youth the owner of these divine eyes. However, the boy himself, having taken the sword and risen into the air, does not understand what divine eyes are meant and why he was called that. Arstraget tells the boy that only he possesses a special power in this whole world. That is why it gave him the rare X rank. Mele Ludu does not understand who is being talked about, but Arstraget mysteriously adds, "Her name is known to all, although no one has yet seen her true face." She continues to smile while Mal almost leaves from there. Strago continues to talk about her, but the boy barely perceives the last words. Suddenly sparks appear before his eyes, and everything around is flooded with dazzling light. At this moment, Stragos declares herself a true goddess and promises to become the protector of humanity. Some time passed, and Mele Lut finally returns to the real world. How much courage he gathered within himself to finally pull the hero's sword from the stone. Marion and Keto suddenly froze, unable to take their eyes off what they saw. Their surprise was written on their faces. Meanwhile, Sylphie, Lisa, and Clara, hiding in the bushes, carefully observed everything that was happening. The square quickly filled with people. They were attracted by a loud rumble, and confused, they hurriedly tried to find out what had happened. As soon as Mel Leluit pulled the sword from the stone, his thoughts were enveloped in a dense fog. Before him appeared the weapon of the legendary hero Arstrago. It was already in his hands. Mel himself stood on his feet, barely holding on after such an unexpected event. Suddenly Mauleluda felt a sharp, unbearable pain in his temples, as if his head was about to be split in two. His strength left him, and he sat on a stone because he could no longer stand. His whole body was subjected to convulsions, but even in this state, he did not let go of his sword. The boy remembered the words of our mentor. "Now we think quickly, but we must not relax, even if you already hold the sword in your hand." Mel immediately understood what Ars Drago was talking about. A sharp pain pierced his heart as if a knife was stuck there. Looking at Marion, he saw how the girl froze in shock and could not believe everything that was happening. Suddenly she gathered her strength, and her anger flared up with new power. Mele Lut realized that now everything depended only on him. He felt the moment had come when he needed to stop these wedding intentions. At this moment, the girl suddenly lunges forward and directs her sword at the boy. He did not lose composure, immediately takes a defensive position, ready to meet her attack. The young man suddenly crouched, and a moment later swiftly jumped up. Marianne froze in surprise, not expecting such a trick, and immediately stopped in place. Suddenly Male Lut appeared right before the girl's hands. His movement was so fast and unexpected that it was simply impossible to understand what would happen next. The young man could not believe his eyes when he suddenly noticed that his movements had become extraordinarily fast, like lightning. The boy did not even use any skill, but now moves even faster than with the technique Olengori. The youth is amazed and understands how big the difference is between rank S and rank. Right now, Mariana is desperately fighting with Mal. She tries to dodge his attacks, but the boy gives her no moment of peace, constantly attacking again and again. The young man used the special power of his hero's sword, and immediately a powerful effect appeared around him. At this very moment, the divine protection of the king of the Fae awakens. Mariana looks around confusedly and cannot understand what is happening. The girl attacks again and again, but the boy does not suffer at all. He is protected by the divine power of the Fairy King, which will last for another 15 seconds, during which he feels no pain. This is what true might and strength of a hero with a legendary sword in hand looks like. The boy resolutely grabs the sword and loudly calls Marianne. He holds the girl tightly to himself, not letting her go for a moment. Then he gently takes her face in his hands and asks her to come to her senses. The hero does not let her go, holding her in a tight embrace and pressing her even closer to himself. The young man suddenly embraces the girl and gently kisses her, causing her to drop the sword out of confusion. Marianne's eyes open wide, and she suddenly throws her sword aside. The spectators fell silent with surprise, and the enraged Sylphie only trembles with anger. Lizzie is completely confused and cannot understand what is happening. The Sylphs barely hold back their emotions. Their feelings are about to burst out. Lisa paces back and forth, not knowing where to put herself from anxiety. Meanwhile, an invisible wall seems to arise between Melilot and Mariana, and they are drifting further and further apart. The girl gradually regains consciousness and begins to recover. The boy's face turns red with shame, but gathering courage, he still asks her for forgiveness. The girl suddenly stumbles, and her legs seem to give way. She almost falls. Mal Liuyui suddenly realizes she has regained her peace. She looks around confusedly and sees Mal Lilut in front of her. The boy breathes awkwardly and shyly looks away. Suddenly, Mal Lilut uses his spiritual patron's power and begins to rise into the air. Mariana attracts his attention. The girl looks confused, watches the young man, and still cannot recover from everything that has happened. She does not understand at all what is happening around her now. The boy was climbing up, and his eyes stopped on the crowd gathered below. People gathered around and watched attentively the boy holding the shining hero's sword. The boy noticed how many spectators had gathered and decisively waved his hands. His body smoothly rose into the air. He called Clara to come closer. The girl immediately ran out of the bushes and, without hesitation, rushed to meet him. The girl gently hugs the boy, pressing even closer to him. Clara shared that she was afraid like never before and was sure she would not survive. She trembled with fear, but the boy only smiled gently at her and promised that nothing bad would happen to them now. The girl leaned toward the boy, boldly stuck out her tongue and licked his skin. The boy asked in surprise why she did that. Clara admits that when she gets scared, she uses this method to calm down. The girl confessed that she does this when she is happy. At that time, Lisa and Sylvie were watching her closely. Sylvie blushed with shame, and Lisa cast looks of disgust at the girl. Melee Lut says he wants to talk about something important. He asks Lisa to go with him to a place where no one can hear their conversation and invites her to follow him. After a brief hesitation, the girl confidently says that she understands everything. She follows cautiously, holding Sylphie's hand gently, and walks behind Mel, who is tenderly carrying Clara in her arms. Mariana froze on the ground, shocked at how Mal Lut and the others quickly disappeared into the sky. Her cheeks were burning, her arms spread out to the sides, and the sword lay nearby. She barely opened her mouth in surprise, feeling her heart pounding wildly in her chest. She took the first kiss as an accident. In her imagination, a scene appeared, Mel looking surprised, and next to him a confused Leluda, and suddenly he rushes to help her, saving her. The second time he pressed her cheeks even more confidently, pulling her closer to himself, closing his eyes. She lightly touched his lips and gently whispered his name, Mel. He continued to watch the sky, surprised and dreamy, while her heart beat faster and faster, unable to calm down from excitement. Gosif, with frightened eyes and sweat running down his forehead, quickly ran up to her and anxiously asked if she was okay. His question, spoken in an unusual tone, made her shudder and unexpectedly blush. The ghost suddenly stops, opens his mouth in confusion, and raises his eyebrows, realizing his rudeness. He awkwardly apologizes for his sharpness, stammers a little, and asks if he hurt her. She calmly smiles and replies that she is fine, just feeling a little tired. Mariana became embarrassed. Her gaze fell downward. She timidly admits that it was because of her that everyone had to go through many difficulties. The girl feels heavy and sad in her heart. She understands that she has done something unforgivable. Coming to her senses, she instantly gets up and immediately asks the man if anyone was hurt. Gasif explains that only one bounty hunter was injured. Mariana says that this bounty hunter was the cause of all the chaos. She asks Gazi to take him with them and interrogate him. Gazi silently nods, showing that he understood the order, and immediately goes to carry out the task. Mariana K. Sale. She sighs with relief, grateful to the heavens that everything ended well, no one was hurt, everyone remained alive. After all, it could have been different, and even she could have been in danger. The last time something similar happened, the girl lost control over herself, confident in her own strength and uniqueness. Now her face is full of sadness, and in her eyes, deep sorrow. Her cheeks blushed again, and her fingers touched her lips by themselves. She lowered her eyes, thinking only about the fact that it was he who stopped her. Justard Gosif notes that this guy, Mel Lalut, did something completely unacceptable, and the girl just shrugs indifferently, as if such trifles are not worth attention. She awkwardly moves her hands, her cheeks turn red, and she tries to brush it off, saying it's nothing important, just a few kisses. The girl nervously clasps her hands on her chest and begins to worry. At this moment, Gosif explains that he was talking about the hero's sword. Shame can be heard in her voice, that is what upset her so much. Gosif explains, the hero's sword was not just a weapon, but a true national relic, and when it was lost, the whole country plunged into sorrow. People look at the huge stone, where this legendary sword was once hidden. Mariana says that the guy managed to get the sword because he turned out to be worthy. She adds that anyone could have tried their strength, so blaming him for it is unfair. Gosif admits that Mariana is right in some ways, but emphasizes, you cannot just take the sword from a public place. There is a special procedure for this, and all the rules are clearly written on the tombstone. Mariana asks if this can be considered theft because, in her opinion, the inscription says, if you can, take it. Soldiers approach the samurai and rudely lead him away, ignoring his indignation. He reminds them that his arm is broken, asks them to be more careful. At this moment, Marianne appears. She confidently declares that she takes full responsibility. It was because of her that the city ended up in danger, so now she will have to solve the problem. The girl suddenly realizes what she has done, and from the feeling of guilt, her heart fills with pain. Gosif asks again in surprise if the girl is really sure about what she said. She calmly smiles and says she does not need any leniency. Mary Ann looks at Gosif with a gentle, trusting smile. At this moment, a car is rushing down the road at high speed. Lisa, with lowered eyes and despair on her face, quietly looks down at her feet. Sunny Clara joyfully notices a roadside inn on the way. She has the thought, here one can make a stop, rest, and finally talk calmly, enjoying the coziness of this place. When Sulfina Estwalania gently holds his hand, Lisa begins to wonder whether Lady Sulfina's relationship with him is too close. Malailut notices this look and involuntarily wonders. What could such a strange, even slightly scary smile mean? Before the hero stretches an endless expanse. Clara's stomach growls loudly, she is clearly hungry. The girl sighs and holds her stomach, feeling true despair. A wave of disappointment covers her, but Maulailai only smiles warmly and suggests the girls look for food together. Lisa talks with a soldier against the background of general bustle. At this moment, Malailut approaches her and suggests eating first. Suddenly, the girl turns to the young man with a question. Does he understand that she became interested in where he got her name from? The stranger suddenly remembers that she has not yet named her own name. She looks at the boy with slight contempt. Melulai Lyat only awkwardly smiles in response and says that he will explain everything a little later. Hearing this, the girl sighs irritably. Sit at the table, juicy meat and fresh, colorful vegetables are already on the tablecloth. Melalut notes that one should not spend too much, but adds, since today she behaved well, a real celebration awaits Clara. Clara feels sincere joy and glows with happiness. Lisa was still sitting in her place, with the same dissatisfied expression on her face. Sulfina Estfalania gazes enchantedly at the delicious dish before her. She hears nothing around, her entire attention is fixed on the lunch. Beside her, Melee Lut is confused, not understanding why everyone is looking at him, and slightly nervous, wipes sweat from his temples, trying to maintain a smile. The man invites Lisa to join the feast and not to worry, but she declines with a slight smile, explaining that she will refrain from eating for now. The girl looks at the boy with obvious contempt, and he only smiles back confusedly. At that moment, Sulfina speaks to Philania, who, smiling sincerely, assures Lisa that tasting dishes together is much more fun, and even the food seems tastier. Lisa's cheeks flushed, she looks happy and a little confused. The girl agrees, saying that since Lady Sulfina Estwalania decided so herself, there is no reason to object. Mel Laylut notices that Lisa has changed her attitude towards him, but he cannot understand why, after all, he seems to have done nothing wrong. Some time passed, everyone sat down at the table and started eating. Suddenly the boy notices something strange. Right in front of him, Sulfina Estvalania is savoring the dish with such pleasure that it is hard to look away. But suddenly Lisa cannot hold back and starts to cry. She has become as vulnerable and tender as never before. Clara anxiously asks the girl if she is okay and what happened. Lisa only sighs with relief and says how glad she is about the return of Lady Sylphina Estvalania, her joy so overwhelming that tears appear in her eyes, and she cannot hide her excitement. For Lisa, Sylphina Estvalania is like an angel and a whole world. Melly Lut together with Sylphina carefully watch Lisa, not hiding their admiration and amazement. The girl recalls how it was difficult for her to learn magic, spells did not work, and classmates constantly mocked her. She did not have outstanding abilities, but even then the mentor misses. Sylphina Estvalania decided to ask the mother goddess for advice. Eventually Lisa became a guard, and Lady Sylphina helped her pass all the trials. Even now tears still shine in Lisa's eyes. When she found out that Mrs. Sylphina Estvalania had disappeared, her heart filled with deep, anxious unrest. The girl wipes her tears with her hands, trying to hold back joyful emotions. After all, her mistress has finally been found. Sylphina Estvalania and Mal Laelis warmly smile at each other, and a gentle blush appears on Sylphina's face. Lisa, a little shy, apologizes and decides to introduce herself. The girl bowed deeply and introduced herself as the guardian of the Kingdom of Philly, but then immediately asked to be called simply Lisa. Malai Lut politely bows, smiles, and says he is glad to meet them. Then he delicately points to Clara, introducing her to everyone. Suddenly his face changes. He looks irritated at the girl, who disliked her mannered and whimsical pose that she took before him. Sylphina Estvalania briefly introduced herself as Sylphie, explaining that it was easier for her that way. When she is criticized for being too informal, she just shrugs indifferently. For her, the past is an empty place, and all these royal traditions are completely unfamiliar to her. The girl sincerely says that this is exactly why she wants to become Lisa's friend. She looks at her attentively and silently waits to see if Lisa will agree to such friendship. Lisa cannot hold back her emotions and almost shouts that she cannot be against it. Seeing this, Sylphina Estvalania confidently nods, supporting the decision. She extends her hand and says with a smile, "Now we are friends." Lisa, genuinely surprised, confidently says she understood her interlocutor and firmly shakes her hand. In response, the girl is a little confused. Meanwhile, Mal Lelius also decides to introduce himself. He winks and extends his hand to the girl, saying with a smile, "I am Mal Lelius, but you can just call me Mal." The girl turns to Mal with cold seriousness and calmly says she will not shake his hand in return. In the shared bath, Sylvie, Clara, and Lisa relax in the warm water. Clara happily splashes her hands, raising silvery waves around her. Lisa wipes Sylphie's back and complains that there is little space, asking Clara to wait a little. But Clara, unable to contain her joy, does not wait and happily joins her friends. Lisa and Sylvia look at Clara in confusion. Their faces express genuine surprise, and their mouths are involuntarily open in astonishment. Casting a glance at herself and comparing her slender figure with Clara's beautiful curves, Lisa felt slight irritation. She turned away, frowning offendedly, and angrily muttered that size is far from the most important thing. Sophie looked at her in surprise. Clara notices that having voluptuous forms is not as much an advantage as it seems. It is more of a burden. Deep down, she even envies her friends a little, but later they suspect, is Clara actually joking with them? Maybe there is subtle sarcasm hidden in her words. Clara asks in surprise why such large forms are needed. Sophie also does not know what to say and looks at Lisa, hoping to hear the answer from her. But Lisa becomes embarrassed by the direct question, her cheeks flushing with a blush. She says that she probably wants most of all to have a child from someone she truly loves. Clara listens to her attentively and nods sympathetically. Lisa adds that she is still unsure about her feelings and has not yet made a final decision. Clara confidently says she is ready for anything to stay close to her brother. Lisa and Sylphie look at her in surprise. Besides this, she promised to do the same for Lisa and Sylphie. Lisa smiles embarrassedly and says, "So that's how it is." At this moment, Sylphie is so excited that she is trembling. Suddenly, she gathers courage and shouts loudly, "If it's about a child, then there must be a wedding too." Her scream breaks the silence. "You have no right to marry Mel." Leluda and Clara sigh with relief. It means she will stay in the family. Sylphie, smiling, jokes, "If there is no wedding, then no child from you is to be expected either." And then, a little confused, she asks, "Is it really possible to have a child without being married?" However, from excitement and shame, the words freeze on her lips. Malalay Lut stands by the window and attentively watches what is happening outside. Voices are quietly talking behind the door, and he listens to these voices. The boy's cheeks are covered with a light blush. He is very curious about what is being discussed, and it does not let him rest. His face shows excitement, as if he is holding his breath waiting for something important. Despite this, Malale looks calm and even somewhat carefree, continuing to gaze into the distance outside the window. The glance briefly stops on the sword. He turns around and looks closely at the cold gleam of the blade. In the boy's memory, a conversation about a terrible dragon came alive. Somewhere out there, in the distance, it was still alive. From these thoughts, his eyes filled with sadness. The boy leaned against the windowsill and thought, if there really are dragons in this world, maybe it's worth trying to get to know the world better to understand and learn more about the dragon. Consciousness gradually returns to him. He watches as Lisa, thoughtfully looking at the girls, tells them that it is time to grow up. Clara first pouts and offendedly insists that everything be explained to her, what exactly and why. What they saw shocked the three friends. Mel froze with his mouth wide open, dark circles appeared under his eyes, and blood slowly flowed from his nose. The girls instantly noticed that Mel had a nosebleed. Lisa wondered if he had changed after what he heard. Perhaps that was why he suddenly had a nosebleed. Mal Lalat, noticing this, loudly declared that everything was not like that at all, although in fact he had managed to overhear their conversation. Sulfina Estvalania ran up to him with a worried look and asked if he was all right. Mal Lalat hurriedly wiped his nose and assured her that nothing serious had happened. Malay Lyat admits that he once really wanted to learn about the evil dragon sealed somewhere in this world, but to do so, he had to spend a lot of effort and energy. Lisa, intrigued by the story, asked how exactly one could read the evil dragon, and in response, Malay Lyat promised to tell her about his special ability as soon as she dries her hair. Lisa started talking about the skill of evaluation and admitted with surprise that she was hearing about the X rank for the first time, even she had never encountered it before. Malay Lut, smiling thoughtfully, suggested that if he managed to read the world itself, he might discover something new about the dragon as well. Hearing this, Lisa looked at him suspiciously. Melali Lut said that finding out this information was not easy at all. He had to strain himself a lot, and his body couldn't handle it. That's why, as Lisa explained, he had a nosebleed. Mal Lilut says that without intervention the dragon will wake up only in 16 years. Lisa thinks and replies, it seems there is still a lot of time, but if someone tries to hasten the awakening, the dragon may return even tomorrow. Melilut admits that he knows only one thing. If he becomes stronger and trains his body, he might be able to better understand the situation around him and make the right decisions. Lisa advises him not to delay, but to start training. On Malaya Luta's face, clear displeasure is visible. Lisa notices his mood and teasingly remarks that it seems he is not at all happy about the upcoming training and already suspects how difficult it will be. Slightly embarrassed, Lisa asks if he really is a hero and managed to seize the legendary sword, then what abilities does he possess? Testing his abilities, the hero notices with surprise that they have become much stronger. Comparing to what was before, he finally understands. His development cannot go unnoticed. Most facts that previously seemed negative now appear positive. He thinks that improving his abilities is very difficult. Even to move from level E to level D, you need to train for at least a whole year. Suddenly the words of the wise Strago come to mind. If you managed, it means you are truly strong. This thought kindles a new flame inside, giving strength and confidence to move forward. Melleluda notes that there was so much information about assessment skills that he did not even bother to read everything in detail. When the boy decides to share his thoughts, the girls immediately pay attention to him and listen carefully to everything he says. He finds out that any achievements, whether material things, spiritual knowledge, or magical powers, if obtained through theft, can enhance his attributes. In other words, when he steals something, he gains some experience. For example, if a rank D hero and a rank S hero do the same thing, such as reading the same books, they will still gain different amounts of experience. He is suddenly overcome with the understanding. Very soon he will become much stronger. He learns that all the knowledge, skill, and experience stored in this object will be added to his own abilities. Everything achieved by previous owners does not disappear, but accumulates along with new acquisitions. Even if he takes some skills from someone, it does not displace his own abilities. Everything combines and intertwines, transforming his characteristics into much more powerful ones than before. He shares his discovery with everyone. If you not only gain the hero's power, but also understand who the hero really is, you can unite these two forces within yourself. Now going into battle with the dragon, he feels the might of two heroes in his body. When heroes act together, the balance of power in battle changes beyond recognition. At that moment, a girl with long hair approached the grand house and persistently asked to be let in to talk, but a rough voice of the owner sounded from behind the door. He shouted for her to go away and called her a walking disaster. The girlish voice trembles and turns into a scream. She desperately asks what she did to deserve such treatment. Behind the door, a rough male voice is heard sharply ordering her to be silent. The woman swears that she will lay a terrible curse. The girl enters a dark and foggy dungeon. From early childhood, Mari Anvardemian was not like the others. At 7 years old, she dreamed of becoming a knight. This dream was serious and sincere for her, and no one around allowed themselves to laugh or doubt that the girl could possess such strength. After all, Mari's faith was unwavering. Everyone expected something special from her, as it became known even before the blessing ceremony that this girl possessed an extraordinarily rare and perfectly suitable power. She possesses a unique power known as Berserk. His abilities became very useful in combat operations, and everyone called her the eighth wonder of the world. By the age of 15, the girl already had a unique gift that fate itself singled her out among others. It seemed even the gods favored her, but this happiness did not last long. The warrior collapsed in helplessness right on the battlefield, his body cut and covered with many wounds. A young daredevil with a brave heart throws herself into a fierce battle with a tiger. Sparks almost fly in the air from this clash. Her sword pierces his body with the speed of lightning. The heroine is full of excitement, her eyes burning with delight. The man at this moment does not hide his surprise. He is struck by the girl's strength, and at the same time he feels fear before her. The girl finishes the battle by delivering the final blow and defeats the monster. She was kneeling right in the middle of a bloody puddle, motionless and surrounded by eerie silence. No one could have imagined that the berserk mode could change a person so much. The girl was only 9 years old when an event happened to her that forever changed her fate. Although the battle ended in victory, it was later understood her power is more dangerous than magical monsters. Because of this, she was kept under house arrest for 6 years. Thanks to her heavenly sight, she felt true freedom, as if she had become the true heir of the hero's will. But even so, she could not restrain herself and again succumbed to berserk madness, putting the lives of everyone around her at risk. Kido, finding herself behind bars, admits that it was her actions that led to such an end. She recalled how at the age of 9 she defeated a saber-toothed tiger. Those memories made her feel fear of cats again, and now she cannot explain these emotions to herself. The hero notices that the girl also differs by genuine sincerity. Kando notices that the girl is very frank, but thinks maybe everything she says is just a way to calm herself. She is assured that she understands this perfectly. But because of her small mistake, someone could have been seriously hurt. Kido agreed with her words, admitting that he actually got injured. The girl immediately asked if he himself was to blame for it. A slight smile appears on Kido's lips. Mariana notices this and reminds him that he was the one who attacked first and in response got a broken arm. Now Kido understands he has been exposed. He insists that he only wanted to catch the cruel killer of the Holy Father. Mariana notes that witnesses think otherwise. They saw him appear after he eavesdropped on their conversation, hiding in the darkness. Kaido insists that it was not like that and claims they simply misunderstood him. A silence fell. Kido spoke thoughtfully, trying to recall the name of that boy. Mariana's cheeks reddened with shame. Kido cannot believe his eyes. What incredible strength is needed to pull out the hero's sword. Mariana smiles and agrees with him, sharing his amazement. She notices that he pulled out the sword exactly as needed, and with a smile asks if he is offended. After all, everyone thought that she, as the heir of the hero's will, should be the one to draw this blade. She wondered if these words really touched her soul. The girl understands that becoming the heir of the hero's will is a great honor, but at the same time, a heavy burden that not everyone can bear. She lowers her eyes and admits, it is because of her that he is forced to carry this burden. It's a pity that I didn't draw the sword earlier. Kido widens his eyes in surprise. He did not expect to meet her in this place at all. He smiled with a barely noticeable irony and said, I wonder who she wants to deceive. Probably she didn't even have the strength to get this sword. Kido thinks about what to do now. The girl says that she was accepted into the central link of the night only with the promise not to fall into a berserker state anymore. Now she is definitely threatened with expulsion. However, she is already internally ready to accept her punishment. She admits that she failed to become a heroine, so it seems she will have to sit under house arrest again. Although she understands well what is happening, she still cannot help but ask this question. He asks if she wants to return to the Knights. She refuses and instead asks for permission to find him and get the task to bring the hero back. The hero's sword is the true pride of their country, and the power it possesses is important for the entire people. Kaido heard this and joked with a smile that the interlocutor takes everything too seriously, and Kaido does not like such people. Miriam ironically apologizes to him, but he replies that he does not like that. As he put it himself, this is a completely different matter. Kaido notes that such a reason is not convincing enough and insists, Now you have to say what you really want. The man asks why she is looking for his traces and what prompted her to do so. Could she be so interested in both the legendary hero's sword and the hero himself? All the moments I spent with Mio come to mind. The girl tightly closed her eyes, grabbed his hand, and screamed with all her might. She confessed that for the first time in her life, her heart trembled because of love for him. Mel is slowly walking along the forest path when suddenly he hears some unusual sounds. He looks around and asks Clara what she is doing. At that moment, the girl is diligently digging in the ground as if she wants to find or unearth something. The girl explains that she was just attending to her own matters, trying to behave properly and not leave traces. Mel apologizes if he said something offensive, but asks her to choose her words more carefully in the future and not use awkward expressions. Clara suddenly makes strange, choking sounds as if she is about to vomit. Mel immediately becomes alert, feeling that something is about to happen. When the last sob echoes, he anxiously asks if Clara is really feeling unwell. His anxiety does not leave him. Is everything okay with Clara? Clara tries to calm him down, explaining that there is no reason to worry. Cats often vomit. It is quite normal for them. Mel thinks, maybe she is really a cat, not a tiger. In response to his request to decide who she is, a human or a tiger, the girl cheerfully raises her hands and exclaims passionately, she is half tigress and therefore still a human. Familiar sounds are heard again and fear grips him. Could she be vomiting again? Cats often do that. Indeed, it seems there is more cat in her than human, isn't that so? While everyone was enjoying the delicious food, Lisa suddenly asked about his future intentions. This question caught Sophie by surprise, and she looked at him in astonishment. Malai asks for some time to think while carefully examining and choosing the tastiest bread. She does not intend to delve deeply into thoughts. Everything valuable remained in the city where the hero died, and now she has to buy everything from scratch. She admits to herself that she always acts according to her mood, and aloud she adds that her real plans are much bigger than just a trip to the store. Maulelud asks if she plans to go to the land of elves, because she was entrusted with returning Sulfina Estvalania home, but Lisa replies that Sulfina Estvalania remembers nothing about her past. She is firmly convinced that first and foremost, Sylphin Estvalania's lost memories must be returned. Molai Lut asked if it would be better to deal with this after returning to the elven lands. Then he clarified if this meant the girl needed to regain her memories before setting off to the elves. She agreed it seemed that was exactly what needed to be done. Then Lisa turned to Sophie and asked if she had ever heard a divine voice. Sophie looked at Lisa confusedly, as if she did not understand what was being talked about at all, and asked what that was. A shadow of sadness appears on Lisa's face. She admits she was prepared for such a turn of events. But then, looking directly at Sylphie, she confidently says, as a priestess of light, she no longer possesses her power. However, Lisa emphasizes that only she is given to see divine revelations. When she received the divine revelation, she set out in search of a hero who could fulfill this important mission. She took only a small group of companions with her. Melee Lut asked if this was kept secret. She confirmed. Even the closest people did not know about the need for a hero. If the truth were revealed, chaos would begin in the world, and it would be impossible to find the true chosen one. Mel-Lelut nods in agreement, and the girl quietly sets off on her way. But suddenly she is stopped by the legendary bandit, Gagliois himself, who stands in her path. She asks if he knows the reason why Sulfina Estvalania lost her memory. He replies that it seems Sulfina drank some strange elixir, and now she is afflicted by the curse of forgetfulness. Lisa pondered and said that to lift the curse from the mind, a very experienced sorcerer is needed. Malelut asks to wait a little. He wants to explore the whole world to find a sorcerer who can complete this task. Suddenly, a strong wind rises. Lisa watches him with interest and wonders if his nose will bleed again. She is worried if he is okay. Meanwhile, Clara calmly enjoys her lunch, not worrying about anything. Mel tells Leluit that a few days' walk from here, there is a town where a witch lives who is perfect for us. However, this woman is already quite old. Lisa sincerely thanks God, filling her words with deep gratitude. Melee Lut suggests going there by cart, but Lisa says that first she needs to stop by one place. While Lisa talks to someone nearby, they stand together on the stairs in front of the entrance. Mel Lelut watches this, wondering if these people are Lisa's friends. Overcoming the noise around, she catches part of the conversation where Lisa confidently says, Sulfina Est Felonia lost her memory, but she will definitely be able to regain it. She enthusiastically shares that she met a true hero, and her friend immediately notices how handsome he is. She would very much like to travel together with this hero. Both ask to report this news to their country. A self-satisfied smile appeared on Maulai Lut's face. He no longer doubts his cleverness. Even without the ability to evaluate anything, he immediately understood what was going on. Talking about Sulfina est Felania, Mao gladly announces, the heir of the heroic will has been found, and now he can report it. Returning home, his confidence in his own mind remains unshakable. However, his arrogance greatly irritates Liza. She only thinks, what do these strange smiles mean? Finally, they found themselves in a cart moving towards an unknown village. Suddenly, a storm began, and no one was visible around, only empty streets covered with thick dark clouds. Question arises in the mind, is there anyone here? Malele Lut notices vague human silhouettes in the twilight. It seems someone is hiding in this building. Sulfina Estvalania hesitates, wondering why no one has reacted to their appearance yet. The wind tirelessly wanders between the half-ruined walls, and Malai Luth realizes, before him are the remains of a once glorious city. Among the debris, he sees a man carefully moving from one door to another, as if searching for something very important. The hero looks at this scene in shock, not believing his eyes. She hurriedly runs through the corridors, knocking on every door, asking to open and at least listen to her, then moves on, hoping to find someone who will hear her. Visius notices something strange. Cries come from the house. The girl is being driven out, insulted, called the source of disease. People accuse her that because of her grandmother, the city lost peace and calm. Angry, the girl loudly replies that she is not the cause of the plague. The young girl cannot hold back and starts shouting, assuring that the grandmother is not to blame, only the ruler is guilty. An irritated voice responds from the house, not allowing all the blame to be placed on him. The girl trembled with fear and decided to cast a curse on the person who said these words. Mal Laylut discovers the truth. Her real name is Nainali Zeta, and she is the granddaughter of a real witch. A voice came from the house asking, what is she even capable of? She was rudely called clumsy, and these words made Nainali shudder from head to toe. She looks around awkwardly and explains, all this confusion happens not because of her awkwardness. In fact, the curse always returns to the one who created it, so she is afraid to use such magic. Deciding to seek happiness in another house, she moves forward but suddenly stops. Seeing Mel, she looks around cautiously and asks fearfully who he is. The girl stretches out her hand with spread fingers, threatens to cast a curse again, and insists on being told who they really are. At that moment, Malai Lut finally realizes, before him is a very difficult and dangerous girl. He advises her to first listen to everything they want to say. She is very nervous, so her hands shake as she pours tea for the guests and invites them to help themselves, and she quickly runs away from everyone and hides in the farthest corner of the room. The girl is still trembling and quietly asks what they need. Mao Lilut replies that they came to ask her grandmother to lift the curse. Thinking about how to lift the curse, the girl bitterly admits that her grandmother is not nearby now. When asked when she will return, she only shrugs. Maybe her grandmother will never return at all. Tears appear in the girl's eyes because, according to rumors, her grandmother is accused of casting the curse of decline on the whole city. But the girl is sure her grandmother is not involved, and she is suspected mistakenly. She told that one day government officials came to them and took her grandmother to prison. Maybe she will never be able to return home. Although all the problems arose because of the ruler's wrong decisions, the responsibility was placed on the grandmother. Lisa only sighs, watching the girl cry incessantly. This happens often here. In this world, many rulers always try to shift their mistakes onto evil or incomprehensible forces. She regrets with sadness in her voice that she ended up in captivity, and now does not know how they will manage to lift the curse from Selfie. Clara looks at everyone with sympathy, then turns her attention to Nainali, who is still crying. Then she decisively tells the team that this grandmother must be saved at any cost. Tears on Nainali's face soon dried, and she confidently raised her head. Sulfina est Felonia, speaking indignantly, admitted that she was also tired of enduring baseless accusations against the innocent. Mel is full of confidence, but understands that everything around carries danger and can lead to pain and losses for many people. Others constantly come to him for advice, as if seeking a way to avoid trouble, yet the feeling of anxiety never leaves Mel for a moment. The girl nods, confidently saying that they will definitely save her grandmother, and the boy adds that he will do everything possible to make everyone happy. In the evening, everyone goes out together onto the rocky outcrop. Here, hidden from strangers' eyes by the wind spirits, they rise into the sky, holding on to each other like a friendly flock of birds. Nainali is overwhelmed by fear, and she exclaims that the height is too great. They quietly descend to the balcony to the master. The guards notice nothing. An anxious silence reigns in the corridor. Every step of Melee Lut and Anali immediately draws the attention of everyone around. Melee Lut notices a soldier who looks exhausted and is constantly fighting sleep. Anali, however, quickly strides forward, searching for her grandmother and paying no attention to others. Suddenly, the soldier swiftly grabs Anali by the elbow, presses her against the wall, and covers her mouth with his hand to prevent her from screaming, forcing her to wait silently. Her cheeks are covered with a gentle blush, and she sighs softly, pressing her palm to her lips. Mali Lut looks around and sees that the soldier has already disappeared, having gone off in another direction. Finally, he takes his hand away from her mouth and hurriedly begins to apologize, assuring that it all happened unintentionally. He listens carefully to her thoughts and finds out. The girl considers him insolent, even thinks about casting a curse, and is completely confused, not understanding how to behave further. When the company descended the stairs, they saw several doors, and by one of them stood a solitary guard. Melly thought in surprise, could grandmother really be here? She felt relieved because only one sentinel stood in their way. The guard can barely stand on his feet, and his eyes are already closing from lack of sleep. Malala briefly thought, maybe this is a good opportunity to attack. Drawing the sword from its sheath, he decided first to find out what condition Drigo was in, the hero whose powers are imprisoned inside the blade. Everything around the guard suddenly changes. Everything happens so fast that he cannot comprehend anything. Suddenly, very quietly, Maulelut appears behind him. Maulelut decisively strikes the enemy on the neck with his elbow, and he immediately loses consciousness. Checking his condition, Maulelut finds a key, then carefully lays the unconscious man down to make it look like he is just sleeping. With the key in hand, Maulelut opens the door without hesitation and behaves as if he is the master here. In the dark chamber, Nainali sees her grandmother, who immediately recognizes her. The surprised elderly woman asks why her granddaughter ended up here, and Nainali explains she came to save her, to which the grandmother reminds her that she had ordered Nainali to leave the city. When Maulailayat opened the dungeon door, Nainali, unable to hold back tears, immediately threw herself into her grandmother's arms. Clara, Sulfana Estfalania, and Maulailayat himself stopped at the entrance, watching this poignant reunion. The grandmother looked carefully at the newcomers and curiously asked who they were to her granddaughter. Malailut states her name and begins to explain why they are here. They came to free her because they believe she is the one who can lift the curse of oblivion. The grandmother looks at them warily and asks suspiciously, if they help such a criminal escape, won't they end up in prison themselves? Ninali tries her best to convince her grandmother of her innocence, shouting and begging, but the old woman only raises her hand, asking her to stop and be silent. In her eyes is cold determination. She shifts her stern gaze to Sylphanesta Philania and almost immediately makes her decision. This little elf is under a terrible curse. Looking intently at the elf, the old woman quietly says that now everything has become clear to her. Grandmother gently hugs Nainali, looks her in the eyes, and assures her, if they help her get out of this place, she will free her granddaughter from the curse. In return, she only asks for freedom. The girls' faces lit up with joy, all sincerely thanked her. Only Mel Lelet remained reserved and silent, attentively observing the moods of others. A suggestion sounds to leave here as soon as possible. At that moment, Mel Lelet cautiously breaks the silence and asks if she may ask one question. Everyone looks at her in surprise, and grandmother calmly waits for someone to ask her something. Malay Lut asks Zeta why she cursed this city. Safina Estvalania looks intently at the stunned Malin. Everyone understands that it was Zeta who cursed the city, but the ruler, unaware of the true reason, blamed her for everything. Her desire to be caught turned into a curse for the whole city, although she herself did not even suspect it. She asked if he had told everything, but Ali cried again and began to shout that grandmother was not to blame for anything. Annoyed, grandmother ordered her to be silent once more and reminded her that she had asked to be quiet at least for a short time. Malay Lut watched everything that was happening and realized, grandmother has great power. Zada looks him in the eyes intently and asks insistently, and how can you prove your words? Well understanding that this grandmother would never want to see the truth, he notices. She tries to blame only the ruler and the townspeople for the city's demise. She planned everything so that at the moment the verdict is announced, she could shout, they condemned an innocent. In this way, she wanted to curse those who accuse her. Mel Laylut sadly looked down. Suddenly, Ramathir Zeta asks in surprise what happened here and why everyone is silent. She spreads her hands and says with confusion that she did nothing wrong. Her granddaughter immediately defends the grandmother. But the main problem is that even if she is helped now and released, Zeta will deliberately allow herself to be caught again. So the time has come to finally deal with this situation. Malay Lut directly asks, will she continue to pretend to be innocent? If she does not confess to the deed, then suspicion will fall on Nainali. He decided this because Nainali's skill is a rare and very powerful curse. Seeing that the grandmother's skill is much weaker than that of her granddaughters, it is easy to understand why people suspect her of sending a curse on the city. The grandmother laughed and said that everyone in the town knows well, Nali can never do magic. Ninali smiles sadly. Melee Lut recalls how she was often reproached for clumsiness, but she is wary of cursing anyone because she knows well, an enchanted boomerang always flies back to the one who threw it. Zeta, whenever the opportunity arose, warned Nainali about the dangers of curses. She repeated these warnings both in the city and far beyond its borders. Nainali was so frightened by talks about magic or curses that she was even afraid to try magic. Therefore, none of the townspeople suspected her special abilities. Malaluid addressed a question to Zeta. This is what she was aiming for. She herself was convinced that Nainali does not use witchcraft, although the girl really has a talent for magic. Rama only guesses and asks, and praise for him is something foreign. It is easier for him to notice something stinging. She does not understand witchcraft at all, and therefore is sure one does not need to be a witch. She often said that she did not know how to cast curses, but only to lift them. Yet even so, people constantly came to her and begged her to bring misfortune upon someone else. After the tragic death of Annalie's parents in an accident, she was left all alone in the city. Now the girl had to take care of herself and heal her wounds. The city had long since rotted from within. Distrust and suspicion ruled its streets. The locals did not believe that Annalie possessed witchcraft, but only whispered that she brought misfortune and curses with her. The rumors spread so much that even the local ruler once decided to turn to her for help. Malailut asks the girl why she cast a curse on the city. She calmly denies it. She did nothing of the sort. Malai does not back down. If she dislikes this city so much, why has she not left it yet? When the grandmother fell silent, Malai answered for her. She explained that they could not leave because Nainali did not want to abandon the city where her parents were buried. The girl looked at her grandmother with curiosity, but the grandmother only lowered her eyes, avoiding her granddaughter's gaze. Malailut explained that this was exactly the reason for the city's decline. When the city emptied and living in it became impossible, Nainali had no choice but to agree to relocate. Nainali turns to her grandmother, who looks at her attentively with sadness in her eyes. The grandmother notes that perhaps Mel and Lut's rating is quite high, and adds, he understood everything properly. Suddenly, the grandmother hugged her granddaughter's hand, began to cry, and confessed that she never wanted her to end up in this city. She always dreamed that she could live in a peaceful and foreign city, where she would be just an ordinary person, unnoticed by anyone, but despair so filled her soul that she lost her sanity. Once she promised herself that she would never curse anyone, but in the end, she could not hold back and destroyed everything. Nainali insists that it is not her fault. The grandmother thanks her for the support and admits. It was she who cast the curse on this town, and now she will have to bear this burden herself. Natalia cried even more. She admitted that she was wrong. The city was not cursed at all, because it was she who managed to lift the spell from it. The grandmother looks at her with surprise. Mel Lalut asks if someone can secretly cast a curse on the whole city, can it also be secretly lifted? She is told that yes, it is indeed possible. Nainali sincerely admits that she secretly lifted the curse from her grandmother. She feels anxious because if her grandmother finds out the truth, she might do something rash. The grandmother looks at Nainali in confusion, shocked by her words, and tries to find an answer. The nanny confessed that she was scared, but she knew well where to go after all. She always watched her carefully. Although the girl was scared, she always watched her grandmother when she lifted the curse. Frozen with excitement, she could not take her eyes off and did not miss a single ritual. I watched every move of hers with admiration, marveling at the witch whom I liked so incredibly much. She admits that the only thing she really knows how to do is lift curses. She apologizes because she hid this only because she loves her grandmother very much and dreams that she will always be near. Tears appear in the grandmother's eyes. Mal Lelit tells that thanks to Nainali, the curse did not have time to affect the city, so no one was harmed. Then they ask why the city fell into decline. He answers that, as Nainali said, the ruler is to blame for everything. Feeling that something is being hidden, the hero decides to carefully read the city once more to learn the whole truth about the ruler. He understands. He needs to concentrate because the truth must be revealed right now. The atmosphere became tense. Everyone waited anxiously for the events. Mel Ilut no longer hides his feelings and directly calls someone a scoundrel. The ruler, who dreamed of getting rich and getting rid of rivals with the help of a curse, ordered the young couple to bring him the famous witch. However, they firmly refused to do so. Then the ruler, consumed by rage, cunningly trapped them and took their lives, blaming it all on an accident. However, the sorceress honestly said that she was unable to cast curses because she mistakenly thought she had lost her magical power. The authorities believed her and no longer bothered her. Later, when she realized that curses did not affect enemies, she decided not to delay. She began eliminating them one by one, each time justifying it as a mere accident. After a long journey, he managed to rise to the highest power in these lands, but after a few years, his strength began to weaken. Feeling danger, the ruler decided to find the culprit and blamed the sorceress for all the troubles. He told the people that all misfortunes were supposedly caused by the terrible moment when the old witch cast a curse on the city. Malai cast a gloomy look at the crowd and his eyes flashed coldly. He turned without emotion, saying he was leaving. As always, everyone rushed after him, eagerly asking where he was going. Stopping, he calmly replied over his shoulder that he was going to teach one scoundrel a lesson. Maliliut leisurely walks through the corridors of the building, ignoring the guards. They shout and try to stop him, but rush after him. The guards hurry to inform others where he is heading and decide to surround the uninvited guest. Sulfina Iastifalania watches everything anxiously, worrying that nothing will happen to him. Lisa and Nainali stand nearby, both tense and clearly concerned about what is happening. Grandmother asks in surprise if he really intends to go to Gyuda Borvo. Nainali adds with interest. Does he even know where exactly to look for him, since the castle is very large? Malalat silently gestures for everyone to follow him. He asks everyone to be careful and not to be seen by the guards. Sulfina Iastifalania tries to find out what his plan is. Malilas decided to make as much noise as possible, but the guards are already on alert. Escape is impossible, the trap has closed. Behind metal bars and in front, guards stand in a tight wall. The ruler of Gyut Borval himself appears before him. He quickly read what was written with his abilities and, smiling cheerfully, asked how he managed to get here. At that moment, Mal Lelet begins to think about how to lure Gyut Borval outside. He warns that he will cruelly punish the guards later. The other guards are so frightened by these words that they cannot hide their fear. At that moment, Mel Lelet asks if he is the ruler of this territory, and the ruler looks at her in surprise. Could it be that she really recognized him? With a smile on his face, he confidently declares, there is no need to be surprised, because these are his lands, and he is the master here, Gutborval. In his thoughts, Malai Lut notes that he is a very unpleasant person. Malai Lut looks at him with a penetrating gaze and solemnly says, he has come to stop his dark deeds once and for all. A shadow of surprise flashed in the man's eyes, and he asked what exactly had just been said. Malai Lut calmly replied, you deprived political opponents and innocent people of life, making everyone believe that these were just accidents. The ruler was confused and asked to explain how such a thing could even be said. Malalus without hesitation admits, he gained his power by killing everyone he did not like. 7 years ago, when the snow was falling, he personally killed Nainali's parents to lure the witch Zeta to this city. The girls cannot come to terms with this terrible truth, and Nainali is especially stunned. Her grandmother, frozen with horror, stands like a statue, and fear is held in her eyes. The ruler, rapidly losing self-control, shouts that this is complete nonsense. His face is covered with sweat. What will he answer to prove his innocence? Malai Luth calmly replies that he can see pictures of the past. The ruler angrily exclaims that this is all untrue and just slander. But Mel Laylet calmly reminds, last winter, 2 years ago, it was he who, ignoring the protests of the locals, ordered the mountain to be counted in the same way. Mal Laylet told that a rock collapse occurred. He immediately reported this to the capital and blamed all his deceased political enemies. Barely holding back tears, Nainali puts her hands to her lips to hide her despair. Her grandmother stands nearby and looks at all this with a contemptuous and angry gaze. Malai Lut hesitates and asks if he should reveal the whole truth about himself to them. He takes out a sword and solemnly promises to answer for all his actions. Then he says that he will spend the next days in prison, waiting for representatives of the authorities. The ruler still had not calmed down and began to thunder even louder. The guards were sure that anything could be expected from Huda. For them, such a prank was not surprising at all. On the contrary, they would be surprised if he did not do something like that, because it is very typical of his behavior. They are protesting not personally against the ruler, but against the power he embodies. This is the hardest to accept. Meanwhile, he does not hesitate for a second. He suddenly grabs and orders the guard not to stand idly by, but to immediately catch that brave one. However, his impulsive movements look comical due to his short stature, and now he rather resembles an angry child. Malai Lut felt that everything would end exactly like this, long before it happened. The blade of his sword no longer rests on any material. He firmly grips the weapon in one hand, and in the other holds an object resembling a scabbard. In his thoughts, the hero hesitates. Is it time to act only with force? Malai Lut watches this with surprise. The atmosphere is tense. Someone is quickly approaching. A man with thick mustaches, a scarred face, and a bandaged head angrily asks why everyone is standing like they are rooted to the spot. Could they really be afraid of a child? The ruler explodes with rage. These people have finally arrived, but where have they been all this time? Next to the stranger with a stern expression stands an armored warrior who suddenly begins to make strange sounds resembling a baby's babble. The man notices that his brother should have worn armor, and it seems those awkward sounds he makes confirm this. The ruler irritably points a finger at Mel and immediately orders to deal with him, but adds that the boy should not be killed. He wants to interrogate him himself. The man tries to convince Mal to listen. Everyone who was crying just a moment ago immediately falls silent as soon as they see them, but he does not manage to finish. Suddenly Mal hits him hard, and he falls to the ground. His friend in armor calls out to his brother, shouting at him. Another armored warrior decisively rushes forward, but he is unlucky. Mal easily strikes him with a blow to the stomach. The opponent only groans in pain, unable to say a word. The ruler was seized by a strong tremor. He did not understand how it happened that everyone around had fainted. The brave warrior with a scar, bandaged head, and lush mustaches also lay unconscious. His comrade in armor, clutching his stomach from sharp pain, fell to his knees before Malalut. Malari Lyat insists once again, everyone must confess their faults and then silently wait until they are taken to the dungeons. The grandmother looks straight ahead, filled with unbreakable determination. Ninali froze in surprise, not believing what was happening now. The ruler chokes with anger, not understanding who dared to speak so confidently, as if they had witnessed every moment. Drops of sweat slowly roll down his forehead, and his gaze becomes increasingly sharp. Mal confidently says that Mother Earth sees the very essence of the world. His eyes, in which the effect of a special skill is still visible, flash with determination. The ruler is confident that he can communicate with gods and the souls of the dead, and wonders if he is a medium. The face of Paranisha tenses with irritation. Mel is amazed. Could he really have been mistaken for another seer again? After all, the ruler only smiles mockingly, as if agreeing with this assumption. Lisa gently strokes Sulfi's ears, and at that moment, Malalit notices how Sulfi's and Estfalania's ears amusingly twitch up and down. He cannot hide his smile, thinking how cute they are right now. He reaches out his hand and touches Sylphie's ear, causing the girl to recoil in fear and scream. Lisa immediately stands up for her and demands an explanation with indignation as to why he acted that way. Mal Lai Lut apologizes, sincerely admitting that he simply really liked the cute ears of Sylph and Estfalania. Sulfina Espalania's cheeks turn red when she shyly admits that she doesn't mind if he touches her. Lisa immediately bursts out in anger, and Sulfina herself barely restrains her shame, as if she is about to burn from it. Lisa, bursting into a cry, resolutely declared that she would not allow anyone to do this, not even to approach her, let alone touch her. Since then, she took even more care of Sylphie, protecting her attentively. The ruler says he can talk to gods and the souls of the dead. With curiosity, he asks if that person also has the ability to be a mediator between worlds. Mellalif silently looks, raising his eyebrows in surprise, as if wanting to ask what else he could have been wrong about. The ruler only smiles ironically in response, thinking to himself, well, if so, then so be it. Mel Ilias reads the ruler's thoughts and learns that he received a mysterious potion from a little man in a black cloak. The stranger promised that if you drink this brew, you can become the strongest in the world. The guards exchange surprised glances. Melee Lut cannot understand what his enemy is planning, but suddenly a revelation appears in his eyes, and his face is distorted by fear. His gaze stops on the potion. In the vial swirls the miasma of an evil dragon. This liquid was made from the hot blood of a still-living monster, so the will of the dragon itself is hidden in the brew. If you pour this potion on yourself, you can gain not only the strength of a true hero, but also catch the dangerous curse of chaos. A special property of this potion is a limited ability called Curse of Chaos. If someone drinks the potion, they will be able to use all the hero skills mastered by the evil dragon. But along with this, the dragon will receive all the power, and the human body will become only a tool in its hands. Reflecting, Molly Lut understands. Even if the potion grants unusual power, who would want to give their body into the hands of an evil dragon and condemn themselves to endless torment? The ruler announces that the moment has come to use this thing. Mal Lut notes that although the item indeed exists, the ruler himself has no idea what this might lead to. Malai Lut decided, before using the elixir, it must be well hidden. He goes to the ruler, but the bottle accidentally breaks in his hand. This arouses Lut's suspicion. What if the vessel cracked on its own, without anyone's fault? The potion rapidly pours onto the ruler, and he suddenly lets out a scream. His voice is filled with pain and despair. He pleadingly asks to be freed from this torment. Maulelu is gripped by horror as he thinks about what is happening inside Gyut. Suddenly, a scream from Sulfina Est Felania rings out. Her voice snaps Mao out of his stupor. She pleadingly asks him to stop and not read the forbidden. Mao suddenly looks around, stunned by her unexpected exclamation. Sulfina Estfalania warns, chaos has already penetrated him. As soon as he reads this, he will be completely overwhelmed by it. Malai cannot hide his curiosity and asks who this mysterious woman is. Lisa looks around in confusion. Sulfina Estfalania was just nearby, but now there is no trace of her. A look of surprise also appears on Clara's face. At first, Molly Lutt notices that Sulfina Estfalania is under the influence of Mother Earth. Initially, he thinks she has come under someone's control, but with surprise realizes the spirit of Mother Earth itself has possessed Sulfina. She insists that there is no time for explanations and asks him to focus on what is happening right now. Malilet asks if it is possible to view only his status without skills. He is told that this is entirely possible. New powers open before him. A special ability allows significantly increasing the defense of both himself and all equipment. This skill has already reached the highest level. If an enemy attacks physically but their strength is lower than the level of this ability, the hero will receive no damage at all. If the opponent is stronger, the damage dealt will be less. It all depends on the difference in levels. There is also another unique possibility, a dash that adds tremendous speed forward and enhances the strike upon collision. But there is a downside. Due to the curse of chaos, the hero will constantly suffer from pain, and it is impossible to avoid this torment. Feeling incredible power within himself, Malai Lut begins to believe in his own invincibility. The potion has given him new might, comparable to that of a hero. But now his soul and body are engulfed by the poison of chaos due to the skill curse of chaos, which turned out to be too dangerous for him. He is exhausted to the limit, and the feeling of longing only deepens. Everything that previously defined Malai disappears. He is replaced by the traits of the heroic protector Galen Hardy's, who is now driven by only one desire, to mercilessly destroy all living things that cross his path. Safina Estvalania compares his current state to a hero swallowed by a black dragon. The mind remains clear, but the body no longer obeys him. Malaluth pondered, if he reads this, along with the new skill, a curse will also fall upon him. He cannot decide whether to risk it for new power, as it may be very dangerous. When he looks at Sulfina, a gleam of contempt appears in her eyes. She sternly orders him to stop reading immediately. Melilut believes she is not strong enough. However, such insecurity is more typical of Sylphie, who, although not a goddess, still possesses magic far more powerful than Lutz. In the mind of Fina Estvalania, many bold thoughts swarm. As soon as she mastered a foreign mind, she realized that her true self is not at all like his or her imagination. Even more, she feels like a complete opposite to both of them. According to Molly Lute, if the goddess managed to capture his mind, it indicates that he is capable of understanding her nature. Fina addressed Philania and said that she forbade him to read, and now he does not even have the courage to do anything. From all this, only a nosebleed will result. It is better to deal with the real problem that has long been waiting for a solution. Molly Lute perfectly understands before him stands a true goddess, full of self-confidence and great aspirations. However, she constantly only repeats, "Don't do that, leave it," and he has not heard any truly useful advice. After all, this body belongs to Sylphie, because this goddess has none of her own, so she should behave more modestly. Molly imagined a deity quite differently. He imagined how her gentle, supple body gives him warmth, and captivated by these thoughts, he did not even notice how he sincerely laughed. The fantasy seemed so real. Safina Estfalania irritably exclaims that the boy just thought something inappropriate. Although she can no longer read his thoughts now, his intentions are still visible from the emotions on his face, as if written in an open book. The ruler again transforms into a terrifying monster, screams in pain, and begs for salvation. Malai Lut thoughtfully watches all this, and realizes that it is time to face this monster face to face. The ruler is pierced by unbearable pain, and he screams loudly, enveloping everything around in panic. At this time, Malai Lut convulsively thinks about what to do next. The guards, frightened and confused, scatter in different directions. Malai Lut concludes, the ruler attacks everything that moves because he is programmed that way. Malai Lut loudly commands everyone to stand still. He warns, if anyone moves from their place, it will be a reason to attack them. The ruler casts a furious glance at one of the guards. The guard trembles with fear and begs not to come closer. The monster slowly approaches him, and the guard, overwhelmed by fear, begins to retreat backward. Molly Lut ordered the enemy to stand up, suddenly drew his sword, and swung it right at the shoulder. But to his surprise, the opponent did not even flinch. It turned out that he has a special power that makes the body stronger. Typical strikes with this weapon belong to the S rank, so usually their power equals the S level. However, the defense that Gouda can create is rated slightly lower. It has only an A level and still falls short of the attack power. So the damage is reduced by 20%. This calculation immediately worked in his favor. Thanks to his cunning, he easily defeats the monster, and there is nothing that could stop him. As soon as he manages to wound the enemy, the wound immediately disappears, and the opponent instantly goes on the offensive. He steps back a step and realizes, in hand-to-hand combat, there is almost no chance of victory. The knight in armor shouts to his brother, "Run," although the latter has not yet understood what is happening. Leloup realized that the situation had become truly dangerous. He gathered his willpower and decided to use the strongest magic of the hero Drigo, the lightning spell. He summoned lightning and created a magical barrier. This allowed him to repel the attack, which sincerely surprised Meli-Lut. The monster barely received any damage. The hero's shield reliably holds back the attack. However, even so he screams, as he still feels pain. The monster suddenly lunges at the armored knights, and with one strong blow knocks an unconscious man to the ground, pressing him along with the metal-clad body so hard that they both crash into the wall with a thud. In Meli-Lut's mind, the thought of the incredible power he is now witnessing does not cease. Foam drips from the monster's jaws, and Lut sadly realizes that the mind of this creature has completely darkened. The monster angrily attacks Leloup, but he dodges the attack in time. The enraged beast misses and crashes into the wall, leaving a huge hole there. Leloup quickly soars into the heights, glances back, and worries. Is everything all right with those who stayed? Safina Estfalania calmly stands guard, confidently protecting her friends, assuring that nothing threatens them. She admits that her divine power is not limitless, but promises to protect them. Yet even her might is not enough to protect everyone from this terrible blow of the enemy. Meli-Lut smiles, remembering Sylphie. He understands that if the monster suddenly attacks, escape will be impossible. After that, he cannot be saved. The hero's sword possesses a special power. It can make its owner invincible, but only once a day. Therefore, Meli-Lut needs to choose the best time to use this opportunity wisely. The monster attacks Malaya with fury, but the boy manages to jump back in time. Unexpectedly, he notices that his hands move even faster, and his strikes come from various, most unexpected directions. The monster completely lost its mind, but its movements became somehow icy and extremely graceful. Sylphina Estfalania watches them closely, not taking her eyes off. Meli-Lut attacks again, but each time he notices, his enemy hardly suffers, quickly heals wounds, and becomes more agile with every minute. Breathing became increasingly difficult, anxiety tightened the chest. The situation seemed hopeless. There was only defense left, as almost no strength remained. If this continued, breathing would finally fail, and then the enemy would deal not only with him, but with everyone nearby. Suddenly gathering his strength, he loudly addresses Lisa and asks her to throw him the Pheromone's potion. Genuine surprise appears on her face. Meli-Lut understands. He has nothing left. El tries with all his might to attack, but every attempt yields no result. The enemy hardly takes any damage and immediately recovers. With each passing minute, El realizes that causing even some harm becomes increasingly difficult. The chest convulsively rises with each heavy breath. In the head, there is only one anxiety: everything is going wrong. It is only necessary to hold the position, but if it continues like this, the strength will quickly run out. I will simply fall and become an easy target, putting others at risk as well. At that moment, he desperately asks Lisa to throw him the potion that will turn him into a pheromone, and the girl freezes in surprise. Meli-Lut realizes he has no other way left. Let's go back a little to the past. After a hard battle in the city where the hero died, Leloup turned to Lisa and asked what she would like to discuss. Her question sounded sharp. Why is he with Lady Sylphie? Wasn't it enough for him that he had already involved Musashi in this matter? Now the same happened with the Red Knight. Feeling tired, Meli-Lut asked to rest a little, but suddenly dropped to one knee. Lisa quickly took out a small bottle and handed it to him. Interested, he asked what it was. The girl explained that the bottle contained elven potion that immediately restores all strength, both physical and magical. When the boy read this, he was frankly surprised. The elixir cost a fortune, and he could not afford such luxury. In response came a confident statement. Yes, the price is considerable, but this is the second most powerful restorative drink after the goddess's elixir. She explained that this remedy can heal even the most severe wounds and removes all harmful effects. Malai opened his eyes wide, admiringly looking at the trophy, and could not help but express admiration. The potion really looked amazing. Lisa insisted that he try it right now, otherwise exhaustion after the battle might make itself known. When Malai began to object, Lisa confidently replied that after such a battle it was quite normal, since he had given all his strength to save Lady Sylphie. Tears glistened in her eyes as she sincerely thanked him. As a sign of gratitude, the girl handed him the elven potion. Mel told Leilu that he defended Sylvie only because he wanted to. He thanked her, then calmly raised his glass and took a sip. Unexpectedly, strength appeared in him. He took only one sip of the drink, and the fatigue immediately disappeared as if it had never been. He sincerely thanked the girl again, and in response heard that he could turn to her at any time, and she would gladly treat him again with this wonderful drink. Having expressed her question, she finally received the answers she had long awaited, but soon voices were heard in the air. Several people said there was no one here and decided to search somewhere else. Malalu hurriedly said that all details could be discussed later, and now the most important thing for them was to get out of this city as soon as possible. After returning to the fight with the monster, Lisa anxiously asks if he is injured and if everything is okay. Malalut quickly reassures her, saying that he is fine and insists they need to leave this place as soon as possible. She throws him a bottle with a potion, and he catches it midair, quickly thanking her for the support. At the same time, inside the monster, the shield-bearer Galen Gardes prepares to finish reading his spell. As soon as he finishes reading what is written, he feels something break inside. His body instantly changes, and a mad scream bursts from his lips. Sulfina est Felania cries out in despair, because this is exactly what she feared when she asked him not to read the text. The curse of chaos instantly engulfed Malalut, turning into thick, sticky mud, sharp, painful thorns, and burning lava that suddenly consumed everything around. The air gradually disappears, and inside everything seems to turn upside down, creating chaos in the chest. Every second feels like an endless chain of suffering, and the pain tears the body so intensely that the mind cannot endure and slips into the abyss of madness. He loudly declares that now is not the time to complain, confidently opens the vial of elixir, and drinks it all in one gulp. Inside, it feels like a fire explodes, pain pierces every particle of his body, but this time the suffering feels less unbearable. Now he is sure he definitely has enough strength to endure this pain for at least another 10 seconds. He rushed forward, unrestrained by courage, and decisively attacked the monster. Loudly shouting that this time he must have enough strength, the hero delivered a lightning-fast sword strike. The monster put up fierce resistance, but in the hero's hands was a special weapon that endowed him with unbreakable strength and granted invincibility. The monster roars fiercely in an unfamiliar language, and Mal Iluit notices that the pressure is now felt not only by him. Apparently, even the monster itself is in pain. The monster begins to quickly heal its wounds. Melee Lut immediately notices this and joyfully exclaims that this is exactly the reaction he expected. A bright lightning bolt tears through the sky, illuminating everything around with a dazzling glow. Malaliut, barely catching his breath, stands tired as the flash fades. A large chasm suddenly appears in the floor. The girl looks at the young man with hope. Sulfina Estvalania confidently states that everything from now on depends on him. Clara, with tears in her eyes, instantly runs up to him. Melee Lut is a bit confused but still forces a smile and says that victory is on his side. Melee Lat, falling on his back and feeling pain all over his body, mentally asks himself if this is his end. He anxiously fumbles in his pocket, barely catching his breath, and finally finds a vial of elixir. After the hero drank the elven potion, he immediately felt his strength return to him. However, deep in his soul, the illness still did not recede, leaving heaviness and discomfort in his body. He wondered whether the curse of chaos was involved in all this. He had never felt so bad before, and sincerely hoped that such a thing would never happen again. Safina Estvalania emphasizes that he will never change and has lost his mind again. She leans closer, smiling ironically, and says, "Just think, you yourself agreed to take on the curse of the terrible dragon." Malai notices something new with surprise and realizes that she had not paid attention to it before, but has her body really changed? It seems the changes occurred only in one part. She explains that she is the Mother Earth who descended from the heavens. To make her appearance somewhat resemble her true essence, she made a few small changes to her look. Mal Laylet says he perfectly understands what is being talked about and guesses the girl is worried about how she looks. Sulfina est Felania responds by calling him a true gentleman. She sits next to him, smiles, and jokingly calls him a smart one, offering to stroke his head. Her hand touches his hair, but the boy becomes embarrassed and asks her to stop. She admitted that it is no wonder he is called the hero of their time. It seems that he was the one who defeated Strago. He explains everything by the action of his powers, but inside he cannot get rid of a strange feeling. It was hard to understand whether it was a premonition or a sudden flash of thoughts, but a certainty appeared. If you listen to this impulse, everything will definitely get better. Sulfina Estvalania is amazed and asks whose eyes these are that can see the truth. Malai Lut appears nearby and also asks what kind of eyes these are and what their true essence is. She explains that divine eyes are a special power that belongs only to gods, and heavenly eyes are a gift that God can give to a person. The eyes of truth are a special skill that a person can learn on their own. It is this skill that helps to find the right path, using all their experience and knowledge. Safina Estvalania looks thoughtfully ahead, pondering whether she sees the true truth. At that moment, Malalut stands up and asks with curiosity what exactly is before them. She explains that divine sight is a special gift possessed only by gods, while heavenly sight is an ability granted by the Almighty to ordinary people. The eyes of truth are not just a special gift, but a skill that a person has acquired through their own work. Thanks to this skill, even when everything seems confusing, one can quickly find the best way out, relying on their own experience. He asked if Arstrago had the same ability and received confirmation. Mel Ilut smiled and admitted, "Now everything is clear. It's not about his tough character. The real talent belongs to Strago." Sulfina sternly addresses Felania, lightly taps him on the head, and wonders why he is so upset. She asks him to listen carefully to the end, while Melee Lut rubs his head and is surprised that the blow was not painful at all. Sulfina Est Felania says that Arstrigo actually had real eyes. He began using this power even when he himself did not yet know about his ability. Mala Lut says she remembers absolutely nothing. She's sure that in reality he simply did not understand what was happening to him. Only when he met Ars Drago, who had the same powers, did he realize that everything he did was guided by intuition. Safina Estvalania reminds him that every time life presented him with a challenge, he always knew how to find the best solution. For example, when Hejelwa wins, it will not be possible to immediately acquire a new skill. It takes time. But for him, everything felt different. As soon as he decided to defeat Hejelwa, using all the information received, he realized that attacking in response was only worth it when the forces fully returned. He knew his unique abilities perfectly and always used them to their full extent. During the battle with Musashi, as in other duels, he instantly found the best way to act. Such speed of thought is available only to true masters. She inspires him to be proud of himself because he is a true hero of his time. Malayev Lut never wanted to stand out among others, but in his heart, he always dreamed of something more. In his heart, the desire for a calm and peaceful life still lives, but harsh reality turned out to be much harder than he could imagine. However, he cannot say that he dislikes it. Thinking deeply, he asks himself why everything happens this way. Suddenly it dawns on him that being a reason for someone's pride is actually pleasant. An awkward smile appears on his face. Sulfina Est Falania notices that sometimes he behaves very foolishly, especially when there is no one nearby to admire. It seems he really allowed Lyra to get close to Mariana and even kiss her. Moreover, he carelessly used a magic orb. Sulfina Est Felonius admits that he really lacks experience, so he can do little now. At the same time, he asks to be more careful in the future. In his mind, Melee Lut reflects, this woman behaves as if she is very important, although what else could be expected from a goddess? Safina Estvalania announced that this is all for now, and it is time to move on to the main topic. She said that the evil dragon has already begun to act. This news stunned everyone in the hall. Sylphina Estelania says that her speech ends here, and it is time to move on to the most important. She adds that the evil dragon has already started its actions, and this news shocks all present. Their faces freeze in amazement. Lisa asks if the treacherous dragon has already started doing something, even while sealed. She has explained, the dragon itself has not moved yet, but acted through others, using intermediaries. It has not yet been determined who gave Gudabervilla the elixir with the miasmas of the evil dragon. Mel-Lilut thoughtfully wonders who exactly could have been this person. He says that outwardly it was a man in a black cloak, although he suggests that a woman could have been hiding under the cloak. If even the goddess could not find out who it was, then it is not surprising that Mel-Liliut also did not understand who was being talked about. Perhaps this unknown person is a true divine being. Mal-Leiluf said that the creature appeared simply from the wall and then disappeared into the floor, as if it had never been there. He learned about this from Huda. Sulfina Estvalania noted, if this creature really managed to cross the boundary, then even she cannot imagine who it could be among her acquaintances. She advised not to look for answers to this question for now. She understands that the most important thing now is that the dangerous dragon is hunting Mao himself. Mao looks at Sylphin Estvalania and recognizes in her the same Sylphie who once disliked Pepper. His face lights up with a smile, because it is the same familiar expression she had before. Mother Earth smiles and notices that this whole situation seems to bring him pleasure. He agrees without hesitation. It really is so. He admits that he sees prey in the opponent, although in reality he himself has become the target. Mother Earth nods with admiration, as she likes his courage. Mal turns to Leluda and asks what to do next. Maybe he should go in search of the evil dragon himself. Leluda replies that desperate bravery and senseless recklessness are completely different things. She sadly realizes that he still lacks strength. Until he matures, their possibilities will remain very limited. A thin smile appears on her lips, and she assures, if they are already together, she will teach him a few important things herself. Melilut trembles with fear and begs not to look so angrily while being in Sylphie's body. She is frightened and apologizes, fearing how he will react next. When Mal sees sadness on Sylphie's face, he immediately understands that he heard something unnecessary. Deep inside, a question arises. Could this proud goddess really apologize so easily? Malilayat says that for him, Sulfina Estvalania is the embodiment of healing. The same Sulfina insists, true rebirth is symbolized by Mother Earth. She claims that she knows the path to true strength and promises to show him the secret. There is nothing complicated in her advice, just to reread everything again and again, as long as there is strength. The young man thinks and asks if perhaps more attention should be paid to analyzing strong enemies. He recalls that he has already heard these words before. She irritably asks who said that. The boy replies that Ars Drago said it when reading the hero's sword. Her cheeks are blushing. She coughs and says that the black dragon might be plotting something again, so it is necessary to stay alert. Tense silence hung in the room. Malilut asks if she told everything she knows. The girl, barely holding back trembling, quietly replies that this is all the information. He thanks her but notes that her advice is too vague. Hearing this, the girl indignantly objects that her words are not ambiguous at all. She bursts out screaming and accuses him that he should not have told her this at all. After all, if he already learned everything from Arstrago, he could have pretended to hear it for the first time and just thanked her. For Malai Luff, it was a surprise that the goddess teaches him cunning and deceit. Mother Earth sadly says that it is hard for her to say goodbye, but the time has come for her to leave. She asks him to remove the curse from Sylphie as soon as possible, because without her memories, the girl will not be able to use the power of the Priestess of Light. When he was asked if he understood how to remove the curse, if he just closes his eyes, the boy blushed shyly and admitted that now everything became clear to him. Mother Earth says she has something else to say. She herself decided to merge with Sylphie's body, even when no one called her. Such an act of hers caused some harm to Sylphie, so everyone is worried about what will come of it next. The girl's eyes now shine with gold, and her appearance has become even more beautiful and refined. She looks at them with sincere curiosity, as if everything remained the same. At the same time, the screams of Malilut and Lisa were heard. They both could not believe what happened to their precious Sylphie. Lisa indignantly asked if the culprit understands what this could lead to, and Malilut demanded a sincere apology. After sincere apologies, the real Sulfina Estvalania finally regains consciousness. She is very weak, so she loses balance and falls, but Malai manages to catch her and holds her tightly in his arms. She immediately recognizes a familiar face. Melilut anxiously asks if she is okay if something hurts. The girl smiles uncertainly and reassures, everything is fine, just a little dizzy. She is offered to try the Pheromone's potion. She is surprised because she knows it is a very valuable thing. However, she is assured that there is no need to worry, everything is under control. Swallowing, she instantly jumps to her feet and exclaims with delight, "This is incredible." A wave of joy washes over her from head to toe. Clara said that Sylphina Estwalania has returned. Her power, as before, amazed everyone, but Sylphina herself looked anxious and uncertain. Grandmother sighs heavily and says that she will probably have to continue living in this world. Meanwhile, Nali, trembling all over, finally admits that she was very scared. Grem Oder asks Maulaila what she plans to do next, since she can lift the curse of oblivion at any moment. She asks if he realizes how all this might end. Ninali turns to grandmother and asks if something bad has happened. Everyone around freezes, watching the girl carefully and waiting for what she will say next. The Curse of Oblivion is one of the most dangerous spells, because even if it is broken, traces remain forever. The man struggles for a long time with the question of whether he should reveal this truth to her. Finally, he decides to talk to Sulphina Estvalania, asking her to listen carefully to everything he says. Although from the outside it may seem that he thinks only of himself and acts wrongly, in his soul he still relentlessly dreams of being sincere with her. He warns, as soon as the Curse of Oblivion is lifted, all memories that appeared during its effect will immediately disappear without a trace. In Sylphina Estvalania's gaze there is deep disappointment and bitter longing. Her eyes are filled with such hopeless sorrow, as if the whole world has long since been destroyed for her. The girl asks if this means that all memories of this year, of Mai Luda, and happy moments together will simply disappear. All her memories of conversations with Clara, Liza, grandmother, and Anali seem to have scattered and left her memory. People around look at her with sadness and pity, sympathizing with her situation. Malalut convinced her that everything would be exactly as she wanted, but Sulfina Estwalania did not agree. Such a fate did not suit her. In despair, she runs up to Malalut, grabs his shoulders tightly, and screams that she does not want to forget anything. The girl suddenly bursts into a scream, not understanding why she must forget everything. The boy calmly explains to her that she must choose, either to keep the memory of the curse or to leave only those memories related to the past, which once hid her true essence. Tears stream down Fina Estvalania's cheeks. She screams that she cannot accept this decision and absolutely does not want to lift the curse. She says that if someday she has to forget him, then perhaps it is better not to change anything at all. Hesitantly and with a slight fear, he utters her name. Pushing Sulfina Estvalania away, he firmly says that the moment has come to restore her memories. The girl shook her head fearfully, refusing to agree. Melilut recalls that she must remember everything: her mother, her native village, and her past. The most important thing for her is to become a priestess of light again. He reminds her that this is exactly what she wanted once before she forgot everything. Now tears shine in her eyes, and she does not look away from him. No one forced her. It was not a whim or a childish fancy. She herself, with dignity and confidence, decided to become a priestess of light. From early childhood, she accepted her fate. Filled with determination and ready even to sacrifice her life, she set out in search of the hero's new heir. Her secret desire does not give him peace, even if she herself does not notice it. So, carefully embracing the crying Sylphie by the shoulders, he is already preparing to say something. Unexpectedly, the voice of Grandma Zeta rings out. She sternly warns that no one should pressure her, as she wants to decide her own fate. Grandmother says that if you have already decided to remove the curse, then you cannot delay it. But why not return home first to calmly think everything over? The guards bow to them respectfully, take the wounded, and silently sit in the cart with everyone else. Sulfina Estvalania hides her face in her folded hands and quietly whispers that she does not want to forget what she has experienced. She is trembling all over with despair and tears, and Lut sadly watches this. Grandmother holds her in her arms and with tears in her eyes apologizes for not managing to feed her properly. At the family table, in a calm atmosphere, Lut sadly apologizes to his relatives, but they quickly stop him. They believe he is not to blame for what happened. On the contrary, to them he is a true hero who saved everyone. Lisa addresses Sulfina Estvalania and notices that she is eating a carrot. She is surprised because she remembers that Sulfina used to dislike this vegetable, but Sulfina quickly admits her tastes have not changed. She still finds carrots unpleasant. Lisa smiles and remembers how recently Mel Iluid confidently told her that her health was fine. Now Lisa cannot hide her delight and says, "You are a real champ." With sadness in his eyes, Lut lowered his gaze, and it was clear he was not happy. Slowly gathering himself, he said he would stay overnight in the wagon today, while Nainali tried to convince him that there was enough space for all 6 of them and no reason to worry. He blushes and says that he is still quite a boy, so sharing a bed with girls is a bit unusual for him. The boy suggests that he can sleep on the floor, although it would probably be more comfortable to stay overnight in the carriage. Sulfina Estvalania says she will go with him because she wants to stay close to Malum. They sit next to each other in the carriage and calmly spend time together, enjoying each other's presence. She quietly asks if he remembers what happened before. His eyes watch her attentively, and the girl recalls the moment they first met. 3 days had passed since the church took in a girl without memory under its roof. Her name was Sulfina Estvalania, but she knew nothing about herself. Despite this, Sulfina was good at reading and writing, and quickly figured out how the surrounding world worked. Beside her were 3 squirrels. They cheerfully gnawed on nuts and accompanied the girl in this unfamiliar life. She watched the bustling squirrels but could not remember who she really was. Her name, age, and any memories of relatives or her home were gone from her mind. Silence reigned by the door as the girl silently covered her face with her hands and hugged her knees to her chest. Besides everything else, communicating with the Holy Father and with the believers was very difficult for her. She herself could not explain why her soul felt so anxious. The squirrels paused for a moment and looked at her attentively, then quickly disappeared among the tree branches. When she opened her eyes, a flower suddenly appeared before her. Someone was extending this unknown gift to her. Mal Lelut appeared before her. He smiled kindly, gestured for the girl to come closer, and handed her a mysterious flower. Her hands tremble with fear, her eyes are about to fill with tears. He hesitantly asks, "Sophie, why are you looking at me like that?" He immediately began to apologize and assure her that he did not want to scare her, although this was a complete lie. In fact, that was exactly what he needed. However, he preferred to surprise her suddenly. Sulfina Estvalania cautiously pressed her back against the door and did not take her eyes off him. The boy, with feigned confidence, tells how the whole village laughed when he made funny faces. For children, such things always have a special meaning. Sulfina Estphalania is frightened to the core. She asks for forgiveness and anxiously inquires who stands before her. The stranger calmly replies, his name is Mel. The boy extends the flower to her and smiles warmly, confessing that he lives on the very edge of the village in complete solitude, but is sincerely glad to have met her. She was about to ask an important question when suddenly he himself asked if he could address her simply as Sylphie. In response, he allowed her to call him only Mel. Safina Estphalania approaches and asks if he has any business with her. In reply, she hears that there is nothing important. He just wanted to talk to someone during a short break at work. The girl admits that no one talks to her. She feels completely lonely. She lacks a person with whom she can speak openly. When her gaze stops on the flower garland, Lut notices the sadness in her eyes and immediately understands how hard it is for her. He smiles and suggests talking, asking if she has already managed to get to know the city well. Back then, she thought he was a carefree and cheerful boy, but he came to her every noon, bringing new stories and trying to cheer her up. Even when she met him coldly, he still persistently sought a way to lift her spirits. But suddenly the boy stopped coming. Playing with squirrels, the girl wondered, what if he never appears again? The little squirrel suddenly jumps and runs swiftly in an unknown direction. Rising, she notices how Melee looks around confusedly and searches for Sylphane's Philania, wondering where her friend has disappeared to. Suddenly she throws herself into his arms. He slowly raises his hand and notices how her body presses tightly against him. It seems even she herself did not expect such an impulse. Looking away, the girl firmly asserts that she was not happy to meet him, and his embrace was unpleasant to her, so he should not make up anything unnecessary. Meliluda begins to wonder if she is really offended. She admits that she no longer believed they would meet again, and he, hesitating a little, says that he really wanted to return earlier. The man explains that he could not come because colleagues noticed him secretly leaving work and gave him a strict reprimand. However, he still fulfilled his daily quota, tried not to disturb others, and always worked diligently. He gently takes her hand, and after 2 weeks of hard work, the long-awaited day off finally comes. He tenderly invites her to stay close, not to worry, and to be herself. She asks where they are going, and he only smiles mysteriously and says, there is one special place. She listens to him and notices that although his hand is rough, it is very warm. When Sulfina Estphalania arrived at the place, she could not take her eyes off the multicolored flowers surrounding her. Her companion asked if this beauty left such a strong impression on her. She admires the beauty around with delight, while he gathers flowers and says that with him one can speak sincerely, as if with a good friend. He asks the girl to wait a little, and he begins to weave a wreath from the flowers. After finishing, he gently places it on her head. Then he tells that recently her mother also made such a wreath. Finally, he announces, Sulfina Estphalania is already near. He gently places the wreath on her head and smilingly jokes that from now on she is a real princess. The girl looks at him in surprise and uncertainly touches the new decoration. The girl thinks, could it be that for the first time in 2 weeks, he took a day off just to spend this day with her? She begins to understand that for him she has always been special and he has always shown care for her. Despite all difficulties, the boy remained calm and confident. He always found the right words to encourage the girl. In response, she sincerely smiled and thanked him with all her heart. It seemed that nothing special had happened, yet in the usual grays of her days, a small but genuine spark of joy appeared. Each such moment was incredibly precious to her. That night she wished with all her heart that the happy days would never end. Remembering their carriage ride, when they silently sat side by side, Mulla Lut smiled, recalling the past, and sincerely wanted to lift her spirits. She grabbed his clothes, and when he turned around to call her, the girl came even closer and hugged him tightly. She admits that she would have preferred never to know this truth before, because if she had not known that one day he would disappear from her memories, she would not have had to endure such pain. Melee Lut apologizes to her. Sulfina Estphalania replies that there is no need to apologize. She confesses, even if she did not know the truth and the curse disappeared, deep inside her heart, a heavy longing would still remain. Malay Lut convinces her that he is ready to share any information she is interested in, even memories that have already vanished from her memory. He can restore thanks to his skill. Malay Lut will read them and tell her everything she wishes to know. He gently ran his hand through her hair and promised to reveal everything to her, even what she was supposed to forget. His face was lit up by a sincere smile. With excitement in her eyes, she addressed him, "Tell me everything." He only smiled in response and promised that no matter how she reacted, even if she hated him, he would still reveal the whole truth to her. The girl laughs cheerfully, agreeing that he is exactly like that. The young man responds with a friendly smile and promises to share everything with her, even if after hearing it she hates him. Her tears flow endlessly down her cheeks. Finally gathering courage, she closes her eyes and frankly confesses to him she loves him. Melilut looks at her with surprise, and the girl bows her head and quietly promises that she will never forget this. But a moment later she shouts across the room, assuring all of this will remain in her memory forever. Tears openly flow down her cheeks, and through sobbing she confesses, even if she forgets him and all their shared moments, what happened between them will forever remain in her heart. Even if she forgets everything that once was, her feelings for him will not disappear. Embracing, she gives free rein to her emotions, and even more abundant tears appear in her eyes. Mal notices with surprise how strong Lyot is, completely unlike himself. Hugging her, he sincerely confesses, "I love you very much too." For him, it was a real challenge to gather courage and confess his feelings to her. Outside, it was still gray twilight, and everything around was coming alive with the bustle of the morning city. Safina Estvalania says she wants Mal to take care of this matter. Nainali thoughtfully asks if he can lift the curse. The grandmother confidently adds that Mal will never look her in the eye again, although he could free her from the spells. What a noble soul he has. At first he reads Zeta, then asks Solfina Estvalania to close her eyes. Gently touching her forehead with 2 fingers, he utters a spell in an unfamiliar language. A mark lit up on her forehead, a special glow enveloped it. Malalu immediately understood that the curse was gone. Friends ask how she feels and if she remembers her name. Safina Estvalania curiously addresses Malalut, asking who he really is. A barely noticeable sad smile crosses his face, and in his thoughts he sighs. This is what it all led to. The pain was much stronger than he had hoped. Introducing himself, the boy catches the gaze of the girl who is looking attentively at Lisa and seems to finally recognize her. Now Sulfina Estvalania does not remember what happened in the past year. She recognizes only Lisa, and the rest seem like strangers to her. Melee Lut asks Lisa to tell Sulfina the whole truth. In a moment he is about to leave, stating that he will wait in the next room. But suddenly Sulfina Estvalania sneaks up from behind, hugs him by the neck, and holds him tightly. Surprised, he exclaims loudly. Everyone present looks at them with surprise. Among the crowd, an elderly woman stands out, proudly watching everything that is happening. At that moment, Sulfina Estvalania directly asks the stranger who he is. He convinces that he will soon reveal the whole truth to her. However, Sulfina Estvalania confidently states she does not know this man and does not remember ever meeting him or having any conversation with him, no matter what he says. Malilu repeatedly replayed the last sentence in her thoughts, trying to understand her feelings. She could not comprehend why her heart anxiously tightens when he turns away, why she does not want to release the embrace, as if afraid to lose him. Each time tears roll down her eyes by themselves, and he has already become a true treasure for her. In his thoughts, her words again echo that she will always remember their love, and he suddenly realizes she truly spoke from the heart. Having embraced Sulfina, he thinks with admiration about how amazing she is. Aloud, he sincerely tells her that she is very important to him. Suddenly, she opens her eyes and admits that she does not know the reasons, but if he says so, she believes him. Mel Laylat ponders. Before him is Sylphie, who seems not to remember him, Sylphie whose memory does not match his recollections. But for him, she will always remain the same Sylphie. At the wide table, covered with various delicious dishes and drinks, Malailut informs everyone, tomorrow they will set off on a journey. The soldiers were ordered to call the appraisers, so very soon it will become known that Zeta ended up in prison because of lies, and the real criminal was Gyuda. At the same time, no one could have thought that it was the grandmother who brought the curse upon the city. Only Nainali was able to lift it. The grandmother looked at him and said that besides him, there are others here as well. Malailut awkwardly laughed at her words. He addresses grandmother Zeta and reassures her she will not have to sit in prison. Nainali finally breathes a sigh of relief upon hearing these words. The grandmother quietly says that she already expected such a turn, so even if her secret is revealed, she will not be very upset. Nainali irritably shouts something to the grandmother, and around this everyone only smiles and exchanges mysterious glances. Zeta, with warmth in her voice, says she is very grateful to Melee Lut for everything he has done for them. She promises to do everything possible so that his efforts are not in vain. Malai Layat smiled broadly and said he did it simply because he wanted to. While Nainali was already beginning to express gratitude, Sylphie praised Philly. This moment immediately caught Malai Layat's attention. She smiles gently and sincerely thanks him, confessing that it was thanks to his help that they managed to get out of trouble. Melee Luth only laughs in response and modestly says it was a trifle. Ninali's cheeks were flushed, and her gaze was somewhat confused, but she could not take her eyes off Maulai Layu. Between them stood Sylphie S. Filionis, noticeably nervous, watching their every move, twisting nervously and constantly looking around. She is suddenly overwhelmed by a strange irritation. Her cheeks begin to blaze, and her lips involuntarily pout in offense. Upon parting, they sincerely thank Zeta and Nainali for their help and support, but in response, Zeta says that she should be the one thanking them. In this emotionally charged moment, Zeta confidently assures that everything will turn out well, yet still advises to remain cautious on the road. Mao accepts the loot with a light smile and thanks for it. In response, Sylphie, Est, and Philionis smile warmly at him. Meanwhile, Nainali, a little shy and clasping her hands, timidly approaches closer. She shyly looks away, trying to hide the sparkle of tears. Her cheeks flush with a blush, and her hesitant question barely rises from her lips. Will he return here? He promises to definitely stop by as soon as he finishes his business. At that very moment, Nainali gently takes his hand, with which he firmly holds the reins of the cart. She hugs his hand and with a smile says that she will always wait. Melee Lut awkwardly looks away, his cheeks blush, and he shyly replies that it all happened completely by accident. Melee Lut with firm confidence says that he will definitely come, while Sylvie Estfilianos just continues to look at him with offense in her eyes. When Nainali wanted to say something else, she suddenly stopped. Sylvie Estfilianos, whose face flashed with a jealous expression, tugged the rope and ordered him to set off immediately. Everyone disperses, and Sylphie Estfilianis proudly looks at Nainali, tightly embracing Malai Luda. The carriage drives away, and only Nainali and Zeta remain on the road. They stand together in the middle of the path. Nainali still watches him with slight embarrassment, and grandmother, seeing this, only smiles with understanding. Everything became clear, for before them is a true hero, the one who saved them, so there is nothing to be surprised about. She sighs and wonders if the day will ever come when Nainali will get married, and if she will live long enough to see her grandchildren. Nainali asks her grandmother what happened to her, but she only smiles and says that everything is fine. She just momentarily thought it would be wonderful to live in this world for a long time. The cart slowly rolls forward, and Sylphie Estfilianis, holding Malai Liat tightly in her arms, tries uncertainly to steer, but she doesn't succeed much. The cart remains in place. He turns to her and asks if she is not angry. The girl calmly and with dignity replies that she is not angry at all. Mel understands that it is enough to just use his ability to evaluate, and all the unknown will become clear. But fear prevails, and he decides to refrain from this step. For several days on the road together, he told Sylphie Estfilionis about what had happened to him over the past year. Sylphie listened attentively. No displeasure appeared on her face, only slight joy and a bit of sadness. His special ability to remember and recognize helped revive even those moments in memory that seemed already forgotten. For the first time, he realized how important and pleasant it was to have such a skill. The car moves relentlessly forward. Sylphie drives the car. Filigonist is almost falling asleep. Clara enjoys her food with pleasure, and Lisa slowly polishes the rifle with a cloth. Malai Lut notices something strange and immediately calls Sylphie Estfilianis. Sylphie wakes up with great difficulty. She looks tired and slightly swollen after a hard night. Rubbing her eyes, she tries to wake up completely. Malai Lut apologizes to her, asking if he disturbed her sleep. The girl admits that she really woke up because of him and asks where the thing she needs is. The boy calls her and with a mysterious voice says that he wants to show something. She immediately agrees and without hesitation follows him. 4 travelers were walking through a dense forest. Malai Lu gently held Sylphie Estfilianis' hand and warned her to be careful. There were many large stones lying on the road ahead. When they were walking together, Sophie held Philly's hand and finally dared to ask him about what had long troubled her. She mentally noticed that his palm seemed very strong, but at the same time it felt tender warmth. Walking along the road, she constantly thinks about Malai Liat. It turns out she knows almost nothing about him, but in her heart there is a strange feeling as if they have known each other for many years. When Mel Lelut steps onto the field covered with bright, colorful flowers, she solemnly announces that they have finally arrived. The girls stop, holding their breath, completely enchanted by the amazing beauty and variety of flowers around. Impressed, Clara exclaims that the beauty around is simply incredible. Lisa looks around, admiring the landscape enthusiastically, and says that next to such beauty, even a scary dragon does not seem so frightening. Clara stops in surprise, noticing something unusual, and turns to Malai Liat, asking what he is doing there. At that moment, the boy crouched down and carefully gathered wildflowers. To her question, Malai only smiled mysteriously and promised that he would explain everything very soon. He skillfully weaves a wreath again, carefully places it on Sophia Filianis' head, and solemnly says that everything is finished. Sophia's face suddenly brightens with surprise. She looks around at him confusedly. Malai Liat shares his thought again. In his opinion, she not only looks but also behaves like a true princess, radiating royal grandeur in everything. Sylphie Estfilianos' cheeks blushed. She does not take her eyes off him. Malaylayat laughed and joked that the second time everything also succeeded. Clara enthusiastically supported, saying that it was wonderful, and at that moment Sylphie Estfilianos realizes everything that is happening. Bowing, she clasps her hands on her chest and admits to herself. She fell in love with this man, Mel, for the second time. Suddenly she understands. She does not need to return to memories at all to feel the same passion for Malay Lut again. Her heart reaches out to him again, and this realization fills her with warm, poignant joy. She closes her eyes and calmly decides, now is the time to create memories together. Her fingers gently touch the wreath. At first glance, it was an ordinary, unremarkable wreath. Lisa decided to make such a decoration herself, but quickly realized it was much harder than she thought. Sylphie Estfilianos laughed, watching her attempts, and Clara could not contain her admiration and exclaimed how sweet Lisa was. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Mari, together with Wardemian, she's preparing to set out on a journey. She confidently mounts her horse, casting a determined look at Joseph. Joseph bows to her and asks her to be careful during the journey. Suddenly, Mary Ann Wardemian calls him father and asks him to stop, since she is no longer a commander and not even a knight. The girl admits that she was the one who started looking for the hero and adds, this task is full of riddles and hidden behind a mystery. She smiled and admitted that she had now become a criminal who was expelled from the capital. Then she asked his forgiveness for the fact that because of her, his daughter had lost hope. He smiles cheerfully and jokes that she is too happy to be a criminal. She sincerely laughs in response and admits that her most cherished wish has just come true. Once, when she was summoned to the capital and expelled from the ranks of knights, she herself asked to be entrusted with the search for the hero. She explained in detail why it was also important to find his sword. Although she had long been forgiven for all her mistakes, she sincerely wanted to atone for her guilt through this important matter, and for that, she needed to gather all her courage. The ghost, smiling touchedly, closes her eyes and sighs softly. Oh, that fiery temper of hers. He admits to her that he never managed to do anything meaningful for her. He only followed orders, arrested her, and when she became a knight, he just watched and controlled without truly helping. She reaches out to him and asks with curiosity what it is. If not for him, she would have long since not endured and perhaps would still be in prison. Her gratitude to him is boundless. He firmly squeezes her hand and asks if she can manage on her own. She honestly replies that she will not speak of ease, she is not carefree at all. She finally admits the moment has come to challenge her own fate. She needs to learn to control the berserk state she previously avoided. Father immediately understands everything. Now everything is clear to him. He smiles gently, wishes his daughter success, and asks her to be careful. A touching farewell, Mary Ann Verdamian announced that she is leaving. She barely holds back tears, mounts her horse, and rides forward without looking back, leaving her father behind. So Mel Lilut, Sylphiest Fianis, and Lisa safely arrived in Sylphiest homeland, in Fianis. In the northwest of Philians lies a water region, famous for its pure springs. In this place, a loud waterfall falls into clear waters, and the surrounding land is covered with lush greenery. The hero, holding his lute in his hands, feels true joy. He is enveloped by a feeling of happiness, as if he has risen to the seventh heaven. Now he calmly relaxes, enjoying the warm water of the hot spring. The road led them directly to this lake. When the queen and mother of Sylph Estfilianis learned of the guests' arrival, she quickly came to meet them. In their honor, she arranged a festive reception and strengthened peace between the parties. The mother gladly welcomed them with a smile and called her son a hero, not hiding her happiness. Meanwhile, in the boy's thoughts, Eleanor E.T., Mrs. Filianes, appeared again. Her beauty still stood before his eyes. I raise my eyes upward. The moon shines brightly in the sky. In my thoughts immediately appear sweets and the warmth of hot springs, capable of washing away all fatigue after long journeys. When he finally brought Sylph Esfili home, he was able to sigh with relief. He immersed himself in a hot bath, allowing himself to relax. Pleasant warmth enveloped his whole body, and his eyes gradually closed from sweet fatigue. Suddenly he hears a warning. It is dangerous to sleep here. Barely opening his clouded eyes, he tries to make out in the darkness who said this. From surprise, his eyes opened wide, and his gaze stopped on the queen of Filianis herself, Eleanor est Filianis. He suddenly steps back and repeatedly asks what happened, not believing his eyes, for she really stands before him. She asked if he liked the local hot springs, and Mel Lu barely restrained himself from looking at her. He bowed his head, closed his eyes, and froze in silence. The queen laughed cheerfully and warned, if he moved any further away, they would no longer be able to talk. The queen appears before him, and at that moment he is seized by a sudden thought. Here, it seems, all dreams and deepest desires come true. The queen notices the boy before her and, barely smiling, mysteriously asks if he wishes for her to allow him to touch them. He asks with great enthusiasm if such a thing is really possible, but in a moment he pulls himself together, steps away from her, and this makes the queen laugh sincerely. Finally, he musters his courage and asks her, why does she do all this? Queen Eleonora sincerely replies that she wanted to be alone with him and have a real conversation. Thinking for a moment, the queen throws out a joke with a smile. Maybe she should have come to him at night when everyone is asleep. He immediately imagines her quietly appearing beside him and apologizing for her unexpected visit. He tightly closes his eyes and again loudly says that none of the proposed options suit him, and she in response only smiles even wider, enjoying this cheerful argument. He completely turns away from the girl and dryly asks what exactly she wanted to talk about. In response, the girl only quietly laughs and says that she is fine now and completely calm. He becomes embarrassed and cannot find a place for himself. He hesitantly asks her if she is really that calm. His cheeks suddenly turn red with shame. Queen Eleonora calmly confirms her words. She notes that in their royal family, over the years, everyone begins to resemble each other more and more, both in appearance and posture. Lelut does not understand at all what she means. The girl comes even closer, as if deliberately enjoying this unusual game. He feels as if something invisible is pressing on his back, but he cannot understand where this feeling comes from. Meanwhile, Queen Eleonora notes that the girl is still too young to become a mother. She knows perfectly well that even heroes have their natural desires, but still asks him to keep himself in check. The queen's words catch him by surprise, and for the first time he does not know what to say. The man admits that he does not understand her hints. She explains to him that she has already made a request, but it seems that only issues more important to him bother him. Her smile grows even wider, and repeating her words, she says again that now she has peace in her soul. Little Lelut wonders whether she should warn the boy not to approach her dear daughter, but he loudly says without a shadow of doubt that he has only sincere feelings for Sylphie Sphiliones, her daughter. Queen Eleonora noticed that although everything is just like this now, the time will come when she too will grow up and become a grown-up girl, just like Eleonora herself. She insists that he share everything that is on his heart. The man confusedly tries to understand who this mysterious woman is and what she wants from him. Finally, the mother with a serious look admits that she was only half joking, and at that very moment it occurs to him, so she means the other half completely seriously. The girl says that 2 days ago she was given a divine revelation. He asks if the message was sent by Mother Earth herself. Sitting next to her, the girl confirmed that everything was exactly as it was, but Sylphie Sphiliones told her nothing, and it was hard to believe that a goddess had truly possessed her. She smiles and notes that Mr. Hero also knows how deeply Sylphie Sphiliones was captivated by Mother Earth. Sylphie's mother now serves as a priestess of light. She was the one who stopped the Saiyans 2 days ago. Admitting what an incredible surprise awaited her in Lisa's story, she emphasizes, the main thing in spiritualism is to learn to feel the touch of divine consciousness and convey its will to people. News reached the mother. Sylphie Sphiliones was able to fully accept the personality of the Earth Mother. Hearing this, she felt true pride in her daughter's extraordinary abilities. However, Lelut pondered, for despite all the achievements, true harmony still remains unattainable for Sylphie. Lelut asked what exact revelation had been revealed to her. She answered clearly, the evil dragon relies on dark creatures that obey him. She was confident in her words. This was the very message conveyed to her. Lelut asked in surprise whether these sinister creatures were really fairies. She frankly admitted that she had no idea how well Mr. Hero understood such matters. Once the fairies created a legendary sword for the hero and gave it to Drigo, but now it seems they have sided with the enemy. Lelut paused for a moment, recalling how Drago said that fairies are the very embodiment of evil. Perhaps they are incapable of true friendship, but they cannot be called outright enemies either. Therefore, if there is a chance to use their power, it would be unwise to refuse such an opportunity. He believes that if he always told the truth, he would have no disputes with them and could use this to his advantage. The man asked the queen if she wanted to meet the fairies, but she looked at him as if hearing about it for the first time. Her expression made it clear that she did not understand what was being talked about at all. Lelut believes it is better to meet the guests in person, because only then can one find out what they really want. The queen suddenly smiles and says exactly what everyone expected from the hero, or rather, from Mr. Mel. His face immediately flushes with a blush. The queen raises the most important question, how can one meet the fairies? When someone suggests that the fairies themselves should fly here, she is explained, the fairies cannot appear in this place. She says it would be wonderful to find a way to meet them, addressing Lelut as the ruler. When Ailut hears himself called hero or ruler, he feels awkward. Therefore, he asks to be called simply Mal. At first, surprise appears on her face, but after a moment she smiles as if she understood everything. She joyfully exclaims that he will definitely become both a son-in-law and a son to her, no matter what. Shaken and frightened, he cannot believe that the events have already touched both the son-in-law and the son. Meanwhile, the queen remarks with a sneer, "Hasn't this issue been finally resolved yet?" She reaches out to him, beckoning him to come closer, gently asking to call her mother and to embrace, pressing against her warm heart. He froze, then suddenly exclaimed, insisting that he would not do it under any circumstances. The girl only laughs in response, joking and apologizing between giggles. It seems very funny to her. His innocent reaction only provokes her to tease him a little more. The girl adds that there is always some truth in every joke. The feelings of this sincere, like Sylphie, Philly towards him are not just love, but also deep trust. A smile appears on his face, and he admits that he has understood everything for a long time. He sincerely says that he himself has not yet fully figured out his feelings, so he is not sure if he is ready to spend his whole life with her. She has become a true ray of light for him in the gray, monotonous daily life that previously seemed lonely and empty to him. When he met Sylphie Est Filianas, her warm smile seemed to illuminate his life, giving joy and hope. Every time he saw her, he felt warmth and tenderness growing in his heart. He realizes, this girl is very important to him, and all his feelings are genuine and sincere. The queen sighs heavily and says that she feels dizzy. Maybe it is better for her to leave first. He suddenly turns away, insisting to himself that he is not looking at all, and at that very moment, the queen addresses him by name. Hearing his voice, he turns his head toward her. The woman bows low, sincerely thanking him for saving her daughter. He understood, now she speaks not as a ruler and not as a priestess of light. Her words were filled with the sincere gratitude of a mother, overwhelmed with tender love. Quite some time has passed since Alinar left, and he still remained in the water. Closing his eyes, he quietly rested, fully immersing himself in peaceful silence. Suddenly a fairy appears before his eyes, singing something in her incomprehensible language and cheerfully twirling in a dance. At first glance she is very small, almost like an insect, but looking at her graceful movements, it becomes clear that before him is a real magical creature. If you believe Alinar's words, meeting Ferris is a great rarity, so isn't it strange that he managed to come across her so easily? For him, the most important thing is to behave friendly and start a conversation with her to gain her support. He does not take his eyes off her, but she seems not to even suspect that he is nearby. He is overwhelmed with confusion. He has no idea what to do next. Suddenly her ringing laughter breaks the silence. The girl asks with curiosity who this gloomy stranger is, a true hero or just a dark shadow. She thinks in surprise whether some mistake has happened, because he does not look at all like a weak string bean. He grabs the fairy with frantic rage, squeezing her so hard as if he wants to pour out all his resentment, but suddenly he freezes, and surprise appears on his face as if he suddenly realized what he had done. Her scream cuts through the silence. How could he do that? Doesn't he understand who he's standing before? After all, this is Chipel. At that moment, Mel Laylut was beside himself. He only wanted to talk calmly, but instead he almost touched her. The girl was hitting him on the arm, trying to break free and insulting him with harsh words. Laylut just sighed to himself. If it has come to this, what can you do? He confidently says that he has something important to tell her. She instantly reacts and asks if he is going to confess his love to her. The girl blushed, her cheeks covered with a rosy glow, and she involuntarily closed her eyes. Lightly touching her face with her palms, she was clearly flustered. The boy surprised her so unexpectedly that she did not know how to behave. Melee Lut feels his sixth sense anxiously warning him. If he makes even one mistake in the choice, it could lead to a real disaster. Malalut notices that the fairy has a divine essence, so using judgment without caution can become too dangerous. He wonders if it is really that simple to know her true nature. She constantly teases him, and he seems unable to take his eyes off her. Cuity Chipel closely watches her every move, as if trying to read her like an open book. Before him stands a real fairy, although what she is doing can hardly be called decent. Malai Lut cannot get rid of a strange excitement when he reads this. It is difficult for him to understand what it all means, because the girl in front of him is a fairy who has an unusual feature. A thought flashed by, but does it really matter? After all, she is still a fairy. Suddenly he quickly stands up, unable to bear the heat that began to cloud his mind. He thinks he can understand how she feels, but the girl still cannot calm down and irritably asks him not to look at her with such passion. She warns him he does not even suspect yet how stubborn she can be. Chipel decided to test his patience and make him fall in love with her even more. Leluta says that there is no point in reading these things and assures her that he has no intention of confessing love. She says she sees nothing wrong with it, even if she does not understand its logic at all, and with a slight smile adds that it turns out he really decided to court Chappelle, and she is already beginning to like that idea. Lelut convinces himself in his head that he never intended to flirt with her at all, so he decides to just pretend nothing happened and ignore the whole situation. The man asked why she was here. The girl just smiled and said, Chappelle needed very little time to become interested. It was surprisingly simple. She says she came only to find out who he really is, and he asks in response, what will happen next? The girl frankly says, if the boy were truly a good person, she would immediately use this so that he would love her, and she would make him her faithful assistant. Lut becomes a bit embarrassed and smiles, pondering. This is how he perceives it all. He says pleasant words to her quite seriously, with a relaxed face. She freezes in amazement, but immediately admits there is no point in saying what everyone already knows. Her mood darkens a little, as the surprise is spoiled, leaving only a slight taste of disappointment. The young man quickly objects, saying that the speech was not about this girl at all. She ironically remarks in response that this is exactly how she understood his words. To change the topic, the boy draws attention to the girl's unusual hairstyle. Indignation flashes in her eyes. How is it that this situation still concerns her? But he quickly denies it. No, it's not about you at all. He just suddenly remembered his friend. Suddenly indignation flared in her eyes. She sharply hits him on the hand and loudly declares that she understood everything perfectly and immediately guessed his plan. Chappelle shouts angrily, is it really normal to endure such treatment? A real man should say pleasant words to her more often and praise her. She raises her hands to the sky and confidently exclaims that she will definitely make the hero love her, even under such circumstances. Finally, he understood everything. Now it became clear to him how easy it is to find answers to various questions, but she seemed truly naive to him. He is filled with indignation because for some reason he immediately associates everything with love. Probably it's better not to mention such feelings. Chappelle is characterized. Finally, not wanting to waste more time, he moves to the main topic and directly asks if she is involved in any deals with the terrible dragon. The girl frowns and sincerely does not understand what he is talking about. He asks in surprise if she really has heard nothing about the evil dragon. In indignation, the girl assures that she is well informed about him. She notices that it is shameful not to know such things because it is. Her words suddenly break off, and then the girl compares this creature to a dragon, only much fiercer and scarier. Lut suddenly realizes he cannot answer. He notices rumors that some fairies cooperate with the cunning dragon and harm him. Has she not heard about this? However, the girl does not answer the question, but instead asks what exactly was being discussed at the beginning of the conversation. She says she doesn't care about what other fairies are doing. She sighs slightly, discontentedly, and considers everything that is happening a complete failure. She is overwhelmed with indignation. Such a response seems strange to her. She immediately suspects that he has just had a bad thought about Chappelle. He honestly admits that he does not know the answer, and it annoys her. Quickly apologizing, he asks where he can learn more about other fairies. She calmly nods toward the king, hinting that he might be able to help with this question. The hero finally realizes the unique power his sword possesses, which the fairy king had previously told about. He joyfully shares his discovery with others. He asks how he can see him. The girl only sighs and replies that he has not appeared outside for a long time, so there is almost no chance to meet him. He suspects that he might have to visit the land of fairies. She only smiles in response and says that he won't get there on his own. However, smiling slyly, she adds, Chapel will easily lead him to the gates of the magical world. He notes that this is unfortunate, and laughing says that from now on she must take him with her. In response, the girl makes a funny face and, smiling with admiration, confidently declares that she will never take him. He carefully holds the girl, fearing that his embrace might harm her. This moment is so intense. The man asks if she can take him where he needs to go. She agrees and promises to help if they let her go. A suspicion arises in the man's heart. Maybe she is not as simple as he thought. He freezes in silence, trying to feel what she feels. A throbbing pain grows in his temples. It is clear that dealing with divine forces has always been difficult. The fairy looks at him attentively, smoothly raises her hands, and suddenly the space around explodes with a bright flash, filling everything around with dazzling light. She bites his hand painfully, flies back sharply, and shouts that he deserves it. He will get what he deserves. Lut immediately begins to regret everything that happened. He tries to reach her with a jump but cannot. Chappelle notices that lately more and more people are coming out onto the street. Perhaps it is time to look for happiness among them. Lut values this information, but he feels much calmer when Chipel is always nearby. Some are surprised and ask what just happened because someone noticed Flash there. In fact, it was Clara. They tell her to stop immediately and at least cover herself with a towel because Mel is nearby. Clara calls her brother, while Lisa, who is behind, tries to protect her. Without a second thought, Clara rushes headlong into the hot springs. She hugs him tightly, causing Lisa to shout indignantly, demanding an immediate stop. After cooling off in the water, Lisa curiously asks what the girl is doing. Mel reacts too emotionally, but it quickly becomes clear it was just a misunderstanding. He actually did nothing. Clara asks who the boy just talked to. He points to the fairy standing nearby and says that he was just talking to her. Suddenly, Molly Lute looks up and notices a small fairy shimmering with light in the air. Clara immediately asks if she saw something, but Molly Lute realizes with surprise that Clara does not notice the fairy at all. Chapella is already growing indignant. If he doesn't notice her at all, then why scare her like that? Meanwhile, Melee Lut realizes that, apparently, this girl is not friendly towards Clara at all. The fairy said goodbye to him. At that moment, Malai Lut thought, if everything continues to be so bad, she will simply leave here. Melee Lut reports that she has already left. At the same time, a new plan arises in his mind because the events have gone so far. He sighs demonstratively, hinting, well, good that she has already left. One more such bright flash, and the pain would have completely knocked him to the ground. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he thought with relief, good that she actually left. An ironic smile appeared on Chappelle's face, tense and wary. She screams loudly, reminding him that he himself showed her his weak spots. She calls him stupid, and then, unable to contain her anger, attacks him again with a fierce assault. Clara closed her eyes, and Melee Lut took it calmly. He thought that last time she caught him by surprise, but if you squint a little, everything becomes quite acceptable. A voice loudly calls Clara to jump to the source of light and grab it. Chippa looks around confusedly, not understanding what is happening at all. Clara happily jumps up and loudly says that she sees nothing, but if her brother wants it, she is ready to do whatever is necessary. Clara suddenly grabbed the fairy with her teeth. The fairy screamed in surprise. Molly Lutz smiled and praised Clara, saying her instincts were simply wonderful. Mel Lilut pulls a lollipop out of her mouth and smiles, assuring that she is fine. She sincerely admits that although she does not fully understand what is happening, she really enjoys receiving compliments. The fairy lies exhausted, bound by sticky saliva, and moans quietly. Melee Lut notices with surprise that despite everything she has endured, she is still fighting for her life. Here again the key to the magical world was in his palms. Now they only needed to figure out how to make this strange thing open the way for them. Confused Lisa asks, what just happened, something so dazzling and bright? And Melee Lut notes to himself how heavy and tense the atmosphere around them is. When they caught Chipavella, the path led them straight to the very center of the kingdom, to the capital. Before facing the Fairy King, the hero admitted that he would like to prepare a little. At that moment, Sylphie Estfilianis offered to stay with him and support him in this important moment. Even at home, one can encounter danger. Sylphie Estfilianis leads him to the shop ahead, where they prepare exceptionally tasty meat dishes, and nearby are displayed goods that are hard to take your eyes off, pleasant and cute trinkets. Mal Leilu is confident that only he can protect the princess. Lifting a small cage, he notices a tiny insect inside that annoys him a little. In response, Chipel shouts angrily, outraged that he was called an insect. The enchanted cage resembles a trap for insects or birds and is entirely wrapped in strong protective spells. Inside, even fairies accustomed to moving easily through space suddenly lose this ability due to a powerful magical barrier. Chapelle, with a displeased look, says he will not allow Melee Ludi to remain alone with a stranger woman. When Melee Lut lifted the cage, he asked if she felt hatred towards him. The girl was not shy in her answers. Of course, she hated him because he was the one who locked her here in this cramped cage. She reminds him that now, having won Chapelle's heart, he must be responsible for his actions. Mal Leilut pushes the cage, from which a strange warmth of love emanates. With regret in his voice, he apologizes to Sylphiast Filianes for taking this mysterious thing with him. The girl gently holds his hands and reassures him that it does not matter at all. She is not worried about it at all. On the contrary, her heart rejoices that they can be together and walk side by side. She feels truly happy. The fairy, sitting in the cage, angrily retorts, don't even think about flirting with him. Sylphias Filianes looks intently at the cage, which makes Chapelle start to dislike her. She indignantly asks why Sylphie is staring so intently and why she does not look away. Finally, when their eyes met, she apologized, because without the attentive gaze of fairies, one might not see. A sincere smile appears on the girl's face, and she openly says that she would like to become her friend. Afterwards, she asks if that would be an objection on her part. Chipev cannot hold back a smile, enchanted by the charm around. Her cheeks blush slightly, and a little shyly she agrees. If you insist so much, then so be it. She accepts the friendship and sincerely thanks for it. Melee Lut, watching how they enthusiastically communicate, mentally notes with irony, this fairy is really very naive. Sylphie Estphalianus suggests first going to the weapons store. She explains that she is looking for a sheath for her sword because holding the weapon in her hands is uncomfortable. Sylphie Estphaliana warns that this can really be dangerous. Mal Layla supports her and tells that in every town on their way, people warned that creating a scabbard takes 2 to 3 days. Therefore, he decided to abandon this idea. The boy suspects that the same will be told to him in the capital's weapon shops, so he sees no point in wasting time on it. Chappelle asks her with surprise what exactly is being discussed. He believes that the true hero's sword should always be kept in worthy sheaths, right? He confidently says that the truth is already known to everyone, and adds, their king brought them here along with the body of a hero named Erdogan. The fairy notices that the sheath for the hero's sword is a special magical artifact. She suspects that this item has unique properties, and perhaps that is why it was brought. Molly Lutt asks in surprise if this is really true, and after that his desire to obtain these things becomes even stronger. Their group stops near the shop. The heroes enter the armory and greet the old master. He asks them what they are missing today. Having taken the sword out of the sheath, he realizes that he still hasn't found the perfect mount for it. Then he politely asks for permission to examine this weapon more closely. As soon as the sword appeared in sight, his face immediately lit up with surprise. Melee Lut confidently placed the weapon in front of him. The old man opened his eyes wide, recognizing this sword. Before him was the legendary blade of the hero. A sincere smile blooms on his face, and he asks if the interlocutor knows this sword. In response, he hears a confident confirmation. The blacksmith says that not knowing such a famous relic is a great shame for a master. He recalls how 30 years ago, he saw this weapon for the first and last time in the same city where the famous hero died. He could not even imagine that he would witness how it was freed from the stone. Stunned by the surprise, the boy hurried to the boxes, began feverishly rummaging through them, and whispered to himself, "It must be here somewhere." Holding the item in his hands, he notes that with slight modifications, this thing would perfectly suit his sword. Malilut thoughtfully asks if the interlocutor understands how much time he still has. Then he confidently assures that 1 hour will be enough for him to settle all matters. He exclaims confusedly from surprise, could everything have happened so quickly? The old man only laughs kindly in response. Then Melalut immediately objects that he cannot leave the sword here. The old man gently reassures him, saying there is no need to worry. He says that one look is enough to determine the size. He suggests allowing them to take a little walk to pass the time. He thanks, adding that this will make it much easier for him. Holding hands, they go out together. Sylphius Philianus asks what they will do next. He says he still needs to think everything over carefully. In the small workshop, he asked if she needed any tool, but she confidently said that she did not need anything right now. With a smile, the boy suggests she try on the kimono, confidently noting that it will definitely suit her. His gaze lingers on the carefully laid-out outfit, and he gestures towards it. Her cheeks flush and a sincere smile appears on her face. She admits that if Melee Lut insists, she will definitely try on the outfit. Taking the clothes in her hands, the girl cheerfully says, "All right, I'll try," and leaves the room. Mally looks around. There is a lot of different equipment around, and she notes to herself how diverse it is. Suddenly, a piercing scream breaks out from the fitting room. Her moan spreads across the room. She complains of pain. He confusedly pulls back the curtain to see what happened. With concern in his voice, he asks if she is okay. She sat on the bed, not yet dressed, constrained by discomfort. Mal-Laylut blushed more and more, trying to hold back a silent moan, and Sylphius Philianes also glowed with shame. He apologizes to her, speaking gently, but in response hears only quiet, uncertain mumbling. Finding himself in a cage, Chapelle cannot hide the shame that overwhelms him because of these awkward conversations. Peering, she confessed a little awkwardly that she had tripped over the hem of her robe. It turned out to be longer than she thought and could have caused trouble. Melee Lut remained unshaken and did not even react. Sylphi Estreliano's cheeks were still burning when she confessed. If it was Molly Lut, she did not mind at all that he was looking at her. In her gaze, curiosity flashes and Chapelle immediately becomes alert, waiting for an explanation. After all, he actually came here only to see her. But realizing this, he hastily denies that everything is not so and calls the situation a stupid misunderstanding. Mal asks Leiluda about armor. She honestly says that she has never worn it even once. Then Mal says that due to her small strength, light armor would suit her best. Having apologized in advance, he approaches the seller and asks if they have the most modern armor. The seller replies with a smile that if he is interested in the lightest armor, they definitely have such. She admitted that she had already tried on the dress, and Mel Leluda immediately offered to take a look. Seeing how she looked, he coughed a little to the side, and she noted that the dress was too big for her. He tightly closed his eyes and reluctantly admitted that he would never allow himself to be called an older brother. To this, she calmly replied that she does not perceive him as a brother. But for him, imagining such a thing was still impossible. The girl smiles gently and says that she understands everything perfectly. She adds, maybe when she grows older, she will be able to allow herself to wear something like that. Maladin imagines what she will be like when she grows up, and immediately in his head appears the image of the future Queen Eleonora. From excitement, his face turned even redder. He shouts angrily that even when she grows up, he will not allow her to wear such things. He insists that she can dress like that only in front of her brother and not in front of others. By the way, Molly Lutt said that this armor protects very reliably. After changing clothes, they set off together towards new adventures. When they were left alone, Sylphiast Philionese asks with interest what will happen next. He barely smiles and admits that he has long wanted to try something special. Mel Lelut possesses a unique gift of evaluation perfectly. He easily finds inexpensive items, immediately sees their true value, and quickly earns a lot of money from this. They looked around with interest at everything around, entering various shops, admiring exquisite vases with delight, examining paintings, touching ancient weapons, and also stopping by cats that were walking nearby. He notices with sadness that prices everywhere are almost the same and fair. In this country, all stores operate honestly, and appraisers really know their job well. Suddenly, a magic shop appears before him. The boy looks at his palm and thoughtfully dreams how much he would like to have at least one unique ability. With the help of magic or unique artifacts, one can acquire new abilities and choose those they like the most. However, there is a limitation. Even the most outstanding heroes cannot have more than 5 skills. For Mall Loot, the requirements have become stricter. Now it is necessary to have at least 3 skills. Having more abilities does not help. On the contrary, extra skills can even weaken the power. Moreover, these skills remain with the hero forever. Although later they can be replaced with stronger or similar abilities, they must be chosen very carefully and wisely. Sophie Estfilianos asks if he wants to enter this magic shop. He agrees because a unique skill is sold here that cannot be found anywhere else. She raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked what kind of ability it was. With pride in his voice, he replied that this unique skill is called self-regeneration. If you often use your ability to evaluate something, it can greatly exhaust the body, especially in certain situations. However, Philionese believes that if a person has the ability to self-heal, it is much easier to cope with this. At that moment, Sylphide decided to ask Philionese again if she understood correctly what it was about. Melilute notes that such a skill is very valuable and rare. This rarity, of course, increases its value. He jokingly adds that nothing can be done about such rarity and thoughtfully scans the goods in the store with his gaze. The saleswoman greets them with a friendly smile and jokingly notes that the wizard has come to her again. The boy smiles in response and says that today they are just looking around the counters because they want to calmly examine all the goods. Looking at Sylphie S. Philionese, the girl smiles warmly and says, "I see." She asks what they are interested in. In response, the boy admits that he dreams of learning a unique ability to restore his strength independently. Indignation instantly appears in her eyes. Could it be that she is interested in his power because of him? The boy calmly explains that he recently rose to rank D. Hearing this, the girl only sighs wearily. She calls him baby with a smile and asks, does he really not know that almost all self-healing abilities can only be obtained thanks to magical elixirs? After all, each such drink is always extremely powerful. She explained that anyone with a rank lower than B will definitely die if they drink this potion. Sylphie, who had just become Felianos, immediately noticed that Mel was worried about something. The saleswoman, guessing their hesitation, assured them that she would not rush the choice, although she would be very glad if they still decided to make a purchase. But she does not want to expose her client to danger. The girl says this quietly and lowers her head. Maulai Liat asked if it was possible to at least see this elixir. The girl said that if they just want to look, that can be arranged. The girl asks them to wait a little, then loudly calls a worker named Galetta, saying that the guests want to see the infusion of Iris Spring. She holds a small box in her hands and claims that she was entrusted with caring for this potion. The box was opened, and Mel Lilayat immediately began to study what was inside. There lay an elixir known as the Source of Iris. It was an extremely valuable drink, valued at 7,500,000 currency units. The peculiarity of this potion was that it gave a rare skill healing of the earth goddess. If you drink the entire elixir, you can receive powerful healing, but at the same time, there is a great risk of dying on the spot. Only someone whose power level is not lower than rank could use this magic, or if combined with other artifacts or spells for immediate recovery. If you are lucky enough to master this skill, the effect will remain with you forever. Although the recovery will be slow, you can use it as many times as you want. She explains that no one has bought this potion yet. Because of its special properties, only one remains. This potion is capable of self-regeneration. Melilut thinks that this is worth showing to Chappelle. If you use this technique gradually, the result is quite good, and his own ability to recover allows him to apply it almost continuously. Moreover, thanks to the power of the hero's sword, he can completely nullify all the downsides of this potion. It immediately becomes clear to him that there is only one obstacle in his way. He honestly admits, all this costs too much. Over time, he begins to understand what he will have to face. The cost seems justified, as the item is truly unique and very rare. However, his own money is clearly not enough to buy it. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly grabs him by the sleeve.